Hello, I'm Bob Ross, and I'd like to welcome you to the 21st Joy of Painting series. If this is your first time with us, let me extend a personal invitation for you to drag out your little paint brushes and some paints and paint along with us each show. Or just drag up the old easy chair and enjoy a relaxing half hour as we place some of nature's masterpieces on canvas. And for those of you who've been with us for a while, thank you very, very much for inviting us back for another series of painting shows. Tell you what, let's get right to it. Let's start out today and have run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. And while they're doing that, come on up here and let me show you what I've already done. I have my standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas, but you use any size that's convenient for you. We just use this because it sort of fits the television screen. The bottom of it I have covered with a little bit of black gesso. And you can put it on with a sponge or a foam brush or just a paper towel, it doesn't matter, anything to cover it, and then let that dry. Then we've applied some transparent color down here on the bottom of this, and today I've used a little sap green and Van Dyke brown mixed together. And it's still wet. The black gesso has dried, but the transparent color on top here is still wet. Okay, and then the top we've just covered with a little bit of liquid white, and it just makes the canvas nice and wet and slick, and it allows us to actually blend color on the canvas rather than working ourselves to death on the palette. So I tell you what, let's just take off and have some fun today. Let's start with this little 2-inch brush here. And we'll go right into a small amount of the phthalo blue. And all we do is just pull a little bit out and then tap it into the bristles. By tapping and turn the brush over, tap both sides. See, that assures a nice even distribution of color all the way through the bristles, and that's what we're looking for. And it's easy to add more color, but it's a son of a gun to take it away. So start with a little bit of color, and you can always add more if you need it. We'll go right up to the top of the canvas, and we'll just do some little X's, little crisscross strokes, and we'll work all the way across the top. Now the color is continually mixing with the liquid white, and it creates all those beautiful variations that we want. Let me put a little more color on the brush here. There we go. Let's start at the top and work down. And that way, our sky will get progressively lighter toward the horizon. And that's exactly what we're looking for. In a landscape, you want things to get lighter toward the horizon and darker as they can come away from the horizon. So by using the liquid white and allowing the color to blend, that effect happens automatically. You really don't have to worry about it. It just happens. And that truly is the joy of painting. There. And we'll just work this right on down. I thought today we'd start this series with just a very basic little painting. And if you've painted with us before, this will be an easy one for you. If this is your first time, then you can see one of the ways this fantastic technique works. Okay, now we'll just take and very gently go across the entire sky. And this just removes the brush strokes. That's all we're doing. Okay, and that's simple. We have a happy little sky. And that's all you have to do to make a very, very basic little sky. Now let's build us a little mountain. I like mountains. We'll take some black, a little Prussian blue, some alizarin crimson, and we just mix those together. I'd even put a little Van Dyke brown in there just to dull it down some. Pull the color out as flat as you can get it. Go straight down with a knife, cut across so you have a little roll of paint, and that little roll of paint should live right on the edge of your knife, right on the edge of the blade. Now then, we have to make our first major decision in this painting. Where does our mountain live? And I think in my world, it's going to live maybe right there. It is now anyway. But all we're doing here is just pushing that color right into the fabric, right into the canvas. And this is pre-stretched canvas. We do not recommend the canvas boards because they have a tendency to absorb the liquid white. And you end up with a dry surface almost immediately. Maybe, yeah, right there. We'll have another little bump there. Just wherever you want them. And painting is very individual. Everybody will see nature through different eyes, and everybody has their own idea of what a mountain should look like or a tree. All we want to do here is show you how to make these effects. What you paint is totally up to you. We just want to show you how to paint. Just to get you started. There. Now, using a big brush and very firm pressure, I want to pull this down. The only thing we're worried about right now is this nice outside edge. We could care less what's happening in here. But once again, because we have the liquid white on the canvas, The color is blending with that, and as you can plainly see, automatically as it goes down, it gets lighter and lighter in value. And once again, that will happen automatically when you have a liquid white on the canvas. And it's just an oil-based white paint that allows you to do all of this. But you can just blend it right on down, and already that mountain looks like it's almost sitting out there in the mist. Tell you what, let's wash the old brush. That's the fun part of this. That's the fun part. Shake off the excess and just beat the devil out of it. As I say, that's the part that's the most fun. There we go. Let's take some titanium white today, and we'll reach up here and I'll get a very small amount of the dark sienna. Don't want much, just a little dark sienna. A little bit. Maybe I'll even put a touch of the bright red in it. Oh, that's nice. I just want to flavor this a little. Just enough to flavor it a little bit. And when you do yours, you make the determination how much you want. Let me wipe the knife here. We just wipe our knife on a clean paper towel. Then we can cut off our little roll of paint again, so it's right on the edge of the knife. And let's go up in here. No pressure, no pressure. Touch. And let that knife just float. Let it float, let it float. Right down the side of the mountain. Think about where light would strike. Okay, let's go right in here. Zoom. Got to make those little noises or it doesn't work right. There. Just pull. See there how easy that is, though? And you can change it to any color that you want it. Any color that you want it. Sometimes I like to do this with a gray color that looks like stones and rocks. And depends on where you live. Maybe in your world, you don't want a mountain. Then you can paint this scene and it'll be very beautiful without a mountain. It's up to you. It's really up to you. As we mentioned earlier, painting is as individual as people are. There. Okay. Now then, we have to start thinking about little things. Maybe in my world, I think there's a little light going to strike right there. So we'll put a little touch of light there. We'll take some white. We'll use a little bit of that mountain color with it. And a little bit of phthalo blue with it. What the heck? Maybe a little more blue there. And with that, we'll make us a nice shadow color. Now this shadow color should be lighter than the base color that you put on your mountain, but certainly darker than your highlights. So somewhere in between, you have to reach a happy medium. Once again, our little roll of paint. Okay, let's go up here. Now if this one's going to be the farthest away, we'll do this little rascal first. Put a little bit of shadow right there. All there is to it. Now watch it, watch it. Come distinctly through, and look how it pushed that little devil back. Bet you didn't realize you had that much power. But on this piece of canvas, you have total and complete power here. You can do anything that you want to do. You can move mountains, rivers, trees. You can determine what your world is like. There's a tremendous amount of freedom on this canvas. And that's what makes it fun. That's what makes it fun. Now then, and you can come back in here. See, this line is very straight. Now we can come back in here and we can put all kinds of little ridges and bumps and little places where the mountain goat would have to live up here. He's got to have a little home too. And we just let that run right on down. Okay, but each one of these little projections needs a little shadow. Needs a little shadow or it just won't play. It'll go hide. See how that little shadow just brought it right out. Watch though. Maybe it goes right over here. I don't know. Don't know. It's up to you. You have to make these big decisions. There. But notice the angles here. All the highlights are going in one basic angle. All the shadows are going in one basic angle. They vary a little. But overall, they're going in the same angle, because if light's coming through here, it's only going to strike on a given angle. Now, with a good clean dry brush, we can tap the base of this a little and create the indication of mist that lives right down at the bottom of this big old mountain here. Lift gently upward, upward, following the angles in the mountain. And that removes the little tap marks and brings it all together. Over here, go in this direction. tap a little and blend. There. All right, now maybe we'll get a little crazy today. I like to do that. I'll use that little mountain color, and we'll go right into some yellow. We've got a little cad yellow here, a little yellow ochre. We'll just use the same old 2-inch brush. Doesn't matter, maybe a little touch of the sap green here and there. Maybe in our world, there lives some little trees that sort of grow right up the side of this mountain. And to do that, all you have to do is take the big brush and tap. But most important here, we need to follow these angles. Need to follow these angles. If you don't, it just absolutely won't look right. Vary the colors between darker green and lighter green, back and forth a little. Just a little. Maybe sort of determine where you think a little tree would live right here, and how far up the mountain it would grow before you reach the tree line, or the place where it gets too cold and too high for trees to live. There. If you've painted with me before, you know I lived in Alaska for well over a dozen years, and I just absolutely fell in love with the fantastic scenery that's there. God was having a good day when he made Alaska. It is gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. There we go. But these kind of sites are pretty common there. Now we'll take a clean, dry 1-inch brush and very lightly, little short strokes. I want to grab that and lift upward. Just lift it upward, upward, upward. And sort of let it blend together a little. And you just sort of work back and forth here. But gently, gently lifting upward. Always going upward. Think about the little trees. Even though they're going at an angle here, they would still grow straight up. So keep these lines going straight up. Sometimes the tendency, the mountain goes this way to make the trees like that. And it'll look like the big giant sneezed or something and blew them all over. And we don't want that. And you can even touch a little dark color here and there. And just pull up the indication of some that are a little darker. So you can continually play this back and forth between the darker greens and the lighter greens. And it's a nice way of making very effective little trees that are growing up the side of this mountain. There. Okay. Shoot, that's so much fun. I'll tell you what, wash the old brush again. I just look for reasons to wash the brush. All right, we're in business again here. Let's get crazy. Let's have some fun. We'll take some Prussian blue, some Van Dyke brown, some midnight black, maybe even a little sap green. We'll just mix all those together. Just mix them together. Make a big old pile of dark color here. It should look black. Should look black. Okay. Now then, tell you what, let me wipe the old knife off. I think let's get a fan brush. Shoot, that's fun. And we'll load the fan brush full of this dark color. Both sides, a lot of color. Let's go right up in here. Maybe in our world there's a little foothill that lives right here. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to add a little bit of white to that. I want to lighten it just a little. Oh, that's much better. I want it a little bit lighter. There. But there's some little footy hills that live right here. Some evergreen trees are growing on it. And they're much closer to us. Much closer to us. So they're darker. They're much darker than this background back here. Just tap down with a fan brush. This is one of the neatest ways that I've ever come up with in making the illusion of a lot of little trees that live far away. There we go. And you determine how many and where and all of that. There we go. Now then, we can take a clean, dry 2-inch brush. And I'm just going to tap the base here a little. I want to create a little bit of mist at the bottom of these trees. And this tapping will cause the liquid white to come through. And a little bit of that color will show. Lift upward just to take out the tap marks and bring it all together. See there? There we go. There we are. Now then, maybe in our world, We'll just use that same old fan brush. It's working so well here. Let's keep going. Load a lot of the pure dark color on it. Let's go right up here. Maybe there lives a happy little evergreen tree right there. We just use the corner of the brush. Just go back and forth. See there? That easy. And let's give him a few friends. We don't want him to get lonely back here. My gosh, with a scene like he's got to look at here, he'd have to invite all of his friends over to see it too. This is just too nice for him to keep for himself. There's a little one. Put the little guy right up here in the front row so he can see all of this too. Maybe, there we go. There we go. Notice how these little misty areas make those trees really stand out. That's why they're so important. That's your separator. That's your good friend. That's your good friend. Take care of it. Take care of it. And you put as many or as few as you want in your world. One thing that we're trying to do here is just to teach you a method. We're really not trying to teach you to copy. That's the reason we have no patterns or we don't do any tracings on the canvas. We want to teach you freedom with this technique and turn you loose on the world. Just absolutely turn you loose on the world. Because once you know the technique, you can do anything. Take a little blue, little tiny bit of blue and white, and a little bit of the dark sienna. Pull it out flat, and we get at least a little roll of paint right out here on the edge of the knife. And let's just make the indication here and there of a little tree trunk right in there. All right. We don't want many because you wouldn't see all of them, or you're just going to see a little here and there. And you can just, because you've picked up some paint on your knife, you can just make the indication of some little sticks and twigs and all kinds of things that are just projecting out of that. Because in the woods, in the forest, they're always there. Now then, I have several fan brushes going. Let me just grab another one here. Let's put some highlights on that. We'll take a little bit of the color we've made the trees out of, because it has blue in it, and mix it with some cad yellow and little yellow ochre, even a little Indian yellow. What the heck? And we'll make us a nice green. If you want it darker, add a little more of that tree color to it, and instantly, because it has blue and black in it, see, it gets darker. That easy. Let the paint work for you. Let's go up here. Now then, our light's coming from the right because our mountain tells us that. So we want to place more emphasis on the right side of the tree than on the left. And we'll just put the indication of some highlights that are showing through on these trees. Now sometimes this gets feeling good and you cover up all the dark. We don't want to do that. If we lose all that nice dark, then our tree becomes flat. It's that darkness that's deep in that tree that creates the illusion of shadows and makes depth in the tree. Otherwise, it'll be a very flat little tree. We don't want that. We don't want them flat trees. We want trees that, son of a guns, have personalities. They're like people. Each one's different. Some are tall, some are short, some are heavy, some are thin. They're like people. And this painting can really and truly become a world on its own. You can find anything that you want in here. You can find peace, you can find calm times, anything. It's right here. Shoot, let me get off my soapbox here and find the brush and let's get crazy. Let's make a big evergreen right there. And for that, I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to pick up the old oval brush here. We'll go right into that same tree color. Now this is the oval brush. The end of it, let me hold it up here so you can see. The end of it's sort of round. And it's easy to distinguish because it has a black handle. And the rest of them have white handles. Easy to tell the difference. Okay, pull it like that till it comes to a nice sharp edge. Let's go up here. Make a decision. Maybe our big tree, we're going to have one, is going to live right there. And we start out by just making a little line. That sort of gives you a guide. Take just the end of the brush. Now this is going to be one of them big evergreen trees that sort of saggy. The limbs hang over. I like this brush for making these kind of trees. See how the limbs hang though? I like that. But you can do this with a 1-inch brush and have straight limbs. Or you can do it with a fan brush. I use a fan brush very often. Or you can do it with a 2-inch brush. It all works very well. But if you want these hangy down looking limbs like this, I find it much better to use this oval brush. There. Now then, all we're doing here is just placing in some very basic little shapes. Just think about the arms on this tree that live out here. Where you want them. There. Maybe this old tree lives, I don't know, somewhere down in here. We don't care. That was fun. I like making trees with that oval brush. Tell you what, let's make another one. Let's make another one. Maybe our other tree, maybe we'll have one right there. And we start out the same way. Just make a little line. And back and forth, back and forth. Just sort of let that rascal come right out of that brush. It lives in there. He lives in there. Old tree. Now sometimes they'll hide in there. You have to sort of force them out. But isn't that a fantastic way of making some very beautiful evergreens? Now, shoot, you know me. I think everybody needs a friend. So we're going to give him one right here. Right there. There, see? There he comes. And we're not concerned in this area. That's all so dark. We'll separate all that with highlights. All that with highlights. Let's take a little bit of that color we had for our trunk. And we'll just touch with a knife. And just, once again, we're not going to see much of it. All we want to do here is just show a little, just here and there, just wherever you think it should show, like that. Let me wash the old oval brush out here. Let's have some fun with some highlight colors. Okay, now then for highlights, I'm going to take a little of that tree color and mix it with the cad yellow and the yellow ochre. A little Indian yellow. But mix all these colors on the brush so you have a multitude of things happening on the brush. You don't end up with one dead old color. All right, now then, think about your lights coming from the right. Now we can go up in here and just begin putting in the indication of some beautiful highlights that live right here on this tree. See them? There they are. There. Let's just put some in. But this is where you make all those old hangy down limbs. And we're going straight in with a brush. Straight in. And just touching. Just touching. Letting those top part of the bristles, just the top part of the bristles touch. There, see there? Now then, let's go over on the other side here. And do the same thing for him. If we left him out, shoot, he'd probably be angry. Probably be angry. We don't want that. We want happy trees in our paintings. I get some letters sometimes. People say everything in your world is happy. And that's true. We try to keep everything happy in here. Shoot, if you want bad stuff, watch the news. In this world, we only have pleasant things. There. Now then, sometimes it's fun. And I'll just dip this into a little bit of the liquid clear. And I want a real thin color, much lighter, but I use the clear to thin it. And then it's very thin paint now. You can go back up here and pick out where you think light would really zing through here. And just put on a few sparklers. Don't overdo this. Don't overdo, because it gets good. Just here and there. But that clear thins the paint. If you've painted with me before, you know our golden rule here is a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. We use very firm paint until we get to the highlights. Okay, maybe just a few over in here. I don't want too many on this tree. Just a few. There. All right, we're all right there. Let's have some fun. Now we have a transparent color here. This was sap green and a little bit of Van Dyke brown just to dull it. I'm going to take pure white, just titanium white on the 2-inch brush. You have to make a big decision. Where's your water? I want some water in here. Touch this and pull it straight down. It's important that it comes straight down. And that sap green and Van Dyke brown now make some beautiful, beautiful colors. And it's fun to prepare this canvas when nobody's looking. And when you do this, especially if you're painting for someone, they think it's magic. Now we go straight across, and that'll create the illusion of water. That easy. I'm going to take a 1-inch brush, put a little liquid white on it, and go right through some of that color. Just a nice green color. And let's back in here put the indication of just a happy little bush or two that lives right here, right on the edge of the water. Something like that. Little Van Dyke brown, little dark sienna mixed together, and we can put the indication of some land back in there. See there? That easy. A little bit of brown and white, put a little highlight on it. Shoot, we're in business. A little more of that color. Maybe there's a, look at there. Little bank lives out here too. So you just sort of let that go. Barely, barely touching though. A little bit on the other side. See, we can put another bank over here. In your world, you make these decisions, decide where all these little things live. Take a little touch of the liquid white on the knife, and we'll just cut in a little water line. And this separates, just separates. It's just straight liquid white. A few little ripples here and there. Shoot, we about have a finished painting. I think we'll call that one done. But this is a good example of how easy this technique is, so I look forward to seeing you in the next show. And until then, happy painting. God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today, because today I thought we'd just do a fantastic little winter scene. It's very simple, and I think you'll enjoy it. So let's start out and have run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done up here. Have our standard old pre-stretched canvas up here, and I use an 18 by 24 inch, but you use whatever size is convenient for you. And we've covered the entire canvas with a thin, even coat of liquid white and liquid clear. I've mixed them together so there's a little bit of each. And I want a little transparency up here. I'm going to have a little glow in the sky, I think. And for that, I put a little bit of the liquid clear with the white. So let's do that. Let's start out today with, we'll use the old 2-inch brush and a very small amount of the yellow ochre. Just a little. Okay, let's go up in here. Now we have to make our first major decision right here. We're going to have a little glow in the sky. Where's it going to live? And maybe in our world, it'll live right about there. And that's basically all we have to do is just sort of draw a little oblong circle like so, wherever you want it. And we'll just let it sort of blend outward. But there's not much color on the canvas, very little color. And we're going to come back and we're going to add white in there to make it even brighter. But right now we're just applying a little color. I'm going to take a very small amount of dark sienna, very small amount, and go right back into that yellow ochre. So it's a little bit darker, but not much, just a little. Be right back there. Dark sienna and yellow ochre. And we can go up in here. And right around that first little layer of color, we'll add that. Something like so. Same thing again, and we'll come over here. Just however. Get a little bit more of the color on the brush here. Same color, dark sienna, yellow ochre mixed together. But notice we're starting out here and working back. So the lightest area is in here because in the meantime it's mixed with the liquid white and it has become lighter and lighter in value. So that happens automatically for you. And this is a lazy man's way of painting. There. Now then, let's take, I want to take a little phthalo blue, same old dirty brush, phthalo blue, alizarin crimson, and we'll begin making a lavender color. And even a little bit of that dark sienna still in it. There. Okay, let's go up in here now. And we'll just begin putting this on here, and it'll make sort of a cold grayish color. There. Okay. We'll just fill the canvas up with it. What the heck? We don't care. Anything we don't like, we'll turn it into a happy little tree or something. Because as you know, we don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents. And very quickly when you're painting this, you learn You learn to work with anything that happens. Anything that happens. Same color we used on the other side. And we'll just lay in a little color around that. Something like so. Okay, wash the old brush. And we wash our brushes with odorless paint thinner. Shake off the excess. And just cover everybody around. That's the fun part. Now we'll just blend this out. Now if you're cleaning brushes like this at home, I might recommend that you get a little brush beater rack and put in the bottom of a waste paper basket or something. It will certainly go a long way as far as preserving your happy home. Because if you do this procedure in your living room, your spouse is probably going to ask you to find someplace else to dwell. There. So a little brush beater rack's only a couple of bucks, and you drop it in a trash can. It'll save your home and your marriage, and it's certainly worth the investment. There. Okay, now we can smooth it out. And as we mentioned earlier, we want a nice bright spot right here in the center of this. So I'm going to take titanium white, just a little titanium white, come right up in here with that pure white, and just begin working outward. Start in the lightest area and work always outward. Always outward. And this will make like a glow in the sky. Very bright. And it'll show up even more when we get darker colors around it. Looks nice already. There, now very lightly, 3 hairs and some air. Just gently blend the entire sky. That's all we're looking for. And sometimes it's fun just to put a little sun in there. You can take a little white on your finger and just make a little circle like so. And it usually looks a little better if it's round. Square suns seem to bother a lot of people. I don't understand that, but they do. There we go. And that'll give us an indication of just a little sun up here in the sky. Tell you what, let's have some real fun here. I'm going to take some blue, alizarin crimson, proportionally much more crimson than blue, because the blue is many, many times stronger. And a little bit of that same dark sienna in there. Same basic color we was using in the sky, just mixing up a little larger batch of it here. Now then, maybe in our world there's some nice trees that live back here in the background, and they just sort of, let's just do it and see what happens. And let's just see what happens. That's the beauty of painting this way, because we use no patterns or no tracings. We learn very quickly to just let things happen. That's when you experience the joy of freedom and creativity. You're not just tracing something that we've done and following along and filling in the blocks. Here, you actually learn creativity. There. And that's where it's fun. That's when it's fun. Think about a big old tree that lives right here maybe and just sort of looks out over all of this. And think about these things in your mind. You paint mental pictures and then you put them on canvas. Quite frequently I'm asked how much I practice before I do one of these shows on TV. Normally, I don't do a lot of practice. I think about the painting in advance mentally, and I paint a basic scene that I'm thinking about over and over in my mind. And then when you come here to do it, it's easy. It's like athletes practice. If they're going to do a big jump or something, they'll practice that mentally over and over and over. And it's the same here. Just think about what you want to paint. Just let your mind go. There. There's anything that you believe you can do, you can do. If you believe strong enough and you're willing to practice, you can do it. There. Just layer after layer here of all kinds of little things that live back in here. Wherever you want them. Okay, let's have something on the other side. Shoot, we don't want it left out. This side will get jealous if we don't put something here. I tell you what, maybe there's a happy little tree that lives right there. Right there. But just using the corner of the brush, and that easy, you can build trees. There. Okay. And by making this color a little darker, it'll look like it's closer to you. See, already it's beginning to look layered. And intentionally, we've left these light areas here because we want the sun to shine through. When you're doing yours, don't kill all of these. This will excite people when you're doing it. And of course, I know nobody's interested in selling paintings, but if you're out there selling paintings, these little extras, that's what'll bring that happy buck home. There. Okay. Now then, let's take a liner brush, some paint thinner, and we want to thin this down till it's as thin as ink or water. In fact, you can see it running right there on the palette. See there? It's very thin. Turn the brush as you pull it back off the palette. Turn it so it comes to a very sharp point. Let's go up here. And make some big decisions. There's got to be tree trunks and sticks and limbs and all those things in here. Take the brush and just begin putting them in. Just all kinds of things, wherever you think they should live. And maybe you don't see the entire tree. Maybe there's something in the front here. There. Okay, some little doers that live out in here. Wherever, maybe you can see a few little things there and here and here and there. Just sort of let your imagination go. Let your imagination go. There. Okay, maybe over in here. Another thing that I get a lot of letters. People are continually writing and asking if we edit these shows. There is absolutely no editing done of these shows. No editing. What you see is exactly the way it took place. We don't. And I know there are other shows that do, but this is exactly the way it happened. If I did anything different without telling you, I'd feel like I was cheating you. There. All right. Even the mistakes we leave on here. Okay, let's go on the other side here. This old tree here needs a nice trunk in it, something to hold it up. We'll give it a wiggle here and there so it's not just a straight trunk. It's got some character to it. We don't want one of them that just looks like a telephone pole somebody stuck up there with leaves on it. There. If you have trouble with your paint flowing, it only means that you don't have it thin enough. Because if you've painted with me before, you know our golden rule is a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. But you can't reverse that in this technique. It doesn't work well. Okay, let's put some nice little highlights out here. I'm going to take a little bit of titanium white, a little bit of the cad yellow, not much, just a small amount, a little touch of alizarin crimson, maybe even a little yellow ochre and dark cyan. See, but there's a multitude of colors here. It's not one flat, dead old color. I want a lot of things happening in this little pile of color. Push the brush. Give it a little push. That loads color right out on the tip of the bristles. Okay. Now then we can go up in here and just using that little corner, you can begin putting in all kinds of little shapes. Now you can do this with a 1-inch brush. Let me get a little more color going here. You can do it with a 1-inch brush or 2-inch brush. It doesn't matter. Just whatever's convenient. I like the 2-inch brush because it seems to work a little better for me personally. I'm going to put a little Indian yellow in there too. Oh, that's what I'm looking for. That's nice. There we are. And begin thinking about shape and form in here. Don't just hit it random. Don't hit it random. There. Tell you what, you know, in the last series I showed a couple little baby squirrels. They were so small, and they looked like little drowned rats. And we've got so many calls about them. I want to show you what they look like today. These little devils are about grown and they're almost ready to be released. And this is one of my little friends here. He's sitting on my settee eating a little cherry tomato. And they are the most gorgeous little creatures, and I have so much fun with them. Hope you enjoy seeing those as much as I enjoy showing them to you. But they really are precious. There. I have one little squirrel that the veterinarian has told me that it probably has epilepsy. So it has to live in the house with me, and we give it medication in the whole 9 yards, just like it was a little puppy or something. And it sort of has free run of the house. But he just runs around and plays. Actually, it's a she. There. Maybe in one of the other shows in this series, I'll I'll bring some footage in and show you what she looks like too, because she's a cute little devil. There we are. And I'm just laying in just some indications here and there. Nice highlights on these trees. There. I think where light would strike here, and put the little bright ones in there and let that light zing through. Just let your imagination go. Use just the corner of the brush though. There. Maybe even down in here we can see a little bit. Just a little. Now then, let me get a little more color here, and let's go to this one on the other side and give him a little highlight or two. Just a little highlight or two. There. Okay, a little bit right in there. Okay. But see, you want to leave some dark areas in your tree so it's deep. Otherwise, there won't be any depth in the tree if you cover up all those nice dark areas. Save them. They're your good friend. They really will make your painting special. Okay, and down in here, maybe there's a little something going on there. A little bit more of that Indian yellow. And we can come right there. There we are. See that little bush? He lives there. You knew that. You knew that. Okay, another one. Just as many or as few little bushes as you want. If you don't have a lot of paint, you can actually see the trunk right through there. And to me, that's sort of neat. I like that. That's sort of special. There we go. See, and here's another one. But work in layers, doing the one that you think is farthest away and always working forward, forward, forward. Leaving that dark areas in between. Once again, that's what makes your painting special. Or get the least little touch of alizarin crimson. I want one that's got a little more pink. A little more pink. Right there. Little warm spot right down where the sun's shining through there. But in yours, you decide where you think all these little rascals should live and drop them in. And if you notice some of them here, I have done nothing to. I've left them dark. And that looks like ones that are back here in shadow. Sneaky. Let's take pure titanium white on a 2-inch brush. And we said this was a winter scene, so we need a little snow in it maybe. And maybe our snow starts right here. Take the brush, touch, and just let it go. Let it go wherever you want it to go. See there? Okay. And if it picks up some of this color, that's a plus. Don't get upset about it. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Let it happen. Let it happen. That's what makes it beautiful, because it looks like shadows in there. But applying snow with a 2-inch brush is one of the easiest things in this whole technique. One of the easiest, and it works so well. We'll put a little bush that hangs right out here on the snow, and see what happens. It makes it look like there's a plane behind there. And it creates that illusion of depth and distance in your painting again. So then we'll grab a little touch of that on the bottom, pull it across, and now you can see a little tiny highlight right there. Just enough to separate. That's what we're looking for. There. Okay. Now, let's get crazy. If you've painted with me before, you know I always like to do these wild, crazy things sometimes in the paintings. We'll take some blue, some crimson, same color. Just going to mix more of it. We'll have some dark sienna. I'm going to put some Van Dyke brown in there too. Shoot, let's darken it down a little bit. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Okay, let me grab another brush. Maybe we'll do some, I don't know. Let's have some fun. Let's do some trees I'll start with a fan brush, load a lot of color, and let's make some trunks with a fan brush, because it'll make nice sharp edges, and maybe some of these trunks will show through in this one. There. We'll have a little tree there. Maybe there's a big tree lives there. So all you're doing is just tapping. And I like to sort of tap downward so it makes these little fuzzy things on the side. To me, evergreens usually have little fuzzies on the side. they're not real straight. They got old rough bark on them. Okay, we don't have another one going off. What the heck? It's your world. You do whatever you want. There we are. Now then, let's take, I'm going to grab an oval brush. I like those. And the oval brush makes nice trees that the limbs sort of hang down like they're tired. And sometimes under the weight of snow or just old age, a tree gets tired and sort of hangs a little bit like me. This oval brush does that very well. Load a lot of color. And let's go right up in here. And we start by just taking just the side and touching and begin thinking about shape and form here. There we go. Shape and form. See, automatically though, this brush makes those nice hangy downs. There. Just old hangy down limbs. There they are. There they are. As I say, these are fun to make. In this series, I think I'm going to use this oval brush several times, show you some different things you can do with it. I like it. It's easy to distinguish. It has a black handle where other brushes have white handles. So, and that's the reason we've done that, so it's easy to tell. Let's do this one here. Here's one that lives way up here in the sky. Way up here. It goes right on off the canvas. What the heck? What the heck? We'll just let it live wherever it wants to. There. Got to give this old tree some arms. Reach out here and grab some sunlight. There we go. There's one right out there. There. Now, if you have trouble going over the snow, we're not having any trouble today, but sometimes you do. If you have a lot of snow back here and you have trouble making that paint stick, add a little bit of paint thinner to your brush and then go through the paint. It'll thin the paint and it'll allow it to stick right over that solid white, for example, if you wanted it to and we're having troubles. Don't do that unless you absolutely have to. We want to keep this paint as thick as we possibly can so we can put thinner colors over the top of it. I'm going to leave a little bit of the trunk showing right there. Maybe sort of naked there. Doesn't have any leaves on it. Bad year. Maybe when this tree was little, maybe a big old bear came by and stepped on it. Hurt him. Yeah. But he did okay. He's all right now. There. If you make up little stories like that, your paintings are much happier. And as you've heard us say over and over in this show, if painting does nothing else, it should make you happy. It should teach you to see nature through different eyes and make you appreciate some of God's creations. And I think painting does that for everybody who tries it. I'm going to take a little white, little tiny amount of the dark cyan, and I'm just going to touch, sort of give a little pull here. Maybe this old tree here, maybe it's dead. So we'll just see a little light singing through there. Just here and there, though. Don't want a whole lot of trunk showing. Just enough. There. Okay, now then. I have several oval brushes going, so let's take another one. I'm going to dip it into the liquid clear because I want to thin the color that's going on there. And we'll grab a little titanium white, a little bit of yellow, cad yellow, yellow ochre, and some of that red color. Same colors we've used before. A little Indian yellow too. Ooh, that's good. Let's get a little roll of paint right on the edge of that brush there. Push it, create that little roll. And let's come in here and let's make some trees that the light's just zinging through and it's having a good time out here. There they go. There they go. But that's just with a liquid clear in it. And the clear, all it does is thin the color a little. Don't get carried away and kill all the dark, though, as we said before. That dark is so important. It's your good friend. Now back in here, I'm going to add least little touch of the phthalo blue to it, just to cool it down. There. Just enough to cool it down a little. And it sort of gives it a greenish hue without really painting green, because we don't want green snow. It's the only thing worse than yellow snow. Don't want to make any snow cream out of that. Of course, I have a good friend here that told me he never noticed the difference. There. But he said he never could get any of his friends to eat any of his snow cream. Okay. A little more of the color. And we'll put a few little highlights on this tree. We don't want it left out, but just drop them in. This little oval brush, it almost happens automatically, and once you try it, you'll understand what I'm saying. It's sort of hard to explain, but because of the shape, it almost happens automatically. Darker, darker, darker down here toward the base. All right, let's take our brush that has the titanium white on it. I want to grab the bottom of this and pull it. I want to intentionally pick up a little of this dark color, because that's going to end up being my shadows in here. That's going to be my shadows. There. Okay. Now then maybe fan brush. We'll use the old fan brush. We'll just go in here and pop in a few little bushes and stuff that live right around the bottom of all of these. Just a few little things. And with a clean fan brush, has to be clean, you can grab that and pull it. It's also a super way to make little sand dunes and seascapes. Same identical way. You can create all kinds of little things. Okay, let's see. Let's go back here, take a little bit of our darker color. Not too dark though. Just come right along in here and just pop in a few little indication of a bush or two that lives down here. Then we go back to our lighter color. It's a little yellow, white, little crimson, yellow ochre, Indian yellow, all the little colors that we've been using. Same thing. Just pop in some highlights in all these little bushes. But that easy. The corner of the 2-inch brush, you can just do fantastic little things. Change the flavor a little bit here and there, so it don't all look just the same. Okay, back to our brush with the titanium white. We can grab this and pull it again. And each time you do this, it creates another plane or another level in your painting. It really makes it special. Tell you what, you know me. I like them big trees, so let's do one. Let's go into Van Dyke Brown and dark sienna. Just mix them on the brush. Yeah, I think we ought to do it right there. Just drop one in. Just brown. Maybe we'll give him an arm. Make it a big old tree. And it sits out here and it just watches this beautiful little scene all by itself. Take a little of the paint thinner on the liner brush. You can come back in here and put the indication of some little limbs and sticks and twigs and all those things that live on there. Just like so. Shoot, I think with that, we about have a finished painting. I think I'll put one more little limb there. We'll call this one done. Hope you've enjoyed this painting. It's very easy and bring a lot of good things to your heart. From all of us here, happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Welcome back. I'm certainly glad you could join us today. Thought today we'd just do a beautiful little mountain scene that, like, maybe we're way up high in the mountains and looking out over some beautiful landscapes. So I tell you what, let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. And while they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done up here. I have a basic idea of what I want to do, so I've covered this area with black gesso and allowed that to dry completely. On top of the black gesso, I've put a very, very thin coat of liquid clear all the way over the black part here. And then I've put this transparent color. Today I'm using Prussian blue and midnight black, and I've just put a thin coat of that color over the entire black area. And this we've just covered up with a little liquid white like we normally do. So it's all wet and it's ready to go. So let's just have some fun today. I'm going to start out with a little bit of midnight black and Prussian blue, same color we have in the black area, on the 2-inch brush. And let's just drop in a quick little sky up here. And we'll just use the little crisscross strokes and just very quickly just lay in a happy little sky area, just making little X's there. That's all there is to it. And we'll bring that right on down to the black area nearly. But it's mixing with the liquid white, and automatically it gets lighter and lighter in value as we work downward. And down here, we'll have it just about disappear. All right. Okay, now then, we just blend that a little bit. I don't want to blend it too much because I want to have little spots of color in there, so there's something happening in the sky. It's just not flat and dead. Okay, now very lightly we'll just go across, and that'll remove the brush strokes. Okay, let me wash the old brush. And as you know, we wash our brushes with odorless paint thinner. There we go. And just beat the devil out of it. Let's make some little clouds in our sky today. I'm going to show you the simplest way of making some little clouds. We'll take the fan brush with a little titanium white on it. Just load a little color into both sides of the bristles. We'll go up here, and this is where you take out all your frustrations. Just hit the canvas and let that brush spin and just move on there. Think about where you want some little actions happening. But just keep it moving. Don't stay in one place or you'll just have big cotton balls up here. Just let it sort of move and dance and play wherever. Just sort of think about where you want a little cloud to float around in the sky. But keep the brush moving and twisting all the time. There. Now then, with a brush that's very clean and very dry, and it's most important that it be dry, very gently, just tickle it a little bit. There, just sort of blend it together a little. And you can blend this as much as you desire. If you blend it enough, in fact, it'll just become part of the background and go away totally. So you have to make a decision. Stand back and take a look-see once in a while and decide if it's blended as much as you want it, or you'd like to have a little more. It's totally and completely up to you. There, now very lightly. We'll just sort of blend that a little. Okay, isn't that easy? We have a very nice little sky. Okay, shoot, let's get crazy today. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take some black, let's use a little phthalo blue, what the heck, the alizarin crimson, because the two of those together will make a nice lavender type color, and the black will assure that it stays dark. Pull it out as flat as we can get it, cut across, get our little roll of paint, as usual, right on the edge of the knife. Now come right up in here. We have to make some big decisions today. Maybe we're going to have a huge mountain that lives there. Now you can see it. Right up in here. A little more color. And you just sort of make a decision where you think this old mountain's going to live in your world. Wherever. Man, this is really going to be some kind of mountain here. Now, you have to be careful with mountains. Some son of a guns will grow on you. Maybe there's another little bump right there and it comes down. I don't know, wherever. There's one. Just sort of make a decision. Decide where you think it should be. Now you could even take a little white with a little touch of that same color, and maybe back in here we can have the indication of a little mountain that lives far away. And I put a little white with it, so it'll really look like it's far back in the distance. Probably should have done that before I did the big one. It would have been easier, but I didn't, so we'll live with that. Take our brush. Well, let's do the little mountain back here. Just pull that down. Like so. Little titanium white, and I don't want much back here. Just the indication of a little highlight on this mountain that lives far away. Just a little. Something like so. A little white, a little touch of the phthalo blue. Make us a nice little shadowy color. Just put the indication of a few little shadows in there. Once again, we don't want a lot in here or we'll lose that illusion of distance for that particular little mountain if it's far away. Now, this one here lives right here in the foreground. There he is. Big, strong mountain. I'm going to scrape off all the excess paint here. Just really get in there, scrape it. You're not going to hurt that canvas. It's tough. And with our 2-inch brush, grab it, bend the bristles, make it really get strong with it, make them bend. And you can pull that paint. Because the canvas is wet, you can move color on it. If this was a dry canvas, you'd be in agony city right about now trying to move color. But since it has the liquid white on it, you can do this, and it happens very easily. There we go. Now then, back to our titanium white, and we pull it out as flat as we can get it. Really get in there and put some pressure on it. Cut across and get our little roll of paint. And now we have to make big decisions. Where does all these little things live in here? There's a little peak, maybe right there. No pressure, no pressure, no pressure. Just let that float across there. You have to decide which peaks are in the foreground and which ones are in the background. You have unlimited power. You can do this. There. Okay. Maybe way up in here. Maybe there's a big old peak here. These look like the Tetons. The Grand Tetons. Beautiful range of mountains. Still trying to figure out what Teton means. There. Maybe right in there. See? Let it go. Just let your imagination go. You can create all kinds of beautiful effects. Just that easy. Let's go back to our little bit of phthalo blue and white. Wipe the old knife off. Cut us off a little bit of paint. Now then, let's come right along in here, touch, and just let this follow right along like so. There we go. And maybe, zoom, just sort of comes right along in there. Just let your imagination take you wherever you want to be here. Sometimes you can just take the knife and just let the paint break this way. There. A little bit right up in that little crevasse there. All these little places have to have shadows in them too. Shoot, here's one. Maybe it comes right down here. It's a big crack in the mountain there. Let's take the little knife. I like this little knife. And let's get in here and just play. Maybe there's a little valley right in there. Just a little place right in there where all the little creatures go to hide. Like that. Okay, and then we can take and just bring this right up. There it is. Wherever. Once again, you're only limited here by your imagination. There. And maybe a little bit of shadow right in there. Wherever. Okay, now then, with a clean, dry 2-inch brush, I want to create some mist at the base of this. Just tap, always following those angles that you put in there, and lift gently, gently upward. Just lift it upward. There we go. And over here, grab that and let it sort of blend outward so it looks very soft. See there? Very gentle, peaceful. There. Okay, now. And sometimes it's fun. I tell you what, let's just do it. What the heck? Watch right here. Maybe right in here there lives another little peak right there. See, all you got to do is take a little white and drop that little rascal in. I don't know where it goes. Maybe wherever you want it. Wherever you want it. I know when I was young, I always wanted this much power to be able to move mountains. There. And on this canvas, I have that now. And you can too. There. Don't have any power anywhere else, but here, I can do anything I want. Little shadows right in here, like so. There. Wherever there's a little peak, you have to have a little shadow to make it look right. We take our clean, dry brush, and once again, we want to create that illusion of mist. And we do that just by tapping the base of it here, and then lifting upward. That blends it all together and takes out the little tap marks. There. Okay. Okay, we just blend that to any degree of softness that you want. You can even tap it a little down here if you're real careful, and create the illusion of little clouds and mist that are floating all down toward the base of this. Just using the top corner of the brush. Okay, good. Let's take, we'll use that same color. What the heck, I'm going to put a little white with it. Same color, a little bit of white with it. Maybe I'll add the least little touch of sap green to it. We're getting close enough into the foreground here that we can begin seeing some color. A little bit of green. Wipe the old knife. Let me grab a fan brush here. There's one. Load it full of color, and maybe right in here, there's just a few little trees that live right in there. Right in there, wherever you want them. And as many as you want. Just drop them in. There. Okay. Just sort of tapping downward with a fan brush. There's one. Maybe this one's a little bigger and you can see a few limbs on him. Most of them are going to be too far away, but maybe here and there we can see the limbs on a few. Just a few. There we go. Okay. There's another one that we can make out a little detail on. Maybe on this side over here there's even one. All right. I'm going to take a 2-inch brush and just tap the base of it here. I want to create more mist at the bottom of these. In each layer, I like to have a little mist at the bottom of the layer, and that acts as your separator. And you can do that very simply by just tapping. Just tapping a little. And each one of these layers create another plane in your painting, and the more planes that you have, the more depth that you'll see in your painting. And to me, that's what really makes a painting spectacular, is when you can see layer after layer after layer of depth in it. Let's mix up. Take some black, Prussian blue, a little Van Dyke brown, alizarin crimson, and sap green. We've got just about everything that's dark here. Okay, let me wipe the old knife off. And we'll use the old fan brush again. Load it full of color. Full of color. Now then, I think I want some big rock formations, as we mentioned earlier here. So back in here, maybe there's some little evergreens that have grown way up in here. Let's just start putting in some basic little shapes that live way back in there. Just a few. There, we give him a little friend. We don't want him sitting way up here by himself. Shoot, he gets scared. There, maybe. There's some in here. Now, one thing that we did here, if you remember, we did this black gesso thing here, and I just sort of painted the indication of a few little trees in there. Now the paint is transparent enough that they will continue to show through, and it'll look like a lot of trees in the background that are shadows. So don't cover up each one of those when you do yours. Leave them in there. People will think you worked like a devil to put them in there. And you didn't do anything. But shh, that's our secret. That's our secret. There we go. Maybe this one's got a little yaha in him, a little crook in him. But see, you can see this one back in here. That was done with the black gesso, and it almost looks like a little tree that's laying back here in the mist. It's a sneaky way of doing them. Okay, just here and there, wherever you think these little rascals should live. Okay, now then, maybe down here we have a few more. Touch, use the corner of the brush, work back and forth. I think I've mentioned in some other series, if you've painted with me before, that a lady in class one time said these were Z trees, like Zorro, Z trees. So maybe that's a good analogy, just sort of working back and forth, making little Z's. Sometimes when you're painting over, like this white back here, there's a lot of white paint here. Sometimes when you're painting over that much paint in the background, your brush will begin picking that up. If that happens, add the least, and I'll say that again, the least little amount of paint thinner to your paint, to your brush, and go through the paint. And it'll make it a little thinner. And as we know, a thin paint, maybe right there, thin paint will stick to a thick paint. And you just put as many or as few of these little devils in here as you want. Okay, we'll take another fan brush here. We'll take a little of that same color, then go into a little bit of cad yellow, a little yellow ochre. Shoot, we'll grab a little Indian yellow too. Just mix them together on the brush. Want it darker, so we pick up a little more of that mountain tree color. A little bit more. Oh, that's good, that's good. Let's go right up here. Now then, we can come right in here, and let's begin putting in a few highlights on these evergreens back here. Don't overdo. Don't overdo. It gets good. Feels good. And sometimes you forget to stop. Then it's all over. Because if you kill all this dark area in here, then your tree's going to look flat, and we want it to have shape and dimension and form. So don't overdo. And I know that's a tendency. I do it myself continually. There. Leave them quite dark. Shoot, maybe let's go up here on this big rock we're going to have. Maybe there's even a little color. I don't want a lot up here, but a little that you can see here and there on these big stones. I don't want much up here. In my mind, the stone's a little bit further back, so I don't want a lot there. Now then, we'll take some Van Dyke brown, little dark sienna. We'll just do it on the fan brush here. And maybe we have our stone lives right here. And all I'm doing is just putting in some very basic little shapes. Very basic little shape. Maybe there's a big projection right there. We're just going to fill that in with a lot of dark color. Shoot, maybe them old rocks project out, down. There. Got to make them little noises to get them rocks just right. We'll take the small knife, or the big one, whichever one you prefer. A little dark sienna, a little white, a little blue in part of it. See, there's 2 or 3 different colors going on here now. So they're just not all the same. Just in one pile, though, you can have several things happening. And that way, you can get a multitude of things on your knife in one loading. See, just cut across and get a little roll. We'll go up here, and maybe there's a little light playing right through there, and sort of sing. See, you can sort of bend that over, so that rock just sort of hangs over there. And there it comes. Maybe there's a, we're all the way over. Barely touching the canvas. There. And in the shadow part of it, there's very little color. Very little color. Only out here where you think light would strike. I want to keep it quite dark so it does not lose its effectiveness. Just begin thinking about rocks and stones and how they would set in here. You can actually just about sculpt them as you're doing these things with a knife. Shoot, look at here. Maybe this big old rock comes down. There we go. See, once again, got to make those little noises. Something like so. Now then, we'll take a clean and very dry, large brush. And this is 2 hairs and some air. Just barely touch it and begin pulling that paint a little bit, just a little. There, see? Barely touching. But you have to follow those angles in there. You have to follow those angles or it just doesn't work out right. But this is one of the easiest, nicest ways of making large, effective stones that people will really think you work for long periods of time. And at home, you can set and add and blend and add and blend until you get it exactly the way you want it. But with this large brush here, it is the most gentle touch, just that gentle, like a whisper floating over there. And we can tap that brush into the least little touch of titanium white, least little touch, just the corner, top corner, and we can create the illusion of mist right there. Least little bit of titanium white though. It's like making a little cloud down at the bottom. Now then, let's go back, get some Van Dyke brown. Let's come right in here. Maybe there's another little stone. Lives right there. Right there. Comes right along. Something like that. Something like that. And comes right on, wherever we want them. And here and there, there's going to be a little, maybe we'll have this just hang over. All we're doing is putting in Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna here. We don't need much because we have all this nice dark color down here. Okay, we'll take a little bit of our brown and white. Barely touch, barely touch. Just here and there. See, let that just, there we go. Just barely grazing the canvas though. Barely grazing the canvas. Now then, let's go into a little bit of the cat yellow, Indian yellow, yellow ochre, here and there the least little touch of bright red. And load up an old 2-inch brush and begin thinking about little grassy things that live all up in here. See them? See them? There they are. Just all kinds of little doers. And maybe, I think, let's have a little path that lives right in there. And you can do that just by going back and forth with the fan brush. Little place where you can step out here and see what's going on. Okay, and right up in here, just some more little bushes that live here. And we're going to have some of them that come right over the edge, and just sort of fall. Little sap green added to that once in a while. See them? Put all these little things in here. And you can put as many or as few as you want. There they come. Just like so. Wherever. And we have a huge ledge up here now. Shoot, I tell you what, listen. You know me. You know me. I got a minute or two left here, so let's get crazy. I'm going to take some of the liquid white and go right through titanium white just to thin it down a little bit. In fact, tell you what, I'm going to dip into the liquid clear. That'll make it shine when it's dry. Take a little liquid clear. Maybe in our world, water comes bloop, right over like that. Look at there. See it? But it's important you get that angle right. Add the least little touch of phthalo blue in there. Maybe the water changes direction right here and goes. Look at that. Got to make those little noises. Just falls right over. That easy. That easy. Now then, a little bit of the Van Dyke brown. We have to have something here to hold this one in. So we'll use a little brown and we'll put a little happy stone that lives right there. There we go. Okay, a little bit of our highlight color. Just let it touch and bounce. There we are. Just to sort of form the stones and give the indication that there's some nice stones living down there. With our clean brush, it's very dry. Gently, graze it. Just graze it. Maybe there's a happy little bush that lives right there. That easy though, you can drop it in. We'll take our fan brush. It's got the liquid clear on it and the titanium white. Same as the 1-inch brush head. We'll put a little splash right there. Waterfall hits right there and just sort of plays around. Boom. All kinds of little splashers happen out here. There. See that? There they go though. Just boom, wherever you think they would fall and splash and hit. Tell you what. Now then, let's take a little touch of the liquid white. I'm going to put a little touch of dark sienna into that. And with a liner brush, I want to show you a neat way of making some trees while we have time. Little paint thinner, little Van Dyke brown. Load the brush full of brown first, both sides. Then we'll take and pull one side right through a little bit of that highlight color. And maybe in our world, there's an old dead tree that lives right there. And give him another one that lives right there. And maybe a little baby one, too. We don't want him left out. And we'll have just a couple of old branches hanging off of him, here and there. Shoot, I think with that we about have a finished painting. I think we'll call that one done. It's quite a challenge. Let me hear from you if you do this one. Until then, happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today because it's a fantastic day here, and I hope it is wherever you're at. I tell you what, let's get right to it today and have run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. And they'll come across, as usual, in the same order as I have them on the palette, starting with the titanium white and working around. But you load your palette however makes you happy. All right, let's see what we have up here today. Today I've got my standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas, but any size will work. We just use that size for the television cameras. And I've covered this whole area with black gesso, as you can see, and allowed that to dry completely. On top of that, then I've taken a thin coat of liquid clear, covered the entire canvas, and then we've taken phthalo blue and alizarin crimson and mixed it together and just made a little lavender color here, and a little bit just right over the top of that liquid clear. I use the clear because you can put a very small amount of paint in on top of the canvas. If you didn't have it there, it would take a lot of paint, and when you hit it with white, it's too much color. We just wanted a little bit today. I like these paintings because they work so easy and so well, and I like to do this backlighting. So let's start off and just have some fun. We'll start with the old 2-inch brush. Take a little of the titanium white and just put a little on both sides of the bristles. That's all we're looking for, something like that. Now we can go up in here, and in my world, I think I'll have the light right behind this tree so that it comes out of both sides. So we'll start right here, and it doesn't matter if you get a little bit on this tree because we're going to come back and put some color back on top of it. Make little X's, and then just start blending outward. And automatically it's going to pick up that beautiful color that's on the canvas, and you'll get this glow. It's one of the neatest, nicest effects that you've ever seen. And if you're painting for people that are just going to watch you, put the color on the black first. Get a little more white when I'm talking. And don't let them see you put all this color on. And all they see is you take a little white paint and start doing this. And it's like magic happens. It will excite your friends or family, or whoever's watching you do this. Will really excite them when they see all this happen. But that easy. You can make that beautiful backlighting. Just something like so. And you could do this as many times as you want to achieve a desired lightness or brightness. It's up to you. Just sort of stand back and take a look-see and decide if it's what you want. You can always add a little more. There we go. Something like that. Now, very gently we just go across, and that takes out all of our little brush strokes, brings it all together. But look at that glow happening behind the tree already. Isn't that fantastic? This black gesso is one of the neatest things that we've ever come up with. I invented this several years back, and don't know why it hadn't been done many times before. I'm gonna put a little bit of glow right here. There. So now we'll have a little glow coming out of the top there too. Just decided that'd be a good place to have some. All right. Okay, now then, we'll just take that same old brush. This is the color I put on the canvas. It's just alizarin crimson and phthalo blue. And I'm going to tap the brush right into a little bit of that. Just want a little paint right on the end. And let's go up in here and begin making some little trees and bushes and all kinds of little things that live way back here in the distance. We don't want a very dark color at this point. It's too bright, too much light hitting things. Just the corner of the brush, just tapping. There. And just sort of put in some very basic little shapes. Very basic little thing. Let's go on the other side over here and give him a couple over here. There he is. Don't want this side left out. It'll get upset. We want everybody to be happy in our world. So we'll give him some little trees over here on this side. There they are. But once again, all we're looking for here is very basic little shapes. We're not looking for a lot of detail yet. We'll work on that later. Right now we're just putting in some little background shrubbery and trees. This is one of those scenes like you're walking deep in the woods and you come upon places like this when you're in the woods or the light shining through, and they're gorgeous. They're absolutely beautiful. Take a little paint thinner, liner brush. We'll make some very thin color here, almost like ink. Turn the brush, brings it to a nice sharp point. Okay. Now then let's go up in here, and maybe right in here lives a little tree trunk. Little tree trunk, there he is. Put a few little arms on him. There. And wherever you think they should be. But very light, very light. Don't overdo. There, just a few little things. You decide where they should be. And how many. Strictly up to you. Strictly up to you. Let's put a few over here on the other side. Just a few over here on the other side. We don't want it left out again. There it is. There it is. Okay. Maybe there's one right there. We don't know. Don't know that we really care. Just wherever they should be. There. As we've mentioned before, that's what's so fantastic about this technique of painting. It allows you to actually compose your painting as you're doing it. As you're doing it. That way, you look at each painting and you see different things in it. And we try not to teach you just to copy. We really want to teach you how to do a technique and then turn you loose on the world. There. We'll go back into, we'll take a little more of that titanium white. Reach up here and get a touch of alizarin crimson. Just a touch, and the least little touch of blue. Not much yet. Not much. I want it to the pink side. Tap a little color right on that brush, so you give it a little push. That's what puts a little ridge of paint right on the edge of the bristles. And we can go up here, and let's just begin highlighting some of this. Back here, in my mind, this would be very bright because a lot of sunlight striking this. A lot of sunlight. Don't want a great deal of detail back here either. If you put too much detail, it'll ruin that illusion of distance. Here's a nice little bush. There he is. Little rascal lives right there. A little more color. Very nice, very soft and gentle. There we go. All right. Maybe right there's another one. You make the decision where you think they should live. And wherever you think they should live, that's exactly where they should live. There. Okay, maybe I want to add a little bit more blue to my color. Not much, but just a little. And begin toning it down as it works back here. A little cooler. The blue will make it look like it's a little more in the shadow. A little more in the shadow. There they are. See all those little doers? They live right there in your brush. And it's just the corner. That's what makes all those little shapes. Just the corner. There. But think about little individual branches and little individual shapes inside of each bush. Take a little bit more color, maybe down in here there lives. Yep, there's another one. But begin working in layers. These layers will create the illusion of depth in your painting, distance. That's what we're looking for. All right, let's go on the other side. Let's go over here on the other side. Back to our, we'll use a little alizarin crimson and white. Make us a nice pinky color. And then, with that, same thing as we done on the other side. There, this would be a good place for my little squirrel to live. You know, speaking of my little squirrel, we showed him in a series or two back, and he was just a little tiny baby. I want you to look at him now. This rascal, when I showed him to you the first time, he looked like a little drowned rat. But look how big he's gotten. And he is the most fun. And he lives in my house. Believe it or not, the little devil sort of runs around loose about half the time. And Annette and I we just sort of let him run around when she's there with me, writing the books and etc. We just let this little rascal run around, and she even lets it run on her computer sometime. Of course, we've had some little accidents on her computer too. We won't talk about those. There. But it's all fun. I hope you enjoy seeing those little critters. Take a little bright red and put in there too. Not much, very strong. These little animals are a very important part of my life. They're just about my best friends. There we go. Tell you what, let's go back up here. We'll start here. You have to sort of decide where to go. I'm putting a little more of the blue in, and we'll start dropping this back so it gets darker and darker. There. Okay, maybe right in there. Wherever you want them. It's up to you. But just think about all the little individual shapes and pop them in. Just pop them in there. Tell you what, let's do. Let's take another brush. I have several of them going. And let's begin working forward. And as we come forward, each layer should get a little darker in value. A little bit darker as it comes forward, forward, forward. And that way it'll, once again, create that illusion of depth and distance in your painting. So let's go right on back here to the same lavender color that we used to cover the back. It's just alizarin crimson, a little phthalo blue. And let's just go right in here and drop in some very basic little shapes. Very basic, just to give the indication of some big limbs that are hanging out here. We have the black gesso back in here, so we don't have to do much back here. It's just where we want them to protrude over. That's about all we have to worry about. Okay, maybe there's a nice little bush that lives right there. I don't know. Don't know that it really matters. Wherever you want them. Let's put one on the other side too. Once again, we don't want that side left out. Let me grab a little more paint. Crimson, a little bit of blue. We can just mix them on the brush. Doesn't matter. There we go. See, there's another little tree. Just hangs right out over here. Has a good time. There. Yeah, my little squirrel would have a ball in here though. He could run and hide. He'd get in more trouble. Of course, that little devil gets in more trouble now than you can believe. There. Okay, we'll use the old liner brush. Take a little dark sienna and put in there. Ooh, that's nice. I want this color to be very thin though. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, maybe there's a little trunk that lives right in there. Hope it shows up well enough. Maybe I'll add a little white to that just to brighten it so you can see it a little bit better. Yeah, that's better. Now you can see it much better. Much better. Maybe, yeah, you know me. I think everybody has to have a friend. Put another one in there. Just put a few little arms on him. Just a few. There they are. There. Okay, maybe there's one. Some little bumps and sticks and twigs. These little things make your painting interesting. Even though we're going to put leaves on here and cover up a lot of them, a few of them will show through. And they really do help make your painting more interesting. Well, we got that color going, shoot. Just take a little of the lavender that we had back here. Put a few little sticks and stuff in there. Okay, there's one. Don't want a lot, just a few. Okay, maybe a couple showing over here on this side too. Not many. Not many. Now, as we're moving back, we begin to see more color. When light is this intense and strong, it almost washes color out. But as we move back from it, hopefully it'll get a little bit darker and we can begin to see color. So I'm going to take we'll put a little sap green and a little bit of yellow ochre here. I want to begin getting a little greenish flavor. I'm right into that little lavender that I had on the palette, but a light green color. Okay, now then, oh, that's nice. That's nice. Now we begin making out a little bit of color here. There it comes. Think about shape and form again. I know you get tired of hearing that, but it's most important. Anybody can just hit it random. But the thing that makes your painting special is that you pay attention to these little details. And if you just get in the habit of doing it, it comes natural. It comes natural. But just practice a little bit when you first start, then it gets easy. Then you really do experience the joy. There we go. Maybe something like that. I'll add a little bit more yellow, cad yellow. Right there, make that one a little brighter. I'm going to add a little Indian yellow to that. Boy, that'll make it really sparkle. Because in my mind, the light's going to zing right through there and really make those little bushes sing in the sun. Seems like there used to be a song about that years ago. Now I'm dating myself. I better hush. There we are. Sure was a pretty song, though. Okay. All kinds of little doers. And maybe back in here, who knows, maybe right back in here. I'll tell you what, I'll get a little more color here. Maybe, there we are. Maybe there's a little land living right in here. Some nice, soft little grassy area. Just one in places you take your shoes off and let your feet run naked through there. That's nice. Feels good on your bottom of your foots. That's a very nice little yellow ochre and Indian yellow, cad yellow. Maybe even a little touch of the bright red here. Oh, look at there. See? Look. I've painted 20,000, 30,000 paintings probably, at least. And I still get excited when I see this work. It is so fantastic. Because for so many years I agonized over paintings. Just agonized over them. They weren't fun. They really were not fun. This is fun. There. Maybe there's a happy little bush. He lives right there. Just a little cute little devil. There we go. I'm going to make that a little darker back in there, right around that area. There, see? Isn't that super? Nice grassy area. Let's go on the other side. Don't want to leave this side out. And this old tree right here, there it comes, see it? Comes some nice leaves that are hanging right over. And once in a while, maybe in your mind, maybe the sun really zings through. You can put a little white with your green. Not much. A little bit of the white, titanium white. See there, and sparkle it like your sun striking right across the top of those nice leaves there. See there? But don't overdo this. If you overdo it, it'll lose its effectiveness. And be stingy with this. There. And it gets darker and darker as it moves back out of the light. Just add more of the sap green or put a little black with it. Because black and yellow make a beautiful greenish color. Okay, maybe a little yellow ochre. Put another little bush that lives there. Put a little bright red with that. I like that bright red. Ooh, look at that. Isn't that a firecracker? Beautiful little bush. That's where my little squirrel would go. He's attracted to bright colors. He'd go right there. Right there. I know that little devil. We'll take a little bit more of the green. Maybe over here on this side, we'll have a little land area. Some little soft, I don't want that left out. Some little soft areas that, see them? There they come. Just sort of let them flow. Think about the lay of the land, though. It's most important. Just keep in mind the way the land flows. That's what we mean when we say lay of the land. There. Okay. Just by changing the angle of the brush, you can change the direction that the land flows. There. Little highlights here and there. Make them sparkle. Make them sparkle. Shoot, I tell you what, I think it's time we worked on this big old tree. I've been saving it because it's the fun part of this whole painting. Let's go up here into, we'll use some Van Dyke brown, some dark sienna, just together here. Maybe even grab a little black to darken it up. There, good. Okay, let's go up in here. Now then, we can just sort of follow our little outline we put in here with a black gesso. But I want the edge of this tree here to be bumpy. Guess that's a good word. Gnarly. I want it to have some things happening, and I just don't want a old straight tree standing there. This old tree is about to fall over. It'll make a big crash out there in the forest. There. Got a little arm there. There we go. Just give that little tree some arms. There we are. One over here, wherever you want them. Totally and completely up to you. Painting is as individual as people are. So you paint the kind of world that you see. And that's the kind that's right. Maybe there's an old bump, big root there. Now then, to highlight that, because I want this to stay quite dark, it's the contrast that keeps that tree and that light looking so good. It's that dark contrast against the light area. So I don't want to kill this beautiful darkness. I'm going to take just a little white and just sort of let it bounce right along the edges. Make it look like rough old bark in there. Just let it bounce. Don't overdo. Once again, if you lose all that nice darkness, your tree's going to just sort of flow into the background. And what makes it so beautiful is the fact that it sort of stands out here all by itself. Well, I got that brush going. Look here, look here, look here. I'm sorry I get excited. Watch, right here. See it? Take a little of the white and brown and just start going like so. Look at that. And we can make a happy little path maybe right down by this big old tree. Maybe it just comes right on down in there somewhere. Shoot, I'll tell you what, let me grab another fan brush. I know what. As you paint, you see things, and as you see them, don't fight them, let them happen. Natural things seem to happen in paintings. A lot of times people say, how in the world do you keep developing all these paintings? Because there's nearly 270 shows when we get finished here. A lot of times I just take a canvas and start painting on it and sort of step back and look at it and stare at it. And I know that sounds sort of silly, but by staring at it, you can find all kinds of things. I'm just going to bring that old tree right down into a little bit of grass right down here at the path. Shoot, maybe right here, maybe there's a little more right in there. Wherever you think there should be some little grass. But this is how you can help form the indication of big old gnarly roots and stuff that's growing out of the bottom of this tree. Putting little patches of grass. Oh, I see something. We got a minute left here. I'm going to get crazy. Take a little liquid white, mix it with a titanium white. Don't go away, I'll be right back. I'm going to reach up here and get at least a little touch of phthalo blue. Okay, let's go back up here. You know me. Watch right here what happens. Maybe in our world, yep, watch that. Little waterfall. Lives right along in there. Here it comes. Bloop. Oh, it fell over again. Maybe there's a happy little stone right there. Look at that, look at that. See it, see it? Isn't that exciting that that happens like that? And you can do this. There are no secrets here that we don't give you. Look at that. And you never know. Look at there. There's another little place that fell over. But see how easy you can make all these little things? And it's picking up that color that's underneath, and these things just happen for you. All these beautiful colors. Let's have some fun. I'm going to take just liquid white. I'll reach up here and get some dark sienna. Just mix it in here. We're making a very, very thin paint. Very thin. Okay, let me wipe the knife. Okay, now I'm going to take, we'll use the old filbert brush. I'm going to go right through the Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna, just mix them together. Then I'm going to go through one side. We're going to go right through that light color. So you got light on one side, dark on the other. Now watch, watch. You need something to contain this waterfall. There, look here, look here. Here, we're just going to put all kinds of little stones and rocks. That quick, that quick. And you put as many or as few as you want all along the edge here. In a single stroke, though, you could make both the dark and the light side of the rocks. Let's do some on the other side now. Right there. Look at all them little rascals. And they live out here in the water a little bit too. Wherever you want them. Maybe there's one right there. Some up here. All over the place. There we go. But see, now we have something to sort of hold that water in so it doesn't get away and run out of the painting. Because it will. It'll run all over the painting, get your floor wet. Let's take a little black, a little sap green, mix it together on this big brush. Shoot, we got to do something up here in this old big tree. Let's put some nice limbs that hang over on this tree. There. See, there he comes. Hangs right over the top of these. Beautiful old tree. Just using some black and sap green. Now, we use the same old brush. I want a dark green color though, a little bit on the bristles. And we can go up in here and begin picking out some little individuals. But I want this to stay very dark, very dark. Don't want it to get too light. This is the grandpa tree up here. There. There he is. Okay, a little bit right in there. Okay. But think about form and shape even in this big old tree. Don't just hit it random. I know sometimes it looks like we're just throwing this up here. But try to make it look like there's things hanging all around and really bring it all together. A few little things right there. Shoot, we about to have a finished painting. What do you think? I think we're going to call that one done. Hope you enjoyed it. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. Thought today we'd just have a good time and have a happy little painting up here. So let's start out and run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done up here. Today I've got a piece of adhesive back paper stuck up here, just contact paper or something that you buy at the local hardware store or supermarket. And I've cut a little oval in it and just stuck it on there. Then we've taken a little black gesso and I've painted a little design. I know I want a lot of dark in here and I want a big bush or tree or something there. Other than that, we don't really care. We let the black gesso dry completely. Then we put a thin coat of liquid clear over all the black. Then I've covered that with just a little bit of sap green and Van Dyke brown. I put the Van Dyke brown just to dull it down a little. And with that, we'll have a good time. See what happens. Now, you don't allow the liquid clear and the transparent color to dry before you start. It's still wet. The black gesso is dry, but the transparent color is not. Let's start with a little bit of Indian yellow today. Just a small amount on the 2-inch brush. Let's go right up in here. Maybe we'll have just a little glow coming right out of here. Very little color is needed because it'll mix with a liquid white that's on this part. I don't know if I mentioned that or not, but it's liquid white up there. And we'll have just a very nice little color right there. Okay, now then, we won't even wash the brush. I'm going to go right into a small amount of bright red. Just a small amount. It takes very little. It's extremely strong. And we'll go up in here, right above the Indian yellow, and we'll just put in a little touch of yellow and red mixture right there. Since I didn't clean the brush, we have both yellow and red in the brush now. And it's going to make a nice orangey color. And that's just what I'm looking for. There we go. Okay, and we'll just keep right on going here. We'll take, let's just go into a little touch of the phthalo blue now. We started with yellow, and then we have some red in between. Now we're going into a little touch of the phthalo blue. If we try to put the blue right against the yellow, everywhere it touched, of course, we'd have bright green. So be careful unless you're looking for a nice green sky. There. Let me wash the old brush. That's the fun part of this whole technique. Shake off the excess. And just cover everything in the studio. Good. All right. Now with a clean dry brush, I want to go back in here and just blend all this together. Something about like that. There we are. Now then. By using this black gesso, you can see some of these little designs here come through, and we're going to use those to our advantage. So when you're putting this on, I use a little sponge or a foam brush or something. Let all these little patterns happen because they become your good friend. They're going to create the illusion of all kinds of little things back in there. Watch what happens here. If we take a little bit, we'll use a little bit of sap green and a little touch of the Van Dyke brown, same colors we have in the background, but I don't want much paint, very little. And we can go back, and we just take the corner of this old brush, and we can begin dropping in some basic little shapes here and there. Don't need a lot. And some of these that we did with the black gesso, I want to leave alone. I want them to show. Don't want to touch them. Don't want to touch them yet. There. Okay, now then. Tell you what, let's use the little oval brush today. And we'll go into a little touch of the yellow, grab a little sap green. Sap green and yellow, a little yellow ochre, maybe even a little black, dull it down some. There we go. A little Indian yellow. Just touch, give it a little push. We can go up in here, and we can come in here, just using the top corner of that brush, and put in the indication of all kinds of little leaves and stuff on all these little background trees. There. But that oval brush will just make gorgeous, gorgeous things back in there very easily. We want these to be just about the color of the sky, so they sort of just blend right in there. Okay, maybe over in here too, some little bushes. But isn't that fantastic how well that little brush works? And it's easy to notice this when it has a black handle. And I say that over and over because people sort of get confused when they go to pick up a brush. That's the reason we made this one with a black handle, so it'd be easy to tell. There. And that's basically all we need back here. Let's have some fun today. Tell you what, let's do. So we just painted in some streaks there with the black gesso. I'm going to go right up in here and grab a little of the, we'll use some midnight black. Maybe add a little of the dark sienna to it. Just sort of work them back and forth like that. A lot of color on the brush. And maybe in our world, maybe we'll have an old tree that lives right there. Just like so. And all you have to do is pull straight down. Straight down. And you can create the trunk. And here's one that looks like it's broke off. There. Now, let's take a little titanium white. Little touch of the dark sienna. Mix them together here. I'm going to put a little black in there too. I want to gray that down some. So we have white, little dark sienna, and black. Cut off our little tiny roll of paint there. Very little. And let's go up in here, and we'll just have to make a determination. Where's the light coming from? I think it's coming from the right. So we'll put a little highlight color over here. Right there. Just let it work down, 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 down. A little bit there. And once again, just let it sort of work down. And even on this little trunk here that's been broke off, a little touch right in there too. All right. And we get our liner brush. To that, we'll add paint thinner, and go into the Van Dyke brown. Get the paint very, very thin though, very thin. Okay, let's go right up in here. Let's put some limbs on these little trees here. There it is. See that? But if you have trouble making this paint flow, add a little of the paint thinner to it. It's all you need. You can create the illusion of all kinds of little limbs and sticks and twigs that just protrude out here from this little tree. Maybe this is an evergreen tree of some kind. There. but let your hand be a little nervous. Sometimes I get letters from people and they say that they can't paint because they have a little nervous twitch. In this case, you're ahead of the rest of us. Use it to your advantage. There. Okay, maybe there's even one hanging off there. I don't know. Wherever. Now then. Let's tell you what, we'll use number 3 fan brush. I like it. I'm going to go right into a little bit of the black. Little black. Let's go right up in here and just push upward. We'll create the illusion of a few little leaves back here. Little pine needles. There. Don't want a whole bunch, just a little. Okay, then we'll take that same color, go right through a little bit of the cad yellow, and black and yellow, as you know, make a beautiful green. There. Let's load a lot of color into the bristles. And we'll come along here and put a few highlights on this. Don't overdo, though. It's very easy to overdo. Just a few little doers that live in there. There we go. Now then. And we just sort of work in layers here. I'm going to take a little color on the oval brush and just highlight right in there. And that'll push that whole tree back, or the whole group of trees. There's several trees in there. Just by doing that, though, that'll push it way back into the distance. There. All right. Shoot. Tell you what. Let's look at this big old bush over here. I'm going to take a little black, a little sap green. We just mix them on the brush. A little crimson. We just mix them together. Okay, let's go right up in here. Now maybe up in here there's some, we just take the brush and push the corner of it. Maybe this is a big old bush or big tree. Lives right in there. See how easy though when you have the black gesso back there. This is very simple to push in a little color. If this was a white canvas, you'd have to work quite hard to get this that dark. So use that to your advantage. Let's have some fun. Tell you what. Let's take a fan brush today. We'll take some yellow. We'll take all the yellows, a little Indian yellow, yellow ochre, cad yellow, get a little black. So we'll make a multitude of greens right here on the brush. We have all different kinds. I think you can see there, you can see layers of different color, and it happens because you mix the color on the brush rather than up here on the canvas. Now let's take, and just sort of pushing upward, show you a nice easy way here of making some very effective little bushes and trees. Just using the fan brush and pushing upward. Darker, 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 darker. Darker, darker as it gets down toward the center here. Comes another one, but just push upward. Leave some dark spaces in between your little individuals in there. Okay, maybe over in here somewhere, there's one. But think about little clumps here, little groupings of limbs and branches. Shoot, there. This is a very, very nice and easy one. I'm gonna put a little touch of the bright red on there too. Let's have a sparkler right there, yeah. There we go. Maybe a little bit more of that red. I like that red. Just brightens up your little bush there. But this is a very, very simple way of making a tree that looks a little different. And it has a multitude of things happening in it. Multitude of things. There. Just think where the light would strike it. You can get carried away here sometimes. Maybe there's another one lives right there. Just push upward though. It's all there is to it. It's so simple, but you can't overwork it. You have to do it and get away from it. Do it, get away from it. There. Something like so. Over here, not as bright, because this would be more into shadow. Much more into shadow over here. Don't want a lot of detail in that one. All right. This is such a beautiful little place. I tell you what, let's do. Let's have some fun. Maybe right here. Shoot. Let's take some Van Dyke brown, and maybe in our world, there's a little cabin that lives right there. Just take the knife, just take the knife and put in a basic little shape, something like so. And if you have a lot of paint here, which I don't at this time, but you could scrape out a basic shape, and that would remove the excess paint. I don't have much here right now, so we don't have to do that. But sometimes you get a lot of paint buildup here, and it makes it a lot easier if you just zip it out. Okay, let's take some white, a little black, mix it together. Make a nice grayish color. Maybe the least little touch of the dark sienna into it. Oh, that's nice, that's nice. Okay, cut off our little roll of paint, very little. And let's go right on down here. Just sort of let the knife just work and play and bounce. Just boop, 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 boop. Right on down. Right on down, just like that. Something like so. Then we'll take the small edge of the knife and come over on this side and just touch it. Looks like little shingles that you're sort of looking up there and see. Then in the front, I'll put a little more dark sienna in that same color. I want it to be more into the brownish hues right now. Touch and pull straight down. Straight down. Delicate, delicate touch though. Barely, barely touching the canvas. Just graze it. Graze it. I'm going to add a lot of Van Dyke brown to that same color and come over here and put a dark side on this cabin. There's a little color there, but it's much darker. Now, we can take the Van Dyke brown, come across, and not easy. We'll just build us a little door in there. We can take just a knife here and scrape out maybe there's a little window there. Just scrape the paint off and we'll take a little blue, little white, stalo blue and white, and we'll just put the indication maybe of a little light in the window. Not much. Not much. Little Van Dyke brown right on the edge of the knife. We can turn that into some little boards, little slats. There we are. Take the knife and just sort of cut around so the door stands out. Now we're going to do a cabinectomy. Figure out where you want the bottom of the cabin and just cut it off. You have unlimited power here. You can do that. You can do that. Shoot, you can do anything on this canvas. Anything. A little bit of highlight right along there to make that stand out a little more. Just like so. Now we can come back in here. We just use tell you what, we just get an old big brush here. A little bit of the black, cad yellow, yellow ochre, Indian yellow. Here and there some bright red I'll use. And let's begin just bouncing in some little bushes that live back here. Maybe this guy's like me. He didn't cut his yard very good and it's just sort of growing up over the house. A little touch therein. There. Okay. Just sort of decide where you think it'll be. Maybe back in here we can begin seeing the indication of some little grassy areas back here behind the cabin. All we're doing here is just tapping. You know, while I'm doing this, I'm going to put in a whole layer of grass here. But every year, one of the highlights of my entire life is going to New York City to Central Park. And in Central Park, we do a show with all the friends that we have in that area. And this is one of the most spectacular events of the year for me. But look at the number of friends that come to watch us paint and to paint with us. And we have one of the best times. Hey, there's my wife, Jane. Hi, Jane. That's a first. How you doing? And that was Annette with her, my partner. You'll probably never see Jane on TV again. This is some young friends that brought paintings for me to see. Look at this. But can you believe some of the paintings that these fantastic people are doing? It's unreal. And people came from all over to bring their paintings and show us and to share a day with us that was spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. There, look at that. There's a father and son team, I believe, that paints along with us and watches this show. Look at that. This gentleman here, a good friend, he came all the way from Italy. All the way from Italy. And here's some of my young friends. Of course, when he got home, his mother probably raised a devil with him because somebody wrote all over his shirt. But we had fun doing it anyway. Look at this. Isn't she the most precious young thing? And here's my friend the bulldog. He's got a hat on. And the little poodle. But isn't that super? If you live in that area when we're there next year, come and see us because we have a super day. And the people of New York City have been so fantastic to us. And I would like to thank each and every one of them for coming out and seeing us and supporting us and painting with us. It makes it very special. Very, very special. As I say, this show each year in Central Park is absolutely one of the highlights of my entire life. There we are. I think Joan did a whole section in the newsletter this time about it, showing some of the super people and the times that we had. Okay, as you can see here, I'm just putting in layers of grass just by tapping. Now you have to decide, maybe there's a little bush that lives right there. Right there. Ooh, there's one with a little touch of the bright red in it. That's pretty. Just sort of fill that all up. Bring it together. There's another little bush. But see, look at all the different layers in there. That black gesso is one of the most marvelous things for doing this because a lot of it that you're seeing is actually the black gesso showing through the transparent paint. Let the gesso work for you. That's one of the neatest things that I've ever invented. And I really don't know why somebody hadn't invented it a long time ago. But it, to me, is logical. I think we should have had that in art for many years. Let's tell you what, we'll take a little of the Van Dyke Brown Dark Sienna, mix it together. Use the old fan brush. And there's a couple more trees here. And let's just touch and pull down. Now we have to make a decision. I want these trees to be in the back. These here to be more in the foreground. So we'll just pull them right down in front. That easy. There. Maybe there's a clump of trees here. Maybe it's a family of trees, Mama and Papa and a little guy there. Little guy's like Steve, my son. He's got bigger than I am. All right. There. Take a little of the Van Dyke Brown, some paint thinner, liner brush, and let's go right in here and we'll make some little branches that hang off this. Little branches. But the paint is very thin, so it just flows. There, see them? And you can put as many or as few as you want in your world. As many or as few. Just sort of let your imagination take you wherever you want to go. There. And maybe, shoot, let's take a little white, a little touch of the dark sienna in it. And we'll put a little highlight on that tree too. Want a little touch right along there. Something like so. There. Just enough to make it stand out a little from the canvas. Now then, take a fan brush with a little brown on it, a little bit of white. Don't overmix the color though. See, there's a multitude of things happening on there. And maybe right up here in our world, maybe there's just a happy little path that lives right here. And see, all you have to do is just go back and forth. And in my mind, there's a little indentation in the center, so I sort of work the brush that way. And it'll make it look like people have walked on it for many years and sort of wore a little valley down here. There. Okay, we'll go back to our 2-inch brush. Let's set that path down into the painting a little more. And by taking the large brush, bringing some of these little grassy areas right over the top like that, then it'll come together. See how that pushes that path right down into there? Sneaky, huh? There we go. Okay. This would also be a nice painting to leave the cabin out and put a little stream or something in there. Or you could really get carried away with this one. There's so many things that you could do with it. And that's really what we're trying to do with this show. We want to show you how to make certain effects and then just sort of turn you loose on the world and let your imagination go. Because that's where painting really becomes fun, is when you use your imagination, your own creativity, and you don't just copy. There, I'm going to have a few little sticks that hang out of this old, maybe this is some kind of big old bush up here. There, you see things like this in the woods, and there's old sticks that are parts of limbs that have died or whatever and hanging out. And they make them so interesting. So interesting. We can take a lighter color, brown and white, and maybe there's a few inside here. Just a few that are on the inside that you can make out. Something like that. There, wherever you want them. Wherever, there we are. All kinds of little doers that live in there. And a few that you can even see projecting back in. These little sticks, they'll give depth and distance to all your little doers. Okay, tell you what, let's bring the camera up here. I'm going to take the contact paper off and let's take a look, see at what we have. There we go. This is called the moment of truth. Isn't that fantastic? That contact paper does such beautiful little things. I tell you what, let's let these trees project right on out of our painting. Sometimes I like to do that. Just let them slip right out. There they go. Wherever. There. Maybe that one goes sort of yaha over there. So they're not all just straight telephone poles. And we can go back to our script liner brush with paint thinner on it, a little bit of the Van Dyke brown. And let's come right in here and let's put in some limbs and stuff up here in this area. There, just wherever. Okay, a few back in there. Maybe we'll even put some leaves on those trees. What the heck? In your world, you decide. Maybe the trees are dead, don't have any leaves. Or maybe they just went bald. Who knows? That's what's happening to me. There. Okay, now then, let's take we'll just use that little oval brush. Shoot, it's worked so well for us today. Take a little green, put in there. A little black and yellow makes a nicer green. And I'm double loading it. I've put a dark color and then I went to a little bit of this brighter color right on the tip. So if we look in there, see it dark? And right on the tip, that little bit of yellow. Now watch. When you come up here, go straight into the canvas. Just take it like you're trying to stab it. Barely touch. And so you get the highlight and the shadow all in one stroke. But just go straight in, barely touching. And think about form, think about shape. There. See how those little leaves just float all around in there? This oval brush makes that happen. So easy. So easy. When we're teaching people, this is the one that they usually fall in love with. This is the brush. Because it works. Even if you've never painted before, this little devil works great for you. There we are. Just decide wherever you think there's leaves, and maybe there's not leaves on everything. Once in a while, you can dip it into liquid clear and touch, and it'll go right over thin paint. All right. About like that. I don't want to kill my background. That gives us an indication. So I'll tell you, let's take our liner brush, a little paint thinner, a little bit of the bright red, and let's sign this one. We'll sign it right along in here. Luckily, I have a very short name, so it's easy to sign. There. I think we'll call that one finished. Hope you've enjoyed this. It'll give you some nice ideas, and you'll like it. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today we'd just do a fun little painting. So let's start out and run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. And they'll come across right about there. Okay, I've got my standard old pre-stretched canvas up here, and I've covered the entire thing with a little bit of liquid white, and it's all wet and slick and it's ready to go. So shoot, let's just have a good time today. Today let's get a little crazy. Let's have fun with color. I think I'll do a little winter type scene. Maybe we'll use some alizarin crimson, and there we are. Go right down here and take a little bit of the yellow ochre. Just alizarin crimson and yellow ochre. You can just mix them on the brush. Just mix them on the brush. Okay, let's go up in here. Then let's just dance in a little sky. As I say, it's such a fantastic day here. I thought we'd just do maybe just a fun little painting. And we'll use our artist license today. And that comes with your first tube of paint. And it says you can do anything on this canvas that you want to do. And today, I just want to make a happy little painting. Maybe we'll make a little winter scene. We have some nice colors in winter. There. Maybe something about like that. Don't want it to come down too far. There we go. Isn't that a beautiful little color though? Sort of a peach color maybe, but it's very, very pretty and very striking. It's a warm color that people will like. And sometimes winter scenes can get so cold that they're almost unpleasant. So this is a way of warming it up. I'm going to take a little more of that crimson, a little more of the yellow ochre, a little yellow ochre. I'm going to be right back. Get a little bit of the dark sienna. Just mix them together. Yellow ochre, dark sienna, alizarin crimson. Let's go up here. Now maybe, let's really get crazy. Let's just take the corner of this big old brush. And you could use a fan brush or the 1-inch brush if you wanted to. I've got this one going and it's dirty, so why not use it? There. And we'll just put a happy little cloud indication back here somewhere. Just a little. A little more of the color. We'll just sort of let this thing float around, have fun here. Shoot, maybe there's some little stringy ones over here. Wherever you want them. Just wherever. Okay, let me get another brush. I have several of each brush going here, so I don't have to spend all my time cleaning brushes. As much as we enjoy that, or I enjoy it, the crew here may not enjoy it as much as I do. If you could see the studio, you would understand what I'm saying. I'm just blending the base of this out, just the base of it, leaving the top alone at this point. On these little stringy clouds, all you have to do is just take the brush and go right over. But now if you don't have a thick, firm paint when you do that, you're in Agony City. Guarantee you, instantly, you're in Agony City. I'll take a little more of that and maybe bring that cloud up a little so it sort of blends together. And back to our clean brush. And we'll just blend the base of it out some. Something like that. Something like that. There. And then we'll just blend the entire canvas. And you can make this as smooth as you want it, or you can leave it where the clouds are more distinct. It's really up to you. It's really up to you. You can make it very smooth, or leave little edges on it, or you can blend it till it just all comes together. Painting is very, very individual. Very individual. So you just do whatever makes you happy. As I say, you get that artist license, and it basically says you can do anything on this piece of canvas that you want to do. And you can do it with any color that you want, any design that you want. You can make any kind of world that you want right here on this piece of canvas. Sometimes I hit the can. It's called kicking the bucket. There, just wash the old brush. And we shake them off and in business again. Let's build us a big mountain today. For that, I'll tell you what, let's really get crazy. I'm going to take some black. We'll use alizarin crimson. And maybe a little of the dark sienna. What the heck? There, that'll make us a nice color. At least a little touch of blue in it. Not much. Very little blue. Very little blue. Cut us off a little roll of paints right out there on the edge of the knife. Come right up in here. I want to do a huge mountain today. Let's begin pushing in some nice shapes here. Nice shapes. However you want it. Now you have to be careful, because when you start making these mountains, these son of a guns will grow on you and take over your whole world. It gets to be fun, and you don't know when to stop. You can just absolutely eat up your whole canvas with a mountain. All right, maybe. Oh, I don't know. Maybe this just comes right over. Well, I did say big mountain today, so we really have a large one. We can spend the whole show just working on this one mountain. And at home, when you have unlimited time, do exactly that. Spend a lot of time working on one mountain or one area of your painting, especially when you're first learning, because that's the way you learn. And as I've mentioned before, if you make a mistake, don't get angry about it. Look at your mistake. I believe sincerely that you can learn as much from mistakes, if not more, than you do from successes. And it's not a failure if you learn from it. It's not a failure. It's only a failure if you don't learn anything from it. Then it's a failure. And it's the same, I think, in your everyday life. Anything that you try and you don't succeed, if you learn from it, it's not a failure. Now, if you make the same mistake again, different story. Here we're just blending that out and allowing it to blend with a liquid white that's on the canvas. And just create that illusion of mist down at the base. That's all we're looking for at this point. Whew, boy, we really did come out with a big mountain. Okay. It's a good place to sort of clean off the brush there. We'll just cover the whole bottom down here. Maybe we'll have some snow down here, and this will end up being shadows in the snow. Doesn't matter. Whatever you want. Okay. Now it's time to have fun. Let's take titanium white, and we'll put a little Indian yellow and a little bit of yellow ochre in there. Mix them together with white. But I don't want to overmix them. I want to leave them sort of marbledy. Sure, I'm going to get a letter from an English teacher for that word. But see how marbledy it is right in here? But what I'm saying is don't overmix the color. And then when you pick up that little roll of paint right out here on the edge of your knife, all of those various colors are right here on the knife. Now then, see, you can come right along in here and touch and just let that slide right off the knife. But no pressure, absolutely no pressure. None whatsoever. None whatsoever. And maybe just come right along here. Touch. Just let it go. Let it just slide right along there. But if you start applying a lot of pressure, it's going to look like you're trying to ice a cake. And it may look good to the taste, but it's not going to look like the mountain probably that you wanted. Watch here. Maybe right there. Just pull it down a little. Something like so. I'm going to make a shadow color. We'll use white and black. Least little touch of blue in it. A little dark. We'll put a little more white with it. Oh, that's nice. But sort of a blue-gray we'll use for a shadow color. Take the small edge of the knife, and we'll come right here. Put a little shadow right up here on that little peak. That little peak needs a little shadow. Then, now we can bring this one, let's just bring it distinctly right on through there. See, that'll push that one way back somewhere. We don't even know where it's at. I don't know that we even care. It's way back behind there. There. And you learn to push mountains around. Just push them around. Take the least little touch of the light color. Don't want much. Let a little light zing back in here. Just enough to make it interesting. Little touch of the shadow. And we'll let that come right through and make like a little recessed area in there. One of them little hiding places for the little creatures. There. But just sort of play these back and forth. Let them go. There we are. But it's unbelievable the kind of mountains you can make just using a thing. It looks like a big old putty knife. There. And if that don't work, you can go out and work on your windows with a putty knife. Whatever. There. Let's take it back to our little shadow color, and we'll bring it right through here. I want a nice shadow right through that area. But pay close attention to angles. Angles are really what makes mountains work. It's just those nice angles. Now then, this painting should just about be a study in mountains. Look at there. Now we bring that right on down. No pressure. I can't say that enough times. But still, the number one thing I read in letters is I'm having trouble making this highlight or snow or whatever you want to call it break on the mountains here. And 99 times out of 100, it's one of two things. Either the paint is too thin and it's turning to mud, or you're applying too much pressure. One or the other, though, 99 times out of 100. There we go. Now we can just bring this along, put all kind of little things. Back to our shadow color. Can grab that. Begin putting in just the indication of some beautiful little shadows back in here. There we are. Just let it flow right on down. Oh, something like so. And maybe a little bit back in here. Just a little. See it? There we are. Little tiny shadow. And that one comes distinctly through. See how I push that one back? Okay. Maybe a little dark color here and there. Just to brighten it. Believe it or not, that dark, though, will make it jump out at you. But don't overdo. Don't overkill. It's like so many other things. It gets feeling good and you don't know when to stop. I have that trouble all the time. There. Get carried away. And it's easy to get carried away when it starts working well. All right. Now, let's play some games. Let's have some fun. We'll take an old 2-inch brush. Create the illusion of a little mist right here at the base of this. And blend upward. Just tap, and then blend it upward. Upward, upward, upward. That removes the tap marks, blends it all together. Makes it very soft and very nice. Okay, a little bit right in here. Now, let's take the same color, but because we've misted that, then you can bring maybe another projection right off this direction. There we go. Just let that go right on around. Maybe there's a, look at that. There we are. That's what we need. And you just begin seeing these things in your mountain. They're there. Just start working on it. Let it go. See what happens. Let me mix up a little more shadow color here. Little touch of the blue in it. Just ran out. There. Okay. Wipe off the old knife. We're back in business again. Okay. And let a little of it just run right out this way. Now, back to my brush. Clean, dry brush. I just want to begin tapping this. I want to bring it all together right down here at the base. There. It looks sort of like it just spilled down there. God was making this mountain. Maybe there's a little left over and it just sort of dripped down here. There. But just by changing the angle a little bit, you can give that feeling of roundness to the base of this mountain. And it makes another plane and pushes everything else back further into the painting. There. By working this a little, I want to dull it. It's a little bit too bright there. Just a little bit of that will dull it down. All right. Good. Good. Now, a little bit more of the mist, just by tapping, following the angles. Make the bottom of it very soft, and very, very quiet, very smooth. All right. Okay. And that gives us one heck of a range of mountains. Okay. Now maybe back in here, tell you what, let's take, wipe off the knife. I'm going to take a little bit of white, a little white, and go right into, we'll take a little crimson, little blue, white. We'll make a nice lavender looking color here, to the blue side though. Okay, let me wipe the knife again. We just keep using the old 2-inch brush. It really doesn't matter. Whatever brush works for you. Maybe back in here. Yep, right along in here. We'll just push in a little color. We'll come back and highlight that a little later. There we go. Okay. I say that's just a good place to clean your brush, and the worst thing could happen is it ends up being shadows in there. And we're going to be looking for those anyway, so it didn't matter. Take that same color, let me pile it up in a pile, and find a fan brush here. There's one. Just mix a little of that on the fan brush. Both sides are full though. And we go up in here, and maybe in our world there lives a little tree. Let's do a little push-up tree where you just push the bristles upward. Just push them upward. Look at there. Look at there. Okay, maybe we'll give them a friend. Maybe we'll put the friend on this side. Push upward. There they are. And you can make evergreen trees by pushing up, pushing down. Maybe we'll do some different ones in this. I don't know. Let's see what happens here. I like to make them with that oval brush because it makes such interesting little shapes. Okay, we'll take another fan brush. I'm going to take a little white, get a little of the phthalo blue and a little black to dull it. Don't want it too bright. Put a little black in. That'll dull it right down. There. Okay, and with that, we'll just tap the indication of a few little highlights on these trees. Don't want a lot. Just a little right here. Wherever you think it should be. Maybe there's even a little here and there in these bushes. Just push upward. Make the bristles bend upward. And sometimes you can just take the old liner brush, little paint thinner, and maybe in our world, yep, maybe there's an old dead tree that lives right there. There he is. And just very gently you can pull out a few little sticks and twigs that are still trying to hang on. There. Poor old things. They just had a hard life. But that easy, we can put in an indication of a little old tree that has passed away. Okay. Let's take a clean 2-inch brush and let's begin deciding if we're going to have snow in here, where our snow is going to live. Snow's got to have a place to live too. So we'll come right in here and if we pick up any of that dark, it's wonderful. We really don't care. Okay, and we'll just lay a little bit of that in. And this is one of the easiest things to do in this method of painting is putting snow in. But you need a little darker color underneath so it shows. There, see there? Now then, I tell you what, let's do. Let's get crazy. Let's get crazy. Let me clean the spot off to work here. Clean off the spot to work. Let's take black, alizarin crimson, and a little touch of phthalo blue. Not much. Very little blue. Mostly black and alizarin crimson. Very, very little of the phthalo. Don't want this to get too lavender on us. So, now then, let's use a fan brush. And with the fan brush, I just want to make a center for a tree. Get brave. This is your bravery test. Maybe another one. Right there, smaller. Too slow. I want to use this oval brush anyway. Let's try it. And the oval brush is easy to identify because it has a black handle. All the rest of our brushes have white handles. So it's easy to identify. All right, now watch right here. We take that oval brush. Maybe this tree goes way on up somewhere. We don't know where it goes. And we'll make one of those old evergreens that's just hanging down. There. See there? That's all there is to it with this brush, though. Makes all those beautiful little things. This big. I got to show you one of my babies. I like to show you creatures all the time. And recently, I went out to see the bird lady in Orlando who lives close to me, Ann Young, who's a super, super lady. And she let me play with Danielle here. He's a little fish crow, little Florida fish crow. And he's one of the most precious little things you have ever seen. And Daniel and I spent, I don't know, we probably spent several hours together because he's hungry continually. Little rascal. He could eat you out of house and home in a minute. Look at the size of the mouth on that character. But he is absolutely precious. There. And Anne has all kinds of birds over there. She takes care of songbirds that have been orphaned or injured. She releases a couple of thousand birds a year, if you can believe that. She raises these things and releases that many. Uh-oh, I had a slip there. There. The only thing I was doing while you was watching Daniel there was just putting in a few little limbs on this old tree here. That's all. There. Tell you what, just to balance this up a little, let's do one over here too. You know me, I like them old big trees. Maybe this one goes, sort of just take a look back and see where it looks good. There he is. He just runs right off the top. Hangs out right here. Literally hangs out right here. There he goes. All right. And this will sort of bring the painting all together. But I like these hangy downs that you see underneath these limbs. And in this series, I've used this brush quite a bit because I just like to make trees with it. And in some of the other series, we showed you how to use the 2-inch brush and the 1-inch brush and all of those. There. Okay, maybe it'll come right on down. Somewhere about in there. Wherever. Doesn't matter. It's up to you. Up to you. And maybe, got another oval brush here. Take a little bit of that blue and white, a little bit of black in it to dull it. And this little tree back here, just want to put a few little indications of some cool highlights on that one. By cool, I mean blue is a very cool color, where your oranges and reds and yellows are warm colors, hot colors. So I want to put a little cool color right there and let it just sort of disappear. And this one here, tell you what, let me wash the old brush. We'll wash the old brush. Shake it off. And just beat the devil out of it. That's the fun part of all of this. Now then, let's come right in here. Oops, better mix up a little color. Take some white, a little yellow ochre, put a little alizarin crimson in it, just to warm it up. That's nice. That is nice. That looks good enough to eat. Now, let's load this oval brush with a little bit of this color. And let's go right up in here. And maybe this one is a little bit brighter. It's in the foreground. Maybe it's a little brighter. There we are. And begin thinking about shape and form of your tree. There we are. There's a little. Isn't that neat, though, the way that little brush just drops them in? And the mountain tells us our light's coming from the right. So we'll just put a little of that on. And I'm going to dip the brush into liquid clear. Liquid clear to really thin the paint down. And also when it dries, there'll be a little sheen to it. It'll shine, and it looks like highlights. There, tap a little of that. Let's go up in here. And over here on the right, there, we'll put some of that nice bright color. But don't overdo. You can very quickly overdo, kill all your dark, and it just goes away and loses all of its effect. So be careful with this. Be very careful. Don't overkill. A little more of the liquid clear. I like his clear. That's another little thing that I invented quite a while back. It has really went over well in the art world. Quite a few artists are using that now. It's like the black gesso. I just thought it was a natural thing to have. You got liquid white and liquid black. You need a little liquid clear. There. So that's my contribution to the art world. here and there. See how them rascals just hang out there? There we are. Wherever. But it's one of the most fantastic ways of making evergreen trees. And when you have unlimited time, you can really sit and play with this some. Tell you what, I want to take this, and I want to grab it and give it a little pull. Like so. We take our little fan brush. The old clock on the wall tells me it's about time to go today, so we'll just pop in a few little things like this and blend them back. And shoot, we just about did. Makes a very nice little winter scene. Hope you've enjoyed it. But you can put several of these little layers in here and bring this all together. And I think you'll love this one. Give it a try. Drop me a line. Let me know how you like it, because I think you'll really enjoy this one. Okay. We're going to call that one finished. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Once again, I'm certainly glad you could join us. And today I thought we'd do the little painting that you see at the opening where the little character throws the brush and everything. So I tell you what, let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done up here. Have our standard old pre-stretched canvas. And I've taken a little black gesso and just took a little sponge and just sort of tapped in some basic little shapes. That's really all you have to do, is just take a sponge and sort of tap in there. I've let that dry totally. Then I've covered all the black area here with liquid clear, and on top of that just a little bit of sap green mixed with a little Van Dyke brown. Just the browns are just to dull the green down a little. The top is with liquid white as usual. And with that, we're going to do that little painting. So let's start out today. Take a little bit of phthalo blue, just a very small amount on the old 2-inch brush. And I'll reach up here, be right back, get a little bit of black. So we have blue and black, or black and blue, whatever your preference. There. Let's go up in here. And we'll just put in just a little sky back in here. This is just phthalo blue and midnight black. There we go. And you determine if you want it to be more to the dark side or the blue side. It's up to you. Up to you. There, we'll just sort of let it just come right over these. We don't care. But both of these colors are very transparent, so the black gesso will still show through, which is exactly what we wanted to do in this particular painting. A little more black, a little more blue. There we are. And we'll just put that in, using little crisscross strokes or little X's, whatever you want to call them. Whatever. There. Okay. So I mentioned earlier, that's the way the teacher used to grade my paper when I was in school. She'd just go through it and go X, 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 X. That's how I learned to do this. There. All right. Okay, and that's basically all we need for a little background sky. Now then, we had some little trees in the background, and that's what this is for. So let's make those out of let's use a little black, a little phthalo blue, and I'll get a little touch of the alizarin crimson. And we just sort of mix them together. Let me get a little more crimson. So it's sort of a lavender color to the blue side. All right, tap a little color on there. And up in here, let's just go with the corner of the brush and put in some very basic little shapes of some little tree things that live back in here. And all we're looking for is very basic little shapes. We're not looking for detail at this point. The detail, that'll come later. Right now, just little things that live back here in the shadows. There. Okay, there's some more. But if you don't hit everything, it doesn't matter, because all the black gesso that you put on is back there. And it will make it look just like there's beautiful things happening also. Allow that black gesso to work for you. It's one of the neatest things in the art world. There. A little bit right in here. Okay, maybe right here. We'll just have another little doer. Now, these little light spots are just where the sap green and the Van Dyke brown came up and touched the liquid white. And that happens automatically. And I want to save those. Those are very special. They're beautiful. Okay, now on the other side over here, grab a little more of the color. Let's have a little tree right here. But all we're doing is just using the corner of the brush and tapping. Just tapping. All right. Now then, I'm going to take a little bit of the liquid white, put it out, grab a little touch of dark sienna, put it right in there with it. So we have dark sienna and liquid white. Well, all we've done is made a very thin brown. Let me wipe the knife. And I find my little liner brush here. I'm going to take it, put a little paint thinner on it. We'll go through Van Dyke Brown first and load it full of Van Dyke Brown, and then I'm going to just pull one side through the thin color. Now watch, we can make a little tree trunk back here for this tree that has both the highlight and the shadow at one time. Lazy man's lifesaver right here. And we'll make another one right there, wherever you want them. But this is one of the neatest ways going of making little tree trunks. And maybe here and there you can make out a little limb. We're going to put a few leaves on there so we won't see much of this. There. Okay. Now then, let's just see if the old brush we were using with a dark on it will work. I want to taint this a little bit anyway with color. So I'll just use an old dirty brush and tap right into some titanium white, just a little. And I just want to use that then to sort of highlight some of these. I think those little bushes were highlighted like that in that other one. That little opening, isn't that the cutest little thing? I like it. That's our little painter man. That's what we call him, the little painter man. There. And that idea was devised and put together by a very good friend and one of the engineers here at the station by the name of Jerry Morton. And thanks, Jerry. That was a good one. I enjoyed it. There. Okay, a little bit up in here. And off we go. See, all I want is just a few little indications back here. Because I remember there was big evergreens in here, so we're going to cover up a great deal of this. We're not too concerned. We just want to make sure that if any of it shows through, there's a little color on it. There. See, just all kinds of little doers in there. Wherever. Can't ever tell. Even the things that are just black gesso, like right in there, you can highlight those too. Okay, let's go over to this one old tree over here. There he is. Give him some nice highlights too. We don't want him left out. Just use the corners. Just the corners, all it takes. Okay, there we are. Now then, I'm going to take that same old brush and I'm going to go into a little touch of yellow. Let me grab a little more black. So we have yellow and black, which makes a beautiful, beautiful green color. Just tap a little of that into the bristles. Maybe a little yellow ochre too. Ooh, that's it. There we go. Now back in here, we're beginning to see a little bit of color. Just a little color. Just going to use the corner of the brush still. And we're going to begin putting in the indication of some little bushes that we can see in here. There they are. Just here and there. A little more of the yellow ochre, Indian yellow. There's one. Ooh, isn't that beautiful? Look at that little rascal shine out there in the sun. See, and by changing the angle, you can make those little devils hang over and be lazy or whatever. Whatever. Use your own imagination. Touch the bright red here and there. Just to change the flavor. Not much. Oh, look at there. Just enough to make it a little more interesting. But do one little bush at a time. One little bush at a time. Let's go on the other side over here. Put one right there. Okay? Something about like that. Now, with our liner brush, with the old liner brush, a little bit of that dark color that we were using, let's just put here and there some nice little trunks and sticks and twigs and some little things that you might see. There. Sometimes you can see them right through some of the branches like this, where there's something growing up through there. and it makes your painting a little more interesting. There. Just wherever. Because there's always little sticks and twigs out in the woods like that. Now then, let's find us a fan brush and mix up a big old gob of color. Let me clean off a spot to work in here. I'm going to use phthalo green today. Phthalo green, Prussian blue, black, a lot of color, crimson, maybe even some Van Dyke brown. Who cares? As long as it's dark. And I want the phthalo green in there because that green will take over. Everything that comes out of this pile will have that greenish hue to it, that phthalo green hue. Let me wipe the old knife. And we just wipe our knife on. We got some paper towels down here we wipe it on. All right, let's take the old fan brush. Maybe in our world, there lives some trees. I think there were some evergreen trees. Ooh, here goes our beautiful little tree right there. Right over the top of that. And we'll push upward today. Touch with the corner of the brush and give it an upward push. Or as my son Steve says, if you've watched him on some of the shows, he says mush it. Give it an upward mush. Just push it. There. Very dark though. Very, very dark. Okay. There's a tree. And I think there was a big one that went clean off the canvas right there. So push upward. And there we go. Great big old tree. Big old tree. And just work down, down, down. And you push harder and harder as you work down the tree. Just really get in there and push. Down here we don't care. We'll separate all of this with highlights. You could put this part on with a paint roller. Another tree. Maybe he lives right there. And the same thing. Give it a little upward push. Upward push. Big, strong tree. It goes right on off the canvas. And sometimes it's neat to leave a little bit of the little piece of the trunk showing. We'll do that. How's that? Little naked spot. There. And sometimes in some parts of the country, the limbs hang down on evergreens. In other parts of the country, they go up. Or, like when I lived in Alaska, you can go some places, they hang down, some places they go up. Maybe it just depends on how they felt that day. Actually, I think it has something to do with the amount of water and cold and everything. But who knows? I don't try to understand everything in nature. I just look at it and enjoy it. Just a little light striking the trunk right there where it's going to show like that. Okay, I have several little fan brushes going. Let's take some yellow and some of that same color we used to make the tree. Maybe I'll reach up here, be right back, get a little black. I want to dull it. There, good, good. Very good. Black and yellow make a beautiful green. Now then, sometimes even a little brown. Oh, that dulls it down even more. Okay, now we can go up in here and just begin placing a few little highlights on some of these trees. Once again, we're still pushing upward though. But this is where you separate them. And put all their little arms on them. Look at that. Isn't he a cute little rascal? This is my little friend Clyde here. I give them names, shoot. People look at you like you're a little weird, but you know, painters are expected to be a little different. Little different. And that's all right. That's all right. I've always been a little weird, so no big deal. Everybody who knows me expects that. There. Okay, just right on down. But think about shape and form and how you want the limbs to look. Because this is where we separate all them little rascals. Darker, darker, darker down here. And if you don't add any more paint, that will happen automatically. Automatically, because you're running out of color. And you're picking up the dark color that's on the canvas. So automatically, if you allow it to happen, it'll get darker and darker as it works down. There. There's another one. Look at all them rascals. So you can just make as many or as few as you want here. up to you. Now then, let's find another brush here. I'm going to take a little bit of that same greenish color, a little yellow ochre, Indian yellow, put them all together, give it a little tap. Push that brush, see? Creates that little ridge. All right, let's go up here. Now then, back in here we had a little grass, a little soft grassy area. So just take the brush and begin tapping. Just begin tapping. Let this begin working together. Think about the lay of the land now. It's very important that you begin thinking about that. There. See, by changing the flavor a little bit, you can see the different planes. All you have to do is add another color. There. Think about where the light would play through here. But look there, you could walk right on back in there now. Good place to walk back here. Also a good place for a little mosquito to hide. I bet you'd catch a mosquito in there. Whew. There we are. I live in Florida, and so do half the mosquitoes in the world, I think. We have our fair share. I tell you, we had a little cabin right in there, so let's do that. I think that's fun. We have a lot of paint here, so let's take and just scrape out a basic shape. And this is great because you're not committed at this point. You can just play and piddle all you want. It allows you to lay out your whole little cabin. We had a log cabin, I think. But you can lay it all out without really being committed this way. But most important, it removes all this excess paint. We have a lot of paint back here now. Several layers, so just want to get that out of there. I'm going to we'll start with Van Dyke Brown. Just plain old Van Dyke Brown. Or another fantastic way to make brown, and I use this very often when I'm painting at home, is take alizarin crimson and mix it with sap green. It makes one of the most beautiful browns that you've ever seen. A very good friend that I used to paint with turned me onto that, Audrey Golden, who's one of our instructors down around Fort Lauderdale. But she used to use that, and I painted with her when I first started and sort of picked it up. But it's very nice. And then you take alizarin crimson and phthalo green, and it makes a beautiful black. Beautiful black. There. Okay, all I did is block it in with some dark color. We had shingles on the roof. For that, take white, midnight black. We just mix it together and make sort of a gray color. Let me wipe the knife. Now, for that, I'm going to use a small edge of the knife. And we just start pulling. Just like so. See? And start at the bottom and work upward. And that way, they overlap. And it looks like real shingles. Of course, in my younger day, I was a carpenter. And I've put on a lot of shingles. And I tell you what, as they say in the South, it ain't this easy. My father was a contractor, so I grew up as a carpenter. And he taught me how to build things. Oops, let's put one right there at the peak and we'll come right down. There. Okay. Now in here, we had it like an old log cabin. We'll take white, a little dark sienna, mix it together, maybe even throw in a little Van Dyke in there. Just to, change the flavor. But don't overmix. Leave it all like that. A little roll of paint. And just figure out where you want the little cabin, little logs to be. Touch, give a pull. Little sidewards pull. See there? Little sidewards pull. That's all there is to it. Let the knife work. There. Okay, now we'll come back with a little brown, and we just cut them off wherever we want them. There. Now down this side, logs go like that. Just put them in. This is a very, very simple and effective way of making a little cabin that looks like a log cabin without going to a great deal of work. A little of the Van Dyke Brown just to put in between, and it sort of finishes the edges up and makes it look like there's mud laid in between there like there is on a log cabin. Okay, I'm going to take the brown, much darker for this side. Not as much light's going to strike. Still too light. Want it even darker. Put a little black in there. That's better. Yes. Want it to stay very dark on this side. Just enough so you can make out there's something happening over there. And then let's take the knife. Let's put a window here. Just scrape it in. Maybe another one right there. We can take straight Van Dyke brown. Give us a door. We got a door. We can get in and out of this cabin. There we are. Maybe a little touch of phthalo blue or Prussian blue, doesn't matter. And just pull it down there. Makes it look like there's maybe some little bit of glass in there reflecting. A little bit of gray on the knife. We can go around, sort of outline the doors and the windows. There we are. And I usually take the point of the knife with a little paint on it and just do like that. Sort of makes it look like the end of a log. There. You can take a little highlight color and just highlight those little ends a little bit if you want to, just to make them sort of stand out. Sneaky, huh? All right. Let's go back to our brush. Wipe off that excess. Go back to our brush that had the lawn color on it. This is our lawn out here. And let's begin tapping in. Indication of some little grassy areas that live out in here. Look at that. See? There comes another one. All right. Okay. Maybe there's, yeah, little bush. He lives right there. Just a little bush. Here's another one. This one hangs right over the edge of the cabin. If you're not careful, it's going to take over the whole world. And maybe, yeah, we'll have a bigger one sitting right out here on the edge. He's watching everything. But make up little stories about your plants and think about the little creatures that would live in here. There's probably all kinds of little squirrels and rabbits and just a multitude of things that you may never see, but they're here. They're here. I'll take a touch of that, just brown and white or gray and white, whatever. And let's put the indication here of maybe there's a little path that flows right out of that cabin. Just comes right out. And we can clean up the edges of that path a little with a brush. And off we go. Now. Watch here. This is the fun part. Let's just take pure titanium white. This is the fun part. Watch here. Just pull straight down. And because we have color underneath that sap green and Van Dyke brown, we'll have instant water here. Just instant. Pull it straight down, and then go across. Just enough to ripple it a little. Just something like so. And we can give him a little pond right out here in front of his house. Just a little pond. Take a little of the Van Dyke dark sienna mixed together. And let's put some banks out here. Little places. Got a little beaver maybe lives in here. He's got to have a little place to stand. There we go. Goes right on around. Somewhere in here. Something like that. You know, wherever. A little touch of brown and white in here and there. Indication of a little highlight. Think about angles, though. Most important here. There. Just a few little things. Don't want too much. Tell you what, let's do. Let's take some liquid white, put it down here. Some dark sienna and Van Dyke brown mixed with it. There. And let's get our old filbert brush. I like to make rocks with the old filbert brush. That works so well. Let's go right into Van Dyke brown and dark sienna. Just mix them together like that. Like so. Both sides. Then we go over to the thin paint and just pull one side through. So we got dark on one side and light on the other. Now then, touch, and that quick, you can make the indication of a lot of little happy stones that live right out here in the edge of the water, wherever you want them. And as many or as few as you want. Okay, maybe over in here there's some. Let's see. Okay, just sort of pick around. Pick out the ones that you like. Maybe there's even a few out in the water. Who knows? Who knows? If you put them out in the water, grab the bottom of them, pull down with a little fan brush or something, and then go across. That way there'll be a reflection under the stones too. Just pull straight down and go across, just a little. Just catch the bottom of them, pull them across and down. Now then, we can take a little bit of liquid white. I'll put a little gray in it. Some of that black and white, a little bit of black in there, because I want a gray color for this, but it's thin paint. And we can come in here and we can just add just a few little water lines along in here. Something like so. Wherever we want them. There they are. See there though? And these water lines will sort of clean up the bottom of your stones and your land and bring it all together. And it really adds a little finishing touch to your painting. There. Okay. Don't want this little stone left out. Give him a little ripple too. And on the other side, same thing. Same thing over here. Just give a little ripple here and there. Now we can take a fan brush here. I have one that has a little green on it. Yellow ochre, Indian yellow. A little bright red maybe once in a while. And we can push in a few little happy grassy things that come right down and bring all that together. So the land area is just not a straight line across there. That sort of bothers me when it's just straight. So by pushing upward with the corner of the fan brush, you can create all these little bushes here. Shoot, I tell you what. Let's take the liner brush, a little bit of bright red, thin it down, and let's sign this little rascal. Hope you've enjoyed this one. This will show you how the little opening was made. There. And with that, we're going to call this painting finished. And from all of us here, we'd like to wish you happy painting. Look forward to seeing you next time. Until then, God bless. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. Thought today we'd just do a fantastic little seascape, and I think you'll enjoy this one. So I tell you what, let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done up here. Today I have my standard old pre-stretched canvas. The top is just plain, and I've covered it with a little bit of liquid white. The bottom we've covered with black gesso, allowed that to dry completely, and then I went back and I had to make some major decisions already. I'm going to have a big crashing wave in here. So where that wave is, I've put a little bit of phthalo green and phthalo blue mixed together, but it's to the green side. The top and underneath here I've covered with a little lavender made from alizarin crimson and phthalo blue. And the very bottom here I put a little Van Dyke brown. All of these colors are transparent enough that against this black gesso they still look black. Oh, and one other thing. I covered the entire canvas with a thin, even coat of liquid clear before I put these transparent colors on. And that allows you to put a very small amount of paint on there instead of having to put it on so thick. And works better. Okay, let's have some fun today. Let's do something maybe that looks sort of like a little sunset. I'm going to start with a tiny bit of the Indian yellow. Don't need much. On the 2-inch brush, just a little. Okay, let's go up in here. Maybe we'll have a little sun up here that's setting in the distance. So we'll just start off and just drop a little yellow right in here. A little bit of the Indian yellow. Something like so. And without cleaning the brush, I'm going to go into a little yellow ochre. Just a small amount. Because it'll mix with the liquid white and automatically you'll get all of these beautiful tones and values here. Okay, maybe a little bit of that yellow ochre up above. A little up above, a little down below. There we are. All right. And we're just using little little X's, little crisscross strokes. Something about like so. Maybe just a touch more of that. We'll let that sort of drift right on up here into the sky. Wherever. Okay, now then. I'll reach up here and grab the least little touch of alizarin crimson, still in the same old brush. And we'll just work a little bit of that in. And we'll sort of let it work down into the yellow. And it'll blend together and makes beautiful, beautiful colors. There. Okay, now. Maybe at least a little touch more of that. Okay, good, good. I like that. Now for the very top, I'm going to take alizarin crimson and a little bit of the phthalo blue. And we'll just mix them on the brush because we don't need much. And we'll come right up in here. Maybe we'll put a little more blue. I want that a little more to the bluish side. So you sort of test it, and if it's not exactly what you want, change it, because this is your world. And on this piece of canvas, you can do anything that you want to do. We'll bring it right down to the red and stop. There we are. See, that red acts as a barrier between the yellow and the blue, and that way we don't end up with a bright green sky. Sometimes those bright green skies have a tendency to bother you. All right. That's the fun part of this. Of course, the camera crew here doesn't think so. Now with a clean, dry brush, and be sure it's dry. You want to keep this as dry as possible. I want to just blend all this together, starting in the light area and working outward. There we are. These are the kind of colors that just make you happy. They really make your day better when you have all these beautiful little colors. And you blend this till you can't tell where one color starts and the next color stops. And when you're doing this at home, sort of step back and take a look-see, because it's very difficult if you're standing right up against it to tell if your colors are blended properly. So stand back, get the old glass of iced tea, and just relax for a second and look at it. And if it needs more blending, then go back and blend it a little more. Tell you what, let's have some more fun. We get crazy. I'm take a little of the bright red, very small amount though. We don't need much. Just tap a little into the brush. Just a very small amount. And let's go right in here. And let's put a nice warm glow right here at the horizon. Something maybe about like that. Just a little pink, little pink. And by tapping, we can give the indication maybe there's a little cloud-looking thing there. Whatever, there we are. And then blend it. Good. And that'll look like a little pink area right at the horizon when we're done. Okay, let's get crazy today. I'm going to make some lavender using some phthalo blue and alizarin crimson. Proportionately, much more crimson than blue. Much more crimson than blue. All right, wipe off the knife. Now it's very difficult to tell what color that is because it's going to look black. Put a little white out there and mix it, and you can see what it's going to value down to, or what it's going to look like when you put it up on the canvas. Great. Today, let's use the old fan brush. What the heck? We'll take the fan brush and put just a small amount of color on it because it's very dark. We don't need a lot of color. Just a little. And let's go up in here. And maybe in our world there live some happy little clouds that just float around all day. Just take the corner of the brush and begin creating basic cloud shapes. But don't just throw them in at random. Make a basic shape when you do this. There we are. Something like that. Maybe there's some little stringy ones right down here at the horizon. Little stringy clouds. There. Maybe over here there's one that comes drifting in. Give them a friend here. Just however many you want in your world. Sort of look at it, make a big decision, and decide where you think they should be. Watch here, watch here. I want to show you something. Take your finger. Look here. Take a little white. Let's have a sun up here. Let's have a little sun. I think it would really work nice in this particular painting. And just blend it a little bit. Now let's have a little cloud that lives right here. Right there, just a little floater. There he is. He floats right around the sun here. Really, he has the view of a lifetime right here, because he can see everything. He's got the best light here. There. Okay, maybe he's got a friend that, maybe it floats right around here. I think everything needs a friend, even an old cloud. Shoot. Gotta give him a friend too. Maybe this one comes right out. It comes right across the sun. But make up little stories about these little clouds and characters and whatever you have in your paintings. There. Speaking of little characters, in this series several times I've showed you my little squirrels. I want to show you another one. I'm just going to make a few clouds here while you're looking at these little rascals. But I think you really enjoy them. They're some of my special people. Here's one. He was on my settee one day, and I had some magazines out. And he had to sneak up and look at the magazines. And there's a fox, if you can see it, on that Florida Wildlife. And it sort of shook him up. I think he recognized the picture of that fox and knew he was sort of a natural enemy. But he did his little war dance and got out of there. But when squirrels get excited, it's easy to tell, because their little tails will just go crazy. I mean, they will do a dance. And that's so cute. There. Isn't he something else? And I have 2 males and 2 females. Shoot, who knows? Maybe pretty soon we'll have some little squirrels, if they calm down enough. There we are. And we're still putting in some little clouds here while you're watching the little rascals. All right. Shoot, we just going cloud crazy here. I tell you what, let's really get crazy. Here's a big one that lives up here. Maybe there's an old big one up here. Still just using the corner of the fan brush. And just let these old clouds float around the sky. Clouds should look very free. But you do need to do a basic cloud shape when you do this. In classes, sometimes I see people just bang a shape up there and then they don't understand why it didn't turn into a cloud. You do have to do a basic shape. Then we'll just blend it a little bit. I want these clouds to remain quite dark today. So we're not going to do a whole bunch more to them other than blend them, soften the edges, and leave them alone. There. All right, I live in Florida, right outside of Orlando, where Mickey Mouse's house is at. And I'm not far from the ocean. I go down and study the ocean, or that's the excuse I use. Actually, I'm down there sort of playing and enjoying a few rays, but I act like I'm studying it and watch how water works. But if you have time to do that, or if you're close enough to an ocean to do it, it's a super way of learning how to make it all work and come together. If you don't, you can get books, or now they have videotapes that you can sit and study. You can see exactly how that water works, and it's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. There. All right, now all we're going to do today is just blend that a little bit. Just blend it. See there? That easy. Now these little stringy ones, all you have to do is just blend over the top of them. And they work just fantastic. They just sort of drop right in there. All right. And sometimes I like to play a little bit with clouds and maybe have a little projection in one that's, maybe this little projection is coming out a little more. So you can do that just by putting a little change of value in there. All right. Then we'll just blend that a little. It'll help give that illusion that sort of projecting out when it's all done. And if you ever do one you don't like, you just blend it into the other clouds. It'll just go away. There. I just beat the brush to knock any excess paint off. All right. Okay, let's wash this old brush. We wash our brushes with odorless thinner, shake them off, and just beat the devil out of them. Okay, I have a little piece of masking tape across here so we have a nice straight horizon line. Now then, right along there, I'm going to take a little of my lavender color because I didn't cover it naturally because there was masking tape there, and just fill that in. Now, we're in business. As I mentioned earlier, we had to make a major decision in this particular painting when we first started, so we know where the wave's going to be in this one, because I wanted a little bit of green in there. So I'll take a little touch of the titanium white. We just use a fan brush and come right up in here. Let's make our first decision. Let's say our wave lives right there and over, and maybe it'll just sort of float on out like that. Okay? That's really the only big major decision that we have to make at this point. And we'll go back in here, start right at the horizon, and I'm going to exaggerate. I'm making little strokes like that. So it'll look like little things are happening way back here. Now the white's going to pick up that nice lavender color that's already on the canvas. All these little things will happen. As you get closer to you, leave more of these darker areas. Don't kill them all. This begins to work and it gets to be fun, and you have a tendency just to knock them all out. Don't kill them all. They're going to end up being your good friends here. There we are. Okay, let me wipe some of the paint off that brush. Now we can begin. Yeah, I better clean it. Now we can begin. I want to blend some of this back a little bit. Just blend it back so it looks like there's little troughs between them and these ones that are right up close here. There. Okay, we'll come back and drop some highlights on those in a little bit, and that'll separate them, really make them nice. There we go. Now then. And that gives us a background already. Okay, now maybe our wave's going to turn right over like that. So let's go in here. We could use a filbert for that, and it doesn't matter. Filbert, fan, whatever. Take a least little touch of the cad yellow with white, just titanium white. But the least little bit of the cad yellow in it, just enough to give it a tiny little yellowish hue. Then we can go up in here. If this is going to be the eye or the transparency in our wave, whatever you want to call it, make a big decision and really get in there and scrub some of that color in. Just scrub it in. There. And we'll sort of let it just sort of work back a little bit as light plays through there. Now see, that's going to pick up that phthalo green and phthalo blue that we put in. And beautiful things will happen automatically. And we'll take a 2-inch brush. Be sure it's dry. It's most important. Take it and go right in here. And it's going to look like the whole brush is moving. It's not. The hair stays in one place. There you can see it. See how slow? Only I'm going to do it quite rapidly. But the brush is barely moving. You just wind it up, mix it up, stir it, and you can make this as smooth as silk. Just absolutely as smooth as silk. It's unbelievable the effects that you can create using these tools that are quite unorthodox. But look at that. See that glow beginning to appear? There. And it's so easy. And you could do this with a 1-inch brush if you wanted to. Now we begin thinking about shape and form and how that old water is working in here. There we are. Already we're beginning to have some of the basic things in here that we need. Okay. Maybe while we have that old brush going, here's our sun, it's shining through here, and down underneath here, we're going to have some light reflecting. I'll take some of that same color, go underneath here, and just pull it straight down. Straight down. like so. I know you're saying, Bob, you really messed it up this time. And you may be right. We'll see. Then go across like that. And it'll create that illusion of wetness and a sheen coming across the water. The light's reflecting across there. See, already you can see how wet that is. This is going to be we'll have a beach up here. And already we have wet sand laying up there. Okay, I have several old fan brushes going here. Let me grab another one. We'll take a little white. Now then, up in here, this is the fun part. We have to make a big decision. Maybe our waves come in here and going, shh. Got to make those little noises. Grab it and pull it. Just pull it. There. Just let that turn and crash. Now if you pull this down too far, well, let's see if I'll just do it. Take a clean fan brush and you can grab it. This one's okay, but I just want to show you how, because this happens. You can take a clean fan brush, grab it, and pull it back up. You see that? I don't know if you can see it or not, but see how you can pull it right back up. And you can pull that darkness back into the light, or you can pull the light into the darkness. Either way that you want to go. Up to you. That's a good little thing to know, because sometimes you get into little problems and where you pull too much light, and that'll save you. Okay, let's take a little white, a little bit of that lavender color, a little bit of the blue. I want it to the bluish side. A little of that green too. Oh, that's pretty. That's pretty. Let's go up in here and let's throw this in to create the illusion of a nice shadow in our foam. There it comes, right on around. Shoot, maybe it just crashes over there a little bit. I don't know. When you do your seascape, you figure out where it crashes over and where the waves deteriorated to the point it's collapsing. Let's see, while we have lavender and that old fan brush, let's have some fun. You know me, I like to get crazy with these. I like to get crazy. Take a little of that lavender color. Maybe way back here, there's a little headland that pokes his head way out in here. We can just put that on with a fan brush. There. Bumps. There. Okay. And we'll let it come right down there a little way so it's not just setting right on the horizon. It's setting a little bit down. And maybe a little darker color while we have it going. Maybe right in here, there's a bigger one. It's a little closer, so it's darker, and there's more detail in it, of course. Shoot, who knows? Maybe it goes way on up like that. And this is still just that same lavender color, a little bit more to the blue side now. There we go. And we can take a little bit of white, a little bright red. There we are. Just mix them on the brush. So we have the lavender, bright red, little white. And we can go up in here and just by tapping, just tapping with a fan brush. I don't want this to be too distinct yet. As it gets closer, we're going to see more. Right here, I just want to make some basic little shapes. Make these little stones look like they're setting right out here. But all you have to do is just tap with a fan brush and form your stones. Form them. Don't just tap, though. Think about all the little cracks and stuff in that stone. And with a clean brush, very gently, 3 hairs and some air, you can grab that and make it look just like a little rock. Be careful to pay attention to angles, though, when you're blending that with that big brush, and barely touch it. Just whisper light. Now then we'll take a little white on the old fan brush, and maybe there's some little foam. Well, we could have used a filbert for that too. It would work just as well. Little foam splashing right along in there. I like to make, this is the fun part of making seascapes, is this foam. Just work it right around like that. There it goes. Maybe it comes right on around, I don't know, something like that. Maybe there's a little down there. But that'll give you an idea how easy that is. Pull a little bit of that over so you can see something collapsing in the background back here. See, there it goes. Now that one's crashing over also. And back to my fan brush that has the lavender colors on it. I'm going to add some Van Dyke brown and dark sienna to that same lavender color because things are getting closer to us now. And maybe in our world, we'll have a big stone lives right there. Big old stone. It comes right down. And we just fill that up. That's all you got to do. Maybe part of it's in front of the crashing wave. Okay, now, I have several fan brushes going, so I don't have to spend all my time just washing them. We'll take a little titanium white, a little dark sienna. Just throw that in there. Maybe even a little bright red into it, not much. Now then, once again, by just tapping, you can literally shape these stones. Just tap. Make all kinds of little things in there. See, there's another stone. Comes right down. Take a nice clean dry brush, very lightly, touch it, pull. Touch it and pull. And if you want to pull a little of that color down, you can do that. But you can literally shape and form these stones doing just like this. Because stones sometimes are sort of hard to do when we first start. Now then, back to our brush that has a white on it. And we can crash a little more of this red up here on these, all these little doers. Just let it go. A little bit over in here, wherever you want it. Okay, now we got to start thinking about how this water is going to work in here. All these little things going on, little foam. But as it lays down over here, this gets flatter. See, it just lays down. And maybe sometimes there's another little doer right in here. Little wave. There we go. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. We'll take a little of that lavender, mix it with some titanium white, and maybe right in here, see, we'll highlight that. And, shoot, let's put another one. We'll be brave here. We gotta, but just lay this on, pushing the knife very firmly. Very firmly. And if you want to get really crazy, maybe there's another one. Add a little of that phthalo blue to that, not much. Oh yeah, that helps. That helps. Maybe there's another one way out over here somewhere. There it goes. And all you're doing is laying on a little layer of paint. Then we can take a clean fan brush and blend that back. Just blend it back. Grab it and blend it back. Let it work. There. But you can make all kinds of beautiful little effects, just like so. With our liner brush, you can take a little Van Dyke brown. Maybe right up here there's an old tree. Poor old tree. Maybe there's just some arms hanging out here. It just about had it. Times are rough up here. Fan brush, I'm going to take a little sap green, a little yellow. Let's pop in a little grass down here around his foot. We want a little grass in there. Then you can take your liner brush at home and put in all kinds of little details here. See, there's a little line right around there. But begin putting in all kinds of little lines and foamy things. Little yellow and white. And you go back in here and begin highlighting all these little waves like that. See? Choo, choo, choo. There. And with that, we about have a finished seascape. The old clock on the wall tells me it's about time to call it a day. So I think we'll call that one finished. Hope you've enjoyed this little seascape. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Glad you could join us today. Today I have a special little friend here with us that I'd like to share with you before we get started. This is a little kestrel, and it's one of the most beautiful little birds that you've ever seen. And he's also known as a sparrowhawk. And he's with us today. I borrowed him from the bird lady here in Muncie. And I think he's one of the most gorgeous little birds. And his name is Falky. And he was raised by a young man here in Muncie. And look at that. Isn't he something? This is one of the most gorgeous little characters. Hope you enjoy seeing him. Falky, I got to go to work. So I'm going to tell you what, we're going to have all the colors ran across the screen that everybody needs to paint along with us today. And while they're doing that, I'm going to show everybody what we've done on this canvas, okay? Good. Come right up here. Let me show you what I've got going. Today we've got our standard old pre-stretched canvas. And I've taken a little bit of black gesso here and just covered this with, using a sponge on the black gesso, and just covered this area. And then we've taken, let that dry completely. Then we've taken a little bit of midnight black, dark sienna, and a touch of Prussian blue. And I've just covered this whole thing here. In the white area, we've put just a tiny bit of liquid white. So, with that, we're about ready. Hope you like seeing that little kestrel. That's one of the prettiest little devils. There, let's take a little, same colors. We'll use midnight black, little Prussian blue, and some dark sienna. There. And let's just go up in here. And let's just begin playing a little. I'm going to let that color come right on out here and just sort of dance it around. I thought today we'd do a scene like maybe you're deep in the woods. Deep in the woods. So we have all these little shapes and stuff in the background. And I don't want to blend it too much today. I want to leave all these little irregular patterns in there. There, so it'll look, hopefully when we're all done, it'll look like maybe there's light shining through undergrowth that's far away. Something about like that, a little more of the color. And we'll put a little something in here too. What the heck? And just let it blend back into this dark area. Now the reason I use this black gesso is because anytime I'm going to have a lot of area that's going to be dark in a painting, and I know that in advance, if you use the black gesso, it saves you a tremendous amount of work. And a little of these patterns will show through, and it looks like things that you've spent months working on. And it's our secret. It's our secret. Okay. That's about all we need for back in there. Tell you what, today, let's have some fun with a little oval brush. And I'm going to go basically into those same colors. Maybe I'll add a little Van Dyke brown to it. I want to darken it a little bit. Van Dyke brown, Prussian blue, dark sienna, a little black. And with that, let's go up in here and let's start picking out some little basic shapes for trees and bushes that live way back. And all I'm doing is just tapping. Just looking for very, very basic little shapes. I'm going to take the same colors, add a little white to it, so it'll be a little lighter right there. Put some little distant tree shapes, and there we go. All kinds of happy little things back in here. Okay, maybe right there. You just sort of have to make up your mind where you think a little tree would live and drop him in. This oval brush does fantastic things, so I really like it. And it's easy to distinguish. It has a black handle where all of our other brushes have white handles. There. Okay, see, but that easy, it begins giving us some basic little shapes back in here. We're not looking for a lot of detail yet. Now, take the same old dirty brush, go right into a little of the yellows. I have Indian yellow, yellow ochre, cad yellow, but just a little. Be right back. Get a little touch of the sap green too. Not much colors on the brush, and I'm giving it a little push. That'll load the tips of it. And we can go in here and begin picking out some of the little highlights that we see. And I want to keep these quite subdued, quite dark. I don't want them to get too bright yet. There. Now, these are the ones that are far away. Far away. We don't see hardly anything as far as detail goes. It's too far. And if you add too much detail, then you're going to lose that illusion of distance. There we go. These kind of scenes remind me of when I used to live in Alaska. I used to spend a great deal of time just sort of walking through the woods and looking at the little creatures. And I used to hunt with a camera, bring them back on film. That's the way to do it. Okay, see how you can make all those little tree shapes? And I'm just sort of dancing back and forth between the various colors. Once again, don't want this to get too distinct and too bright yet. We'll have some brightness in the foreground, but not yet. Let's take those same colors on the liner brush. On the liner brush with a little paint thinner, bring it to a nice sharp point. And let's begin picking out some indications of little stems and trunks and limbs and twigs, whatever. All those little things that you see when you walk through the woods. There. Let's see, just sort of look at the foliage back here and think where a little limb would like to live if it had its choice, which it doesn't, but in your world it does. There we go. And put as many or as few as you want. Now then, we can begin working a little closer. Same colors. We'll get a little sap green, a little cad yellow, yellow ochre, Indian yellow. And then I'm going to touch at least a little amount of the bright red. Sometimes I use bright red as a duller. I know it sounds crazy, but when you put red and green together, it makes a beautiful brown. So sometimes red is used to dull color. There we go. Now we can begin putting in a little more detail. But look at those beautiful little soft things that you can make with this. There. Just barely touching them. But you have to still think about shape and form. Don't just hit it random. If it helps, give each one of these little bushes a name. There we are. See, right there. There's one. We have to give credit to Richard, the cameraman, because he took that little bird, and first time he'd ever handled one of them little rascals. And I'm telling you, it has some very sharp claws on it. But he was brave. He was brave. He'll probably want to raise now. There. Pick out all these little things. Okay, there's a little. See, now there's a little of the bright red in there. Just a tiny amount. Just gives it sort of an orangey flavor. There. But step back and take a look at how your limbs and leaves are coming together. If you don't like them, change them. You have unlimited power here. You can do any old thing. Darker and darker down in here. Maybe. See, there's one that's got quite a bit of the bright red in it. It's gorgeous. And gorgeous in there. I like it red so much, maybe I'll put a little right there too. In your world, you put any color that makes you happy. Painting is as different as people are. Right, maybe right in here we have another little bush. But see how this little oval brush just makes layer after layer after layer of these little rascals? And it's very easy, even if you've never painted before. This one will make it easy for you. That's the reason I designed this one. Because people were having some problems until they practiced with the other one. This one, no problems. There. But you do have to worry about shape. You can't just throw things in. You need to leave some dark areas in between so there's depth and distance. Now then, go back to my little liner brush. A lot of paint thinner in those same colors, the background colors we were using. Let's go in here and put in an indication of a few more little sticks and twigs. You have to have some of those in there to bring it all together. Something to support it all. There. Okay, just wherever you think they should live. And you only see pieces a lot of times. You don't see the entire tree trunk. You only see little pieces that stick out. And over in here, same thing. Need a few more over in here. But these little sticks, once again, they help create that illusion of distance in your painting. Okay, now we can start working forward in this. I'll take another oval brush. I have a couple of them going here. We'll take some dark sienna. We'll use a little of that black again. A little Prussian blue, same colors. Probably use those throughout this painting. Just tap a little color in there. Maybe we have a nice bush that lives right there. I want this one to be brighter, so I'm making the dark ground, the background dark ground. Boy, sometimes your tongue gets over your eye teeth and you can't see what you're saying. Make the background a little darker so our lighter color will show up better. There we go. Okay, now then, go back to my other oval brush. And we'll go into some yellow. Be right back, grab a little of the red. Ooh, nice color. Very nice color. Now, just by touching, we can begin making all kinds of little things back here that are much brighter. But see, if you didn't have that dark back there, it wouldn't show up as well. You need that dark, because that dark's going to be our shadows. That's going to be our deep shadows. I'm going to add a little of the red to that. Ooh, that's nice. That is nice. But just tap. See that dark area there? It's the most important part of that bush. And I know I keep saying that, but if it doesn't work for you, that's probably what's happening. Because this starts working so well, it feels good, and you get carried away. And next thing you know, you've killed all of those, and they've just gone away. So be careful. Don't let them get away from you. They're too valuable. Too valuable. There. Okay. I think it's time to really get crazy. Maybe in our world, tell you what, maybe there's a big tree that lives right there. You know me and my big trees. Let's take some of that black and blue, dark sienna. Once again, I'm going to use these same colors. Okay, we're going to load this brush to a chisel edge, and we do that by pulling it through the paint and giving it a little wiggle. And you can load it so it's quite sharp. See there? Good. Now with that, we have to make a major decision here. Maybe we're going to have a tree that lives right there. We'll put the indication of a little trunk, just something like so. This tree lives right off the top of the canvas somewhere. And it's deep in the woods, deep in the woods. Maybe it didn't get a lot of light sometime. So it's skinny in places, and maybe in other places it's big and heavy. There. I like to do trees like this. They're so gorgeous. I like these old evergreens that just have the big hangy down limbs on them. Hangy down limb. That sounds like the name of a song. There we are. Okay, just let it go down further and further. There. Maybe to about there. That's good. That's good. Let's give him a friend. Shoot, you know me. I think everything needs a friend. Even a tree. Even a tree. Let's give him one right there. Okay. Right over there. Can you just sort of work back and forth with this brush? Just back and forth. Create all kinds of beautiful effects. There. Okay. Maybe in our old tree here, we can make out here and there a little touch of trunk. So we'll just take some white, a little dark sienna, a little roll of paint on the knife. Let's have a light coming from that direction. I have to make these big decisions. Put in the indication here and there of a little bit of the trunk that's showing through. Don't want to see much. Don't want to see much. Tell you what, let me wash one of these oval brushes. That one's not as much fun as them big ones. They splatter everywhere. Now then, we'll take some of our yellows, yellow ochre, Indian yellow, a little bit of the bright red. Just sort of mix them all together. And let's put a few highlights on these trees. Let's let them shine out here in the light. We said the light's coming from the left over here. So in that case, we need to have it a little bit brighter on the left side than it is on the right side. There. Okay, maybe here and there we'll go into a little touch of the bright red. Oh, isn't that pretty? Isn't that pretty? See how you can make these old trees just sort of hang down. There they are. Wherever. There. All right on down into just darkness down here. Let's do that on the other one too. Same colors, same basic colors. Here we come. Pay attention to shape and form though. There we go. Now if you have trouble making this stick, or if you want to put a little sheen, a little shine on it, dip your brush in a little bit of the liquid clear, and then do this. It makes some of the most beautiful effects you've ever seen. Beautiful effects. And when it dries, as I say, it'll have a little shine to it, and it'll almost glisten. In fact, let's do that. I'm going to dip it into a little liquid clear. What the heck? Because I want this one to shine when it's dry too. But don't overdo. This is a special little gift in your painting. Don't overdo it, because it'll lose its effectiveness if you do. Just here and there. Just here and there. And that rascal will shine in the sunshine. Sing. There. And here and there maybe we'll add a little touch of the sap green. I don't want much green in this tree. I want it to look there, like all these colors are just shining through. Isn't that a gorgeous little tree though? That old oval brush will do that for you. Now, back to my sap greens, all that. I'm going to grab a little alizarin crimson and throw in there too. Right in with that ochre. Oh, that's pretty. Alizarin crimson and yellow ochre make some beautiful colors. Now then, let's begin putting all kinds of little things that are living here. In my mind, the light's coming right from that direction and shining across. So that's the way I want it to look. Grab a little dark sienna, put in there with it. I'm just varying all these colors. I want to keep it in the brown tones though, and the yellows and oranges. Nice fall looking colors. There we go. Wherever. Darker over in here. I want this to sort of fade out. We'll have one bright area right in here. The rest of it will let be much darker. Now if you really want to make it look nice and bright and shiny, let's just drop this in real quick. In a couple of places where light would strike. I'll show you how to do that. Put in a little background color here real quick. There. Watch here now. Right in here, maybe that'll be our bright spot. I'm going to let's go into a little bit of the titanium white. Just a little, and we're going to really brighten that color. Think where light would strike, and in my mind, it's going to hit right along in here. There. And maybe right here. Wherever. But this will be the brightest spot in the whole painting. We'll just sort of let that fade right on out as the light gets behind the trees and everything. Just a little maybe here and there zings through, but most of it's gone now. There. That's the only time in this painting we'll use that. Now then, let's just begin working forward here. Still using all the little fall colors. There we are. But isn't that a neat little brush? It works so well. Little highlight here and there. You could do entire paintings using nothing but this. Nothing but this brush. If you wanted to. If you wanted to. There we go. I tell you what, let's do. You know me, I like old big trees. I think maybe we ought to really get crazy. Really get crazy today. This is your bravery test on this painting. Let's go up here and grab a big bunch of this Van Dyke Brown little dark sienna with it. Pull it out flat, we get a big roll of paint on our knife. You ready? Our tree is going to live right there. As I say, this is your bravery test. And when I said big tree, I think I meant big tree. I like to do these old big ones sometime. They're a lot of fun. Maybe old tree lives right there. Just comes right on down. There we are. Over on this side. There. Told you that was a big tree. Told you that was a big one. Okay, maybe take a little brown and white I see laying right here. Okay, maybe a light's zinging right through here. Just like you were putting snow on the mountain though. Just touch it. No pressure. No pressure at all. And just let it wander right down the side there. It's dark sienna and white. There we go. There. Isn't that a super easy way though to make very nice little bark looking areas on the tree? Works well. And maybe, I'll tell you what, maybe there's another one here. Maybe it had a friend that fell over. The old tree fell over. Had a bad day. Big wind came through here and crashed it. Maybe it was a long time ago and it's starting to deteriorate away now. And there's, you know, if you see old logs in the woods, there's places where it rots faster than it does other places. And it comes out looking funny. Maybe it goes all the way off the canvas. There, look at that. Now then. Boy, we really did put a big log in there. And let's take some white, a little dark sienna, a little touch of the yellow ochre in there too. Get our little roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. And now all we have to do here is just touch. It'll pull off what it wants. Like there's a little light zinging right through there. Now, I want it to look like it's open, so I'm going to leave the dark on the end and work back. And I'll allow it to pick up that dark paint so it gets darker and darker and darker as the light slides over the top of this. Maybe back here there's a big old root that's still hanging on. But it's going to get into shadow there pretty soon. And we're not going to be able to see a whole bunch. Little light playing right through there, but it gets darker and darker and darker. There, very quickly it gets darker. Just make out highlight on top. Look at that old log. See him laying there? All right. All right. I like him, old rascals. Sometimes it's fun to take this little brush and instead of using it sideways, go straight in and give it a little push and it'll make like little ferns and stuff that sort of hang over. Like so. Load a little more color. Then we can go back and just begin tapping in all kinds of little things. Get a little more of the sap green. There we go. But vary the colors and put them in the way that you want them. Just however you want them. There. I want to get much darker here in the foreground. Much, much darker. In fact, we're using very little color now. Very little paint. Darker, darker, darker. Darker. It's behind this log that's fell down. Very little light's going to sneak over here. There. And we're just basically going to fill the rest of the canvas up here with some little things like that. here and there, maybe you want to show a little more detail, and you can do that by just adding a little color. But I don't want a great deal here. It'll lose that effectiveness. Keep it dark in the foreground. There we go. Okay, tell you what, let's do. Let's grab our liner brush, go into that. We'll get some Van Dyke Brown, little dark sienna. All right, make it very thin. And let's go up in here. And maybe our big old tree here has got a big limb that hangs off right there. But wiggle it and jiggle it. Let it be a loose, flowing limb. There, look at that. That limb's got character. It's not just a plain old limb. It's got character. There's one up here. It's just sort of hanging off. Got to make those little noises to get it to bend right. All right, and just however many you think should be showing on this. There. There we are. A little bit of light color on top, and you can highlight those a little just to make them look a little nicer. A little light zinging through there too. We can take a little bit of the yellows and greens, a little paint thinner. And here and there we can just pull up a little grassy things that live in there, wherever you think they should be. There. How's that? If you wanted to, you could even end it by maybe putting an indication of a big one right there. Maybe an old dead one. There we are. Put a few little limbs on him. I think we've got a pretty nice little scene that looks like it's real deep in the woods. Hope you enjoy this one. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. And as you can see, today I have one of my little friends with me. This is a little baby cedar waxwing. And it's easy to tell because he's got bright yellow little tail feathers. But he's just a very small little baby. Isn't he the cutest little thing that you've ever seen? Hi. 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 You get an idea how small he is. Oh, he's going to eat my ring. There. Okay, tell you what. Let's start out and have him run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us today. While they're doing that, I'll set my little friend down and we'll get started. Okay, Guy, you go sit right over here, and I'll be back with you in just a second. There you are. Good. Okay, today we have our standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas up here, or whatever size you want to use. We just use this because it's good for the television format. It's covered with a thin, even coat of liquid white, and it's all ready to go. So let's just have a fun time today. And I get so many cards and letters from people saying, do a winter scene that's cold. Your warm scenes are nice, but where I live it's cold and we want a cold scene. I'm going to show you a very easy way, using a very limited palette, how to do one of the neatest little winter scenes, and you can change it to fit whatever area that you live in, okay? So we have nothing but black, blue, and white today. So that's what we'll use. Let's start out with a little midnight black, Prussian blue. We just mix them on the brush here. Just mix them on the brush. Black and blue, or blue and black, whichever we prefer. All right, let's go right up to the top here. Now we'll just start up here, making our little X's, or little crisscross strokes, whatever you want to call them. There we are. Now, if you want it to look colder, you can add more of the black color and make it look more overcast and like it's really, really a bad stormy day. Or if you want it to look a little brighter, go to the blue side. Totally and completely up to you. There. Years ago, I had a man tell me he couldn't paint because he was colorblind and could see nothing but gray. Well, even if you're colorblind, when you're using only black, blue, and white, you can do a very, very nice painting because all you're working with is values or different hues of color, different intensities of color. And anybody can do it, even if they're colorblind. It's no big deal. All right. Now, by starting at the top and working down, your paint is continually mixing with the liquid white that's on the canvas, and automatically, it gets lighter and lighter toward the horizon. And in a landscape, that's what we're looking for. Okay. Now we'll just go all the way across, take out the little brush strokes, and we're in business. All right. Maybe we'll have a little water in this. You know me, I'm crazy about water, so we'll take, since it's all we have, we'll take the same colors, just black and blue, and let's lay in a little water. This is going to be a winter scene. Then we'll probably have some snow down here. And this also would work very well as a shadow color for the snow. So we don't care. We'll cover the whole bottom. And whatever we don't want to be water, it'll be snow. All right, other side. But notice we start on the outside edge and pull inward. That way you don't end up with big, watch here, I'll just do it. If you start here and go over, see the big line? That's very hard to blend out. Very hard to blend out. And it's still showing a little bit. You have to really work to blend that out. So start on the outside and pull in. And try to leave a little area open like in there. That little open area, if all works right, will look like a little sheen of light coming across your water. All right, good. Very lightly, just blend the entire bottom. And that little light area remains in there. Okay, let's wash the old brush. Today, let's play a little bit with clouds, maybe. Shake off the excess and beat the devil out of it. I tell you what, let me grab old fan brush here. Even using just blue and white and black, we can make some very effective little clouds. Watch here. We'll start with just plain titanium white. Load both sides of a good fan brush. There. Now these are bristle fan brushes. They're pretty stiff in comparison to ones that are made of badger hair or some of the better ones. These are pretty stiff brushes. You wouldn't want to use a sable brush to do this because we're going to really push this paint into the canvas. Now decide where your little cloud's going to live. In our world, maybe. Yep, right there. Right there. And just work in tight little circles. Little tiny circles. There you go. See? But tiny little circles. Maybe the old cloud comes right over in here. And try not to stay in one spot and just work it over and over and over because it'll look like a big old cotton ball up in the sky. And we don't want that. Don't want that. We want clouds that have character. Okay. But all kinds of little things happening there. Now, let me be sure it's good and dry, 2-inch brush. Let's go in here and begin blending this. But we're not touching the top at all. And all I'm using is the very top of the brush. See there? Just the top bristles. Okay, there, good. And we'll just blend that right on back. Right on back. Now, very lightly, we'll just sort of fluff that a little. Just fluff it up. And just 2 hairs and some air go over it a little bit. Look at that little cloud. And we can put layers of clouds in our world. But do one layer at a time and then come forward, always coming forward. Maybe there's another little layer right there. I don't know. Just wherever you want them. The clouds are very free. They just sort of float around the sky and have a good time all day. There. But see, layer after layer. And you could put as many layers as you want. As many as you want. Okay, all kinds of little things. And we just sort of let it float off in here into nothing. Back to our large brush. And be sure it's dry. Be sure it's dry. If it's wet and you do this, then you're going to lose the ability to blend it. Because the only reason you can blend this is it's a very thick, dry paint. If you have a thin, soupy paint, oily paint, then you're in trouble. And I'm just beating it to knock off the excess paint. There. Now all paint has a little oil separation. Sometimes when you open the tube, there'll be a little oil separation and oil will come out. Don't worry about that. But if the paint is real oily and real thin, it will not work for this technique. Now, I'm going to grab another fan brush. I have several of them going here. Let's put some white over there, some black and blue, mostly black. Oh, I want it to be into the gray. There. Maybe even a little darker. Ooh, that's nice. That's nice. Now, let's go up in here, and right in here, I'll tell you, let's do it up here. We'll start way up in here. Let's have another little cloud that just floats right in here. Let's see there. Let that little cloud just float right around. Maybe it comes down and I don't know. Let your imagination take you wherever you want to go. Just follow it, there. See, now we can make layers, though, of clouds, just using basically gray and white. That's really the only thing that we're using here. Back to our brush, big brush, and we begin blending that. Just blend it back. I want to blend the bottom of the cloud back here to where it almost disappears, but we're not touching the top up here of the cloud at all yet. Not yet. And then we'll just fluff the entire cloud. And very lightly blend it. But see how that pushes that whole range of clouds back. And sometimes you can take, watch here. Maybe here's a little cloud that slipped down. There's a little opening right there. Maybe it slipped right out of there. There it goes. See? And we'll just let it float right on back. And maybe there's another one lives right there. Little floater in the front floater. And you can just have this spill over wherever you think it should. Back to our big brush. That's clean and dry, and we blend the base of it out again. Just blend it out. There. And over here, same. Fluff them. Lift them. And then we blend the entire sky together. But you can just keep on and make layer after layer after layer of just gorgeous clouds. It's very simple to do. Even if you've never painted a cloud before, this will work for you. Easiest, most effective way I've ever seen of making clouds. All right, let's have some fun. We'll use that old brush we had the gray color on. Maybe in our world, there lives a little mountain. We're just taking the black and the blue, since that's all we have. Mostly black, though, when it on to the dark side. Something like so. And let's come right up in here. Maybe in our world. Yep, see, we'll have maybe there's a little mountain there. Comes right down. Put all kinds of little bumps and stuff in him. Maybe it just fades right on over into nothing, basically, back here. See, the only thing we're worried about is a nice top edge. We could care less what's happening elsewhere. That's all we're looking for. There. See how you can just put in a basic mountain shape with a little fan brush. Grab our 2-inch brush, and all we're going to do here is grab it and pull. Because the liquid white's on the canvas, we can literally move the color. This would be difficult to do on a dry canvas, but on a canvas that's wet, it's very simple. Very simple. It'll just move all over. There, see? Just pull it. This is also an extremely easy and effective way of making the indication of some nice little mountains that live back in your painting. And I decided I wanted these to look like they're sort of going away from us, so I made this side smaller than that side. That's the only reason. If you want it to look like it's a straight one, then make it basically the same all the way across. Up to you. We can use I'll use a small knife. Could use a big one or the small one. I'll take a little titanium white. And I think there's a little snow laying up here on these mountains, but I don't want a lot. Don't want a lot. So I'm just rubbing this a little. And as you go down, let the knife turn so it gets wider. See, figure out where you think might be a little snow on these. And just play some games here. Don't kill all your dark areas. Those dark areas are going to end up being our shadows. There. Okay, let it go. Wasn't that little bird one of the cutest little devils? I like little birds. All my life I've raised little birds. When I was a kid, my mother would always get on to me if I went out and swiped a bird out of the nest to raise. So when I was coming home from school sometime, I would literally risk life and limb to climb some great big tree and swipe a little bird. Then I'd take it home and I'd tell my mother, I said, this little bird, Ma, he fell out of a tree. It was out in the middle of the highway and the cars were coming by and about to run over him, and I have to take care of him. And she'd say, well, okay, if that's the case. But I always thought she really knew the truth. And every year there'd be this little bird out in the highway, and I'd bring him home. And I'd raise him, go out every day after school and dig fishing worms for him, feed the little devils, because they take constant care. And then when he got big, I'd turn him loose, let him go. And then all year, every time I'd see a bird that was the same breed as the one I had released, I'd wonder if that was my little bird that I'd raised and had the opportunity to make friends with. So I borrowed that little bird from Diana Schaefer, the bird lady here in Muncie. He's a loner bird, I guess. But Diana raises hundreds of little birds that are orphaned or for various reasons have no parents. Every year she raises hundreds of them and turns them loose. And there's people all over the country that do this, that work with injured animals and birds and orphaned animals and birds. And they need your help. If you have time, go see them. Go see them. And it's a super way for my young friends to get to meet some creatures. I know I work with Ann Young in Orlando, Florida, where I live. And I go over and just help her feed the birds sometime. Because she has about 2,000 birds a year. Whew. And she always needs help. And so do all the other bird ladies. So if you have time, give them a hand. They'll appreciate it. They'll appreciate it. And most of them support this out of their own pocket. They can always use a little contribution. We'll use a 1-inch brush here. And I'm just going to tap into some of that gray color. Just a little. Maybe in our world back here, maybe there's just a few little trees that grow right up the side of this. Just touch, sort of lift upward a little. We're going to come back with another one and do this again. But this just begins giving the feeling of a little trees that are growing right up the side over there. Just a few. There. Okay. Now, we'll take a clean, dry 1-inch brush. This is a different brush. I have several of them. And lift upward. Just lift upward. But see, it'll make it look like there's little trees growing right up the side of these mountains back here. Yeah, there we are. Far, far away. Little tiny ones. Little tiny ones. And the last show, we showed the little kestrel. He's almost like a little falcon. A beautiful little bird. Maybe we'll show him again in this series. So many people have wrote and asked about him and how he's doing. Gorgeous little bird. There we are. And just put layer after layer. You make up your mind where you want these and how many you want, because you can get sort of carried away with them. Take a little more of the titanium white, and right down here at the base, we can put in the indication, a little snow down at the bottom of them. See, and that sort of brings it all together. There we go. But there's really not much paint. Not much paint there. And not a great deal of pressure. You still want it to break a little. I think I'll have some trees there, so I'm not too worried about that side. Looks like a natural place to have a nice little tree thing growing out there. Okay. Let me see. Let's take a fan brush. Here's one that had some white on it. That's all right. We'll go into that same color. Same color, blue, black, and white. But we don't want it real dark right now. We don't want it real dark, because we're going to make several layers. Maybe back here lives some little evergreen trees that are far away, or whatever kind of trees you want. Just touch and sort of pull downward. Get a little more color here. There. And just keep tapping with that, see? Just keep it going like so. There we are. Okay. All kinds of little things. Okay, we'll just take this right on up, maybe to about there, wherever we want them. All right. Now then, we want to create the illusion of mist at the base of these. So what we'll do is just tap with a 2-inch brush. Mist in a winter scene also helps make it look very cold. Very, very cold. Then lift upward. There. And at the base of that, we'll put a little bit more of the snow. Figure out where the bottom of these trees are. Lay a little snow, just like that. See, you can put layer after layer after layer in your painting. And these various layers, that's what makes your painting look like it has depth. It's not just an old flat painting. Now we'll use the same color, since that's all we have, and we'll just make it a little darker. But we still want to have room to get even darker if we need to. And maybe right in here we'll just push upward with a brush. Maybe there's some little grassy things growing right there. And there's a few little trees. We're beginning to be able to make out a little bit of the shapes here and there, because it's getting closer to us now. Little baby tree lives right there. But he'll grow up, be a big old tree. There's one that already has. It's grown up pretty good. There, just push upward. Something like so. Maybe, in our world, we'll have another one, bigger one right there. Okay, something goes like that. Just work back and forth. We start with a corner of the brush, and as we work down the tree, we just push harder and harder. Harder and harder. And automatically that'll happen. Let me grab another brush here. We'll take an old 2-inch brush, little titanium white on it. Grab the bottom of that blue and black color and give it a little pull. See how it creates an illusion of shadows under there. A little dark area underneath. But don't be excited if you pick up a little of that color. It's nice. And now, here comes our snow. It'll sort of happen. Just sort of look at your painting and decide where you think these things should be. Just will sort of happen. Just fill it in. Like that. But angles are very important when you're doing the snow. Very important. Shoot. We'll take some of our darker color. Guess what color it is? Since we only have one color. Pull straight down. Straight down. See there it comes. There it comes. You can see it happening right there. And that quick, we can turn that little thing into a happy little pond. Sometimes you can touch a little white and pull that down. And it'll make it look like there's a little sheen reflecting across that. There, see, but instantly. Take a little liquid white, mix it with a little of the titanium white just to thin it down, because a thin paint will stick better right over here. We'll put a little water line in there, just like so. There we are. Okay. Act like you're trying to cut a hole right through the canvas. Just really get in there. There. Now, with our brush that has a titanium white on it, I'm going to pull that distinctly through there. Right through. There we go. And that sort of pushes that whole lake area back. Okay, I think grab on a fan. There's the one. Grab the wrong fan brush. Little blue and black. Maybe, yep, right there. Let's put one. Sort of look at your composition and decide where you think there should be a little tree. I think there should be one right there. There we go. Just let it work right off your brush there. Maybe it lives in the foreground a little more, like here. But isn't that a super easy way to make nice evergreens? Grab the bottom, give it a little pull so there's a shadow under it. Shoot, you got it there. Let's go on the other side. We need something over there too. Don't want him left out. Maybe we got a big tree. Lives right there. Corner of the brush. This is a good painting to teach you how to make evergreen trees. As you've seen in this series, there's numerous ways to make evergreen trees. You can use the oval brush, the 1-inch brush, fan brush, just about any way you can think of. There we go. There they are. And we don't care in here too much because you can't distinguish much in there. Here's one that maybe is a little bent. There we are. He just sort of hangs over like him. Maybe there's a little reflection in the water. Okay, just grab a 2-inch brush, pull it straight down. Straight down. And then go across. Instant reflections. Now, I'm going to take a darker color and put another little tree right there. I used a darker color so it will stand out and it'll look like it's in the front. But you have to work with values when you're doing this. Don't use up all your darkest colors in the background because then when you get in the foreground you have nothing darker, so it won't stand out. Sort of plan how many layers you're going to have in there. Or start with quite a light value, and as you work forward, you have some darker values to use. All right, we've got to give it a little something to stand on, since it's just sort of hanging around out here. Let's do something like that. This old tree here needs a little place. There we are. Take a little liquid white, cut us in a little water line. It lives right about there. Something right along in there. See there? And you can put the indication here and there of a little ripple or sheen, whatever. There. Take the clean knife, scrape in a few little sticks and twigs, and you have a finished painting. Hope you like this one. It'll teach you how to use a very limited palette and do some fantastic things. From all of us here, happy painting. God bless, my friend. Hey, welcome back. I have my little friend Falky here again today. We've got so many cards and so many people have called in wanting to know about this little devil. Thought I'd show him again. This little rascal is just absolutely gorgeous. He's a kestrel. Look at him. Isn't that something? See if he'll eat a little something here. There you go. See, we give him a little bit of beef heart. And that's what he'll have for lunch today. You want a little more? There. He is absolutely precious. Some places, as I mentioned earlier, they call him a sparrowhawk. But he's just gorgeous. Let's see if we can make his wings go up so you can see how he looks. He's a little baby. There. He's just learning to fly. All right. And you notice I have a big glove on here. He has some claws that are absolutely unreal. All right, I guess we'll set him down here in just a second. Tell you what, while I'm setting him down, let's have him run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us today. And while they're doing that, why don't you come up here and let me show you what I've got done already. I have my standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas, and we've today took and made a little oval out of contact paper or any adhesive back paper, and we've put that on and just got it stuck real good. And then we've covered the entire canvas with a thin, even coat of the liquid white, so it's all wet and slick and ready to go. So now we can take off and we can just have fun. All right, let's start out today. Maybe we'll just have a happy little scene, something that gives a feeling of desert. I'm going to start with a small amount of the Indian yellow, just a tiny little bit, and maybe go right up in here and just use little crisscross strokes, and we'll just drop in some yellow color right along there, something like that. And without cleaning the brush, I'm going to go right into a little yellow ochre. It's sort of a golden color. Very nice, beautiful little color. I think you'll like that one. So we have just a little bit of the gold color right above the Indian yellow. Okay, now then, once again, without cleaning the brush, I'm going to go into a small amount of alizarin crimson. Doesn't take much, just a little. And we'll go right up above that and just drop in a little crimson. Still using the little X's or the crisscross strokes, whatever you want to call them. There. So we can take it all the way to the top. It doesn't matter, wherever we want it. Something like that. Okay, and we just blend this till you can't tell where one color stops, next color starts. Now maybe right down here, I know what we'll do. Let's take some crimson, and a little bit of the phthalo blue, just mixed together. A little crimson, little phthalo blue, make sort of a lavender color. Okay, let's go back up in here. And maybe our horizon's going to be right below center here. We'll take a little of that lavender color and just sort of lift it in one direction like that. Just sort of pull it, sort of curve it upward. There. And you could even tap and make the indication of some little stringy clouds just going right on along. Something like that. And down there we can just clean the brush off. Doesn't much matter down there. Let me wash my old brush. That's the fun part. That's the fun part. Shake off the excess and just beat the devil out of it. Now with a clean dry brush, I'm going to gently start here and blend this like so. And the rest of it we'll just blend a little bit to take out some brush strokes. Now then, let's mix up a little more of that lavender color. I think we'll have some fun. I'm going to take some phthalo blue and alizarin crimson, mix it together. Proportionately, much, much more crimson than blue. Need a bigger pile. There, might as well mix up some. Okay, something about like that. Let me clean the old knife off. Yeah, then I'll just we'll use a fan brush today, what the heck. Put a little of that color in the fan brush, and maybe we got some big old clouds that live right up in here. So we're going to make a stroke I'm exaggerating. Let me really exaggerate. It looks like that, only smaller and not quite as much angle. But that'll give you an exaggerated view of what it is. There, see? But it's just sort of overlap all these little strokes. Like that, sort of like you're doing an ocean. And maybe there's a little lure hangs out around here. Sometimes it's nice just to make maybe very lightly, there's a little fluffer cloud that just floats around here. Little fluffy one. Okay, let me grab a clean, dry, be sure it's dry, 2-inch brush, and then I'm just going to blend that little cloud right in. Watch there though. Just blend the bottom of it right out. So it just sort of blends right into the background except for the top edges. Because I want this little cloud to be very quiet and subdued. He's just sort of hiding back here. And then we can take And in the foreground, then, we can put another little cloud, and it'll look distinctly like it's in the foreground. That's the reason I wanted to blend that one back. There. And who knows, maybe over here there's even a couple little stringer clouds that hang out over in this area. Just sort of let your imagination take you wherever you want to go. Enjoy. Painting should make you happy. If it does nothing else, it should make you happy. All right. Clean, dry, 2-inch brush once again. And let's begin blending the little clouds we've made here. Another thing that painting will do, it'll make you see and appreciate nature every day, every single day. I receive letters from people that say that if painting has done nothing else for them, it's made them appreciate some of God's creations. I never will forget, I got a letter from a lady one time, told me she had lived with a tree in her front yard for 25 years, and until she started painting, she had never actually seen it. She'd looked at it, over and over she had looked at it, but she had never seen it. And painting will make you see things in a whole different light. There. See how you can just make it look like a big old mean cloud laying up there? That easy. Okay. Good. Let's wash that one. I just like to wash brushes. We use odorless thinner, odorless paint thinner. Shake off its excess and cover the whole room. And that's really a nice way to redecorate your whole house. You can do it in about a heartbeat if you beat the brush like that in your living room. You're certainly going to become very unpopular if you do it. I suggest you get your little brush beater rack. We'll use that same little lavender color. Maybe I'll put a little touch more blue in it, get it to the blue hue, or the blue side of lavender. Maybe we're going to have like a little deserty type scene. Maybe back in here, there's maybe just a little mountain that lives there. I'll just use the corner of the fan brush and just sort of pull it downward. Can you see what's happening there? Just sort of pull it downward. Make all those beautiful little shapes and designs that you have on some of those fantastic mountains out there. Arizona, New Mexico, all the way down into Old Mexico. I've been spending a little time in Old Mexico here lately. Oh my God, is that gorgeous. That is so beautiful. We recently did a show where we went to the floating gardens and painted right outside of Mexico City. It's one of the most gorgeous sights you've ever seen. If you get a chance, you ought to see that. Whew. I never knew it existed, but I'm certainly going back. There we are. And we just sort of bring it right on down here. But there. And let it work out. And this one's far, far away. We don't want a lot of detail in it yet. Don't want a lot of detail. We'll use a 2-inch brush. What the heck? Grab that and pull it. Just pull it. There we are. So it all blends right into the painting. Sure hope you like that little bird. That little kestrel is one of the neatest little birds, but I'm not kidding you. You certainly have to wear gloves when you work with him. That son of a gun has some talons on him. It's unreal. Even though he's small, and that one was just a baby, he still can get you. And I borrowed him from Diana Schaefer, the bird lady here in Muncie. There. And she'll raise him till he's just a little bit older. He needs another couple of months. And then she'll release him and let him go back and start his own family, because they're a very protected bird, so we have to take care of them. Let's have some fun today. Let me clear off a little spot to work. I'm going to make a nice green and crimson mixture, alizarin crimson and sap green. Let's just mix them together. And I really want to mix these thoroughly because I want to make a beautiful, beautiful brown color. This makes one of the nicest browns, but you have to mix it pretty good. Normally we leave our paints marbled, but in this case, I want to mix it up quite well. Proportionately, it's about equal. About equal. Let me wipe off the old knife here. Now we can take a 2-inch brush just put a little of that beautiful brown color right on the brush. Okay, and let's just begin applying some of it right in here. Very lightly at first, because as things get closer to you in the landscape, they should get darker and darker in value. So back here we just want a light brown color. We don't want it to get too carried away yet. Darker and darker as it comes forward. And to make it darker, of course, all you do is add a little more paint. There. Okay, down here toward the base, a little bit darker even yet. But already, just by the difference in values, it'll give you the indication that it's going further and further away from you. That's what helps create that illusion of distance in your painting. There. All right. See, right on back. But isn't that neat how that works and causes you to have the feeling of distance? I tell you what, let's get crazy today. Let's get crazy. Maybe there's a big old stone right there. I like to do big old stones. I'll show you an easy way to do it. We use that same brown color. Use the knife, pull it out flat, cut across, get a little roll of paint. And that little roll of paint should live right on the edge of the knife. Okay, let's go up here. And maybe, I don't know, maybe we got a big old stone lives right there. And just begin with a basic shape. There. Grab a little more paint. There, see? But just decide how this old stone looks and how it was formed. It's up to you. If you look around, you can find a stone just about any shape that you want it. Just about any shape. All right. Okay, a little bit down in here. And all we're doing is just blocking this in or filling it up full of color. Okay, maybe there's a little projection back here too. I don't care. Just whatever. As I say, stones can be about any old color we want them to be. Okay. There. Now then, we'll use some bright red. A little bit of that brown that we made and mix it together. Get a little white. There's some of the most beautiful colors in the desert. It's where you can really go wild with your palette. Let me wipe off the old knife. You can go crazy with your knife, with color when you're doing desert scenes. Cut off our little roll of paint and no pressure, absolutely no pressure, just like we're doing a mountain. Mountain is only a stone that has grown up. Just barely touch. Just let it graze down there. There, here it comes. Watch. Look at all those little things just happening, and you can turn the knife. There we go. But just barely graze the canvas. Barely graze the canvas. There. And the paint breaks. In other words, it has all those little holes there, little openings. And that's what really makes it outstanding. Outstanding. There. Come right on down through there. Something like that. I don't know. However you want the old stone to be. Rough and ragged looking. It's had a hard life out here. We'll leave that quite dark in there so it'll look like a recessed area. Little creatures, you got to have a place to get in there and hide too. We got to take care of them. Got to take care of them. They're my friends. There. Okay, we'll just make that old stone come right on out here, something like so. You can just keep on till this little old patch of rocks here will take over your whole painting. And that's okay. That's okay. There we go. Take a tiny little bit of that color. We'll make this one a little flatter, so we'll just put a little something on the top only. And you can take the knife, let me get a little color here. Just pull down, allowing at least a little touch of that color you have on top to come downward. It'll create the illusion of a nice sharp edge right there. And maybe then we'll bring this one right on down and through, so it'll push that one back. It's just playing games. Painting is nothing but games of illusion. There we go. As I say, I really hope you like seeing that little bird. I have always, my whole life, enjoyed little critters. I never will forget when I was very young. I worked at a big department store close to Orlando, Florida, where I was raised. And instead of paying me off in money, they paid me off in creatures, and they told me I could take whatever kind of creature I wanted that they had in the store. And back in those days, they used to still sell alligators in Florida. And there was a little alligator in there about 2 feet long. So I told the store manager, I said, well, I want that alligator. Now, everything was fine till I got home. And I remember I went into the living room. I must have been about 12, 13 years old. And I had that old alligator in a cloth bag, and I dropped him out on the floor. And my mother just about came unglued. I thought she was going to kill me. But we finally made peace, and she allowed me to keep the little alligator. But he never was one of her more popular pets around the house, because he tried to bite me the day I got him, and he tried to bite me the day I let him loose, which was must have been close to a year later. And I turned him loose in one of the lakes in Orlando, and right now he's probably 10 feet long. There we go. I'm just going to pull the base of this out a little bit. Just let it blend outward. Okay, good. But I don't think an alligator makes a very good pet. I don't believe you could tame one in 50 years. He's always going to be a pretty mean old critter. But they're not near as dangerous as you think they are. I tell you what, let's do. Let's have some fun. Maybe. You know me and maybe there's a little path that goes out behind this rock and just sort of comes forward. And I'm making a little motion like that. I'm exaggerating, but so it looks like his path has been wore down. Now this may have been animals that traveled up and down this path in front of this old rock, or it might have been people. I don't know. Maybe back in the old days, the old wagon train came this direction. There we are. Maybe it's just a nice place for the little coyote to go. I don't know. Make up little stories, though. And we'll blend the light color back into it just by pulling it in one direction, just to bring it back together. So it sort of sets down in there. Now we can go all the way across very gently. 2 hairs and some air. There. Maybe there's a little weed that lives right there. Push upward with a fan brush. Just happy little bush. There. Okay, now then, take another little fan brush, a little bit of that lighter dirt color. Just grab the bottom of it, pull it out a little, so it fits right in there. There we go. Now, liner brush, we'll use that little paint thinner. Go into that same old brown color. Maybe there's an old gnarly bush that lives there. I don't know. I haven't spent a great deal of time around the deserts, but maybe this is going to be a future tumbleweed or something. I remember tumbleweeds from when I was young and used to listen to the cowboy shows, and they were always talking about the tumbleweeds going across the desert. That was back in the days when we used to listen to shows on radio before TV was invented, or before it was popular enough for people in my neighborhood to have one. There. I would never tell anybody, but I used to listen to some of the shows, and they'd be sad at the end, and I'd cry, and I'd threaten my brother if he told anybody at school that I'd got sobby-eyed over some of these things. I think he told everybody. And he's a policeman today and bigger than me, so guess I won't hassle him too much. All right, I'm gonna take a little bit of the liquid white, put a little bit of that same brown color into it. Okay, let me clean the knife. So I have a very thin paint. And I'll take old filbert brush, a little bit of the brown on both sides. Okay, down here now, just stay there, I'll find you, there. And pull one side through that. Have dark and light. Okay, maybe there's just a little stone or two lives right out in here. So you can just put a little happy little stone here and there. There, maybe over here on this side, there lives a little stone. Wherever you think they should be. But by loading the fan or the filbert brush, both sides like that, you can double load the brush. And these little rascals are so easy, so easy. Just pull a little bit of that base color into it so it just blends right together. I tell you what, let's do. I'm going to take the sticky back paper here off. Let's see what we have. This is what they call the moment of truth right here. And then if you want to get crazy, and you know me, always can't be satisfied, have to do one more little thing. Let me just quickly here mix up a little bit more of that brown, sap green, alizarin crimson, just mixed together. All right. Okay. Maybe outside of our oval, just to break it up a little bit, maybe there's a little cactus living out here. I don't know. Maybe it's an old cactus and he lives right there. Big old strong cactus. And we'll make his little top here round. There, them square cactus, they seem to bother people. All right, just fill him in. Let's give him an arm. You always think about cactuses having an arm hanging out. At least one. Maybe this one's got two. Who knows? You put as many arms on your cactus as you want. And down here, maybe there's just going to be some little bushes down here. I don't know. We'll have a little place for him to sit, so he don't look like he's just hanging out there. I want to take a little bit of, let's take a little white, a little midnight black mixed together. Make a nice sort of gray. Maybe you can put a little of that brown in there. Oh, that's nice. Cut off a little tiny roll of paint. And we go up here and just begin touching. Just touch the edge. I want to make it look like there's little ridges. Cactus have ridges. There we go. See? But just by touching the canvas, just touch it. The canvas will take off what it wants, give you back what's left. There you go. Okay, now maybe this arm is on this side and the other arm's on the other side. You have to make that decision. So that's what we'll decide in our world. Let me get that little knife. I like that little knife for getting in these smaller places. It's hard to make a round cacti with a square knife, but we can do it because we can do anything as long as we believe we can. And we believe we can do that. A little bit on the other side. Shoot, it's not too bad looking old cacti. And we can even take I'm going to put a little touch of the sap green on the other side, so when you look close, you'll see a little greenish hue. But I want him to be mostly silhouetted. Just a little tiny bit of green. Ooh, oh, it's good. Just a little here and there, not too much. Okay, good. Hope you can see that. There is some green there. I don't want a great deal. Let's take a little bit of brown and white. Make it look like a little soil right down there. Something like that. Take a fan brush. Use a little yellow ochre, a little bit of that brown mixed together. Just go up in here and pop in a few little highlights around the foot of that little cactus. There. Hope this gives you an idea of how you can make some super little paintings very, very easy, because it's a lot of fun and you'll enjoy this one. We'll take the brown with a liner brush. Maybe there's old weed or two growing around the bottom. Might even be an old stick. Just sort of whatever you want. There. Shoot, I think we about have a finished painting. As I say, hope you give this one a try. You'll enjoy it. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. I've got another little friend here today, and this is just a little baby robin, and he's just the cutest little thing. And he's a little nervous about being here in the studio with all the lights, and he's probably 3 or 4 weeks old. But isn't he precious? Just a little baby one. I like these little robins because they have one of the nicest personalities of any birds going. Look at that. And probably in about another 3 or 4 weeks, he'll be ready to release and send back to the wild. So let's start out today and have him run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. And while they're doing that, why don't you come on up here and let me show you what I've got done, and I'll set this little fella down. There you go, guy. You sit right there. I have my standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas, but you use whatever size makes you comfortable. It's covered with liquid white. It's all wet and ready to go, so let's go. Thought today we'd just do a fun little painting, something that's quite easy and that you'll enjoy. Take a little bit of we'll use a little Indian yellow today, very little. I just want to put at least a little hint of a yellow glow back here. I think I'll put a little mountain in. So I want just the least little amount of a glow, a yellowish glow coming out from behind the mountain. So very, very little of this Indian yellow. Little goes a long, long way, because it'll mix with a liquid white and it'll spread all over the canvas if you want it to. We just want a very small amount, something about like that. All right. Now then, we'll take a little touch. We'll use a little bit of the phthalo blue. Use a little phthalo blue. I like it. That's a very pretty blue, very, very shiny blue. Makes you happy to look at it. We'll go right up here at the top, make our little crisscross strokes, our little X's. See there? Both sides of the brush, though. See how you use both sides? Good. We'll start at the top, work all the way across, and then begin working downward in layers. And that way, automatically, it picks up the liquid white, and it gets lighter and lighter toward the horizon. And that's exactly what we're looking for in a landscape. Okay, maybe down to about like that. That's good enough for what we're going to do today. Now then, tell you what, while we have that old blue on there, put a little more phthalo blue, reach right next door, get a little bit of the phthalo green. So we have phthalo green and phthalo blue, and just sort of mix them together on the brush. Now phthalo green is another color that's extremely strong. Be careful with it. Eat up your whole world in a heartbeat. Okay. And just pull from the outside in. I'm going to make a little water down here, I think, today. So pull from the outside in, like so. A little more of the paint. Start on the other side, do the same thing. Same exact thing. I want to leave a little area open right in there, so it looks like the light shining across the water when we're finished with the painting. Okay, time to wash the old brush. That's the fun part of this. That's the fun part. Okay, shake off the excess and just beat the devil out of it. Oh my goodness. There. Now with a clean brush, I'm just going to go gently across this entire water area. That light area we had in there will remain. Okay. Knock off any excess paint. And where these two come together, I'm just going to blend them. Just want to blend them. Now be very careful when you're using blue and yellow in the same sky, or you'll end up with a brilliant green sky. Very careful. The only reason we're getting away with this because the liquid white was on here and we've diluted this yellow till it's almost nothing but liquid white up there. But it still has a little bit of yellowish flavor in it. There we are. Okay, and I beat the brush just to knock excess paint off without going through the whole cleaning procedure. In layman terms, that's called laziness, because I don't want to have to clean it again. All right. Tell you what, let's do a nice, big, strong mountain today. We're going to use some black, a lot of black. Van Dyke brown. And let's put a little bit of the blue in there. And we'll use a little bit of the phthalo blue. You could use phthalo or Prussian. I think I'll use phthalo in this particular one. Very dark color. Okay, cut off our little roll of paint right out on the edge there. And let's go right up in here and make a big decision. Maybe our mountain lives right about there. Get a little more of the color. It comes out maybe soon. Whatever. Just put in, I'm just going to put the top of the mountain in right now. Just the top. We're going to put all kind of little doers on this mountain. There. We'll stop him right there. Now I'm going to mix up some white, and we'll just use a little bit of the midnight black, make a nice gray color. That's going to be our highlight color, maybe a little bit darker. Just black and white, or white and black, whatever your preference. For shadow, I want to use black and white, and a little touch of the Prussian blue in it. Not much, just enough blue to flavor it a little. But I want the shadow color, needless to say, to be much darker than the highlight color, but yet not as dark as the base of the mountain. Okay, let me wipe the old knife. Now then, let's come right up in here, and I'm just going to touch this and sort of let it just bounce so that it breaks. But see what's happening? Just let it sort of break going in that direction. Right up in here. Something like so. Wherever. I'm going to grab the small knife now. We're going to use the small knife, come right along in here, and just put an indication of some shadow back in here. There we are. Maybe I'll put just the least little touch more blue into my shadow. Ooh, that's nice. Like that better. We'll blue it up a little. Stands out better. There. See, it makes the indication of a big old square looking mountain up there. Now then, right in here, just using titanium white, I'm just going to touch. Just let it just sort of bounce and play along there. Maybe we'll have a big old glacier here in this one. Just sort of touch it. Then gently pull it. Gently. Okay. Now we'll put the least little touch of phthalo blue in there. Least little touch. So it looks like a little shadow area here and there. Okay, good. Looks like there's a little ridge right there. Okay, just keep working right on down. Wherever you want it to go. Think about a little glacier, though, that lives right here in this mountain. There. Okay, look at all the snow cones you could make with that. All right, and we'll just begin blending that together very gently. Now, over here on the other side, we had a little phthalo blue in that one. On this side, I'm going to use straight titanium white. There. And just let it go in the opposite direction. But I want this to be brighter, more to the white than the other side, so that you can distinctly tell that there's a light side and a dark side to this. A little shadow back here. Look at that. Now then, just sort of apply that like that. Now we can go back with a clean and very, very dry brush and grab it and lift it, following the angles, something like so. And that'll sort of bring it all together. And that's one of the nicest, easiest ways of creating the illusion of a little glacier. And let's go back here and have some dark color, maybe right there. Maybe there's another little doer right in there. And maybe, since this is our world, we can do anything we want to. Maybe there's a little more snow you can see right in there. Just a little, though. We don't want a lot. Just a little. There. With our good, clean, dry brush, gently, gently, gently blend that back together. Just blend it back together. Now, our highlight colors, just basically black and white. And a little bit of our shadow color can sneak right back in there. All right. And we need a little touch of color right on that little rascal. We don't want him left out. Okay. And maybe then you have to start making big decisions here. Where does all these little peaks and valleys and all those things live in your world? Maybe that comes right on around. I don't know. Yeah, I do. There it is. See? Just make a decision, drop it in. But you can make some of the most gorgeous mountains doing this. And at home, you have unlimited time, so you can really do a fantastic job. This old mean director here, she has no sense of humor if I go over 30 minutes. There we go. So, but at home, you can do this. Just take your time and make beautiful, beautiful things. Send me some photographs of what you're doing. I'd love to see them. And every once in a while, we put them all together and we make a little board and show it on TV of what people are painting all over the country. And it's unbelievable what people are doing. I get a lot of letters from young friends that are doing some of the most gorgeous paintings. Absolutely spectacular. There. And make a little shadow. Just sort of figure out where you think the highlights and the shadows would live. Okay. Maybe this one comes right down like that. It makes the illusion then of a little valley in there. Just like that. Okay. But this is just black and white, or white and black, or any combination in between. A little dark. Got to have that dark so the light will show. And I like the contrast here, that stark black color against the gray. That's what really makes this stand out. There we are. And no, this is not any particular mountain, to be honest. I'm just sort of making it up. But maybe where you live, there is a mountain around that you'd like to paint. And this will show you how to do it. Just sort of look at the mountain that's in your area. And using these basic principles, you can paint your own mountain any old way that you want him. Maybe a little highlight out there. And here and there and there and here, a little bit of the shadow colors will show. I don't want to lose that nice darkness, so I'm not going to put a bunch of shadows in there. There we are. Maybe there's a little shadow right there, though, and a little highlight right above it. Then maybe there's another little shadow that comes right down like that. Isn't it fantastic what you can do with a big old putty knife looking thing and a little practice, and you can do this. You can do anything that you believe you can do. And I know you can do this, so certainly you know it. There. There we are. Wasn't that a cute little robin on the beginning of the show? I like that little rascal. Robins have some of the nicest personalities of any of the birds I've met. And I've raised a lot of little birds, and they may be my favorite. There's a lot of exotic birds around that you can look at, but sometimes the little common birds that we see every day and we take for granted can be the most beautiful if you just take the time to get to know them. And one of the best ways, put a feeder out in your yard and watch how many little critters show up. I just beat some of that paint off the brush there. A little bit over in here. I remember just recently, my partner's walking the net, put a bird feeder out, and Annette called me and she says, I don't think the birds like me. There's no birds around. I told her just to wait a day or two. Within probably a week, she called back and she says, I can't keep enough food in the house to keep them all going. In just a matter of maybe a week, they had found her feeder, and boy, she was in business. I tell you, she had more birds running around. And now we've got Walt interested in it. And he's out with his video camera. They've become his special little critters now. So we have another convert. Okay. Enough yakking. I'll get on my soapbox about the little birds. But that's a nice way of making a very effective little mountain. And you change it to match a mountain that you want to have in your painting. We just want to show you how to make one. All right, let's take black. We'll use some of this Prussian blue. Shoot, I'm going to grab some of this phthalo green. There we are, maybe a little Van Dyke brown. There we are, maybe even a little alizarin crimson. I like that. That gives it a nice flavor. Okay, now then, I'm going to clean off this old knife. Let's find us a fan brush. There we are. Maybe in our world, back here at the base of this mountain, live some nice little trees, little friendly trees. There. Now we want to save a little mist between the trees and the mountain. Otherwise, the trees will just sort of disappear right into the mountain color. So we want to save a little misty area in there. It's very important, very valuable. It's like a good friend. Take care of it. Take care of it. There. Okay. Maybe we have some trees living all the way back somewhere in here, wherever you want them to go. Wherever. And we'll take them on off over here. Something like that. Just let them grow and grow. But all we're doing is sort of tapping downward. Just give it a little downward tap. Maybe I'll have some big trees over there. That sounds like a good idea. So, if you decide you're going to have big trees over here, then you don't have to paint that area. Of course, if you change your mind, then you got to go back and put them in. But that's all right. Just tapping the base of this with a 2-inch brush firmly to help create that illusion of mist. And I'm going to lift upward a little bit. And anything you don't like down here, you can just blend it in. No biggie. Why, isn't that a big mountain? My gosh. Like them old big mountains. Tell you what. Take a little of that same color, save a little misty area, and maybe if we said we was going to have some water, pull straight down with the same color, same exact color. There we go. Just pull it down. Take another brush that doesn't have so much paint on it. Now go gently across. And that quick, we have instant reflections. Instant reflections. You can take a fan brush with a little bit of light color, white, whatever, lift upward, and it'll look like little tree trunks far away. Or you can do it like this and lift upward, and see it'll make another plane there. Looks like a little ridge or something there. Creates another plane in your painting. And the more planes that you have in your painting, usually the more depth and distance you'll have in it. That's a sneaky little way, though, of getting an extra plane without working for it. Well, at least not working much. Maybe we're doing a little bit. To me, painting's not work. It's just fun. Let's take a little bit of that same dark color. I want a little peninsula right here. Just drop it in. And underneath it, pull down. And once again, we have a little reflection. That's all there is to it. Take that same color, go into a little bit of the cad yellow and yellow ochre, Indian yellow, and it'll make a nice green. We can put some highlights right there on that. There. we go. Just however many you want. Maybe it comes back to about like that. Let's take a little dark sienna, a little white, mix it together, make it a brownish color. And let's go back in here and firmly lay in the indication of a little bit of land that lives way back here. I'm rubbing it quite firmly into the canvas because I don't want the color to stand out too bright. Just enough so you can see there's a little dirt back here. There we are. There we are. There we are. There it goes. And then we can take a little touch of the liquid white. I want to add a little touch of phthalo blue to it, not much, just to dull it down a little. And here and there and there and here, you can put the indication of a little water line. There. Don't want too much. All right. Okay, we got to start making some big old decisions here. Maybe in our world, there is, maybe there's another little peninsula or a bigger peninsula. It comes right down, something like there. Wherever, you decide. And underneath it, once again, we need a reflection. If you ever do a painting and it looks like the land up here is floating in the air, chances are you forgot the reflections. And it'll give the indication that it's floating above the water instead of in the water. You need some kind of little reflection to set the land down into the water. Okay. There. I'm just wiping off any excess paint that's on there. A little bit of the cad yellow, yellow ochre, Indian yellow. Once in a while, a little touch of the bright red. Not too much. It'll eat up your whole world. And maybe right back here we put a little highlight. Some happy little things that are growing right out here. But see, you need that dark or this won't show. Absolutely won't show. Because light against light gives you nothing, or dark against dark gives you absolutely nothing. There we go. Pull it down. Once again, back to that dark sienna. This dark sienna with a little white in it. Just to put the indication here. Some little something. A little bit of the liquid white. There we go. Now then, let's build us a happy little tree or two, or three, or four, or however many. There he is. Big old tree lives right there. Just from side to side, like so. See how that stands out against that little bit of yellow back here? We don't care what it looks like on the bottom because we'll separate that later. There's another one. There. See, down here you can just do anything that you want to do. Doesn't matter. And, oh, there's one. You decide how many trees live in your world. All right. Just want to darken that all in real good there. Okay. Maybe you're right. There's another one. There. Just back and forth, though. There. Isn't that a nice way, though, to make some very effective little evergreens? Tell you what, let's put one or two on the other side. We don't want it left out. There it is. Choom. There it comes. Once again, watch that yellow. That dark, dark color against that yellow. That's why it's in there. Just for the contrast. Maybe this one here, it's got a little tilt on him. There. There we are. Let's go back to our old brush. It has a dark color in it. The old 2-inch brush. And maybe this comes right down. Right on down. There we are. It swings back up. Did you ever know you had so much power that you could do things like that? Lake sort of looks like a little heart back here, our Valentine painting. In this here we can just paint in. It doesn't much matter. Doesn't much matter. There we go. Put this in with an old shoe, I guess, if you wanted to. Yeah, we go back into our yellows, yellow ochre, Indian, yeah, little cad yellow, and begin picking out the little highlights here, the little grassy areas that live right along. If you work with this a little bit, you'll be surprised at the effects you can make with a big old 2-inch brush. There. Maybe here and there's a little bush, just sort of hangs out of here. There he is. But pay attention to the lay of the land here. You don't want to just throw these in at random. Lay of the land is very, very important. Very important. It'll make or break your painting. There. Over here on the other side, can't leave him out. Put a few little things coming right down like that. Right on down. Okay. Something like so. All right. Tell you what, let's do. We got just a second left here, so with that, I'm going to put just an indication of a trunk here and there. There we go. Let's take a fan brush with a little bit of grain on it, put some highlights on these trees. We'll about have a finished painting once we've done that. Think about where the light's coming from. Our mountain indicates it's coming from the right. So that's where we want emphasis on the trees too. There we are. Little highlight on there. And on this one, don't want much on that one because it's behind. See, and this one's in the foreground. You have to make those decisions. A little on this one, and we'll call this old painting finished. Hope you've enjoyed this one. It'll certainly teach you how to use the tools, and I think you'll find it very, very rewarding. From all of us, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hey, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. Thought today we'd do something different since this is the last show of the 21st series. And today, let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. While they're doing that, come on up here because this is crazy. Let me show you what I've done. I've taken a little contact paper cutout today, just adhesive back paper, and I've cut a little map of Florida. Since I live in Florida, I thought today we'd do Florida. The top of it I've covered with liquid white, and the bottom here I'm covering with just liquid clear, and I've put a little color right in here. Now, the one thing that I did do before I put the contact paper on is I sprayed the whole canvas a light baby blue color. And you can spray it any color you want it. And I just picked Florida today since that's where I live. You could actually do this for any state that you live in. In fact, maybe we'll have a series that each week we'll do a different state and we'll show you how to do it and something that goes along with that state. But today, let's start with that one. I'm going to start out today with a least little touch of yellow ochre, just a very small amount on the old 2-inch brush. And let's go right up in here. And let's just do a beautiful little Florida scene that should make you happy. There we are. Just put a little bit of that yellow right in there. And let it blend upward. Then I'll go right up here, take a little bit of alizarin crimson, and put that across there. And just sort of let them blend together. Maybe we'll let this pinkish color, maybe we'll let it go way on up from here. Like so. Now, when you're doing this at home, to get a design, and you could use any design that you want, just take and project it onto a piece of contact paper and trace it and cut it out. Very easy. I use something like an X-Acto knife or something like that, or a pair of scissors, whatever. I use an X-Acto knife, but a pair of scissors would work. And you can cut just about any design that the mind can imagine. All right, we'll just let that blend right down a little bit into that yellowish color. Something like so. We'll do a little sunset thing today. Okay, take a little bit of lavender here. We'll use a little phthalo blue and alizarin crimson, proportionally much more crimson than blue. Maybe right here at the waterline, we'll put a little bit of lavender color. Something about like that. Don't want to lose all that yellow, but I want a little lavender right at the water. Now I have liquid clear from here down. And then here I've just put a little lavender in here, a little phthalo blue and lavender. There we are. We'll make a very simple little seascape in here, because to me that sort of represents Florida. Everybody comes to Florida to enjoy the ocean. We'll shake this old brush and just beat the devil out of it. All right, let's take a little fan brush. Let's make us some more of that lavender color. That's a nice color. We'll use some alizarin crimson and phthalo blue. Little phthalo blue right there, like so. Something like that. And that should be good for what we're looking for. And let's go right up in here. And maybe we have some little clouds that live right up in here. And we can make those just by, I'm exaggerating, but making a shape like that, sort of. And just sort of decide where your little clouds live here. Maybe they go all the way out and get lighter and lighter out in here. There. However, you decide how they go. Just want to show you how to do it and turn you loose on the world. There. Hope you've enjoyed this series. With the completion of this one, there's, see, 273 half-hour shows now. Whew. Good gracious, getting to where my math doesn't go high enough to figure it out. And if you've enjoyed the shows and would like to see them again, or you'd like to see the ones maybe that you've missed, give your station a call. Let them know that you'd like to see them, because they're available to them. There, maybe there's a little floater right along here. Okay, maybe it comes right on out here. We don't know. Just sort of let these things happen. A little right in there. Maybe there's even a little streaky one right in like that. Okay, back to our big brush. Be sure it's good and dry. And very gently. Down here we'll just blend that sort of across a little. You can pull that paint. Since it's wet, you can move it. Up in here, follow the basic angles and very lightly just blend that out. And you can blend it to any degree of softness that you want, or you can leave little things in it. Sometimes I go back, add a little more of the blue to the same lavender color, but a little more of the blue to the blue side. Load the old fan brush full of color. Let's go back up here. And maybe here and there, put the indication of something that's a little darker, and it'll make it look like it's a little closer to us. Because as you know, in a landscape or a seascape, things should get darker as they come toward us. There. Now with our clean, dry brush, we'll just blend that in. And that way, it'll look like there's several layers of clouds up there in this beautiful little sky. All right. Okay, that's about all we need for a little sky. That'll give us a very nice one, very effective. Okay, now then we can come down here and begin deciding where our water lives. Let me find a little fan brush. There it is. Use the little number 3 fan brush here. And I'm going to do this one basically like I do a large seascape. I'm going to take the brush and sort of decide where my major wave will be. Up like this, and then maybe it'll sort of drop over a little bit and go right through there. Somewhere in there. Maybe our little floater will be in right along in there. There it is. Let me find this. Take a liner brush, put a little bit of the titanium white on it. And I'm just going to take this and sort of roll it, turn it. As you're going, let it turn, and just begin figuring out basically where our little breaker is going to be. That's all we're looking for at this point. We'll keep adding color and stuff in there. I just want to know where it's going to be at this point. I'm going to reach up in here and begin blending a little of that out so there's a light area underneath it. There. There we go. See, that way we have an idea of where our breaker is going to be. Now then, we can come right in here, grab the top, and sort of lift it over. This is going to be a tiny little wave way back in the distance. Way back here. There. All right. Good. Back to our liner brush. Take a little of the titanium white. And I'm going to start back in here, figuring out where the horizon is and all the little things that are happening. There. See all those little doers? Very easy to do. We want it to just sort of float right on back almost into nothing. Okay. And we can take some that's really bright and highlight a few of them. There. Okay, now then, back to my little liner brush. And let's do that one more time. That'll give us right along where the breaker is here. And we can pull a little of that color right over the top. Bring it all together. Something like so. Now then, let's take a little of the phthalo blue and a little crimson, but mostly to the blue side this time. Put a little dark area right in underneath. Need a little dark area underneath. Something like that. Maybe it comes out to about there. Now then, I'm going to go into a little touch of the dark sienna. It's time we started getting into a little land area. Right there, just a little bit of that, and maybe even a little bit of the Van Dyke brown, but not much Van Dyke yet. Just begin laying in where our little beach is going to be in here. Dark sienna, little Van Dyke. Just bring them together. Maybe we'll just cover up the whole bottom of that. That looks nice. There. And I'm putting a pretty dark color in here to start with, so when we put lighter colors on it, it'll show. You need that dark in order for the light to show. There. Okay. Now, have to begin deciding if we have water up here on the shore, and if so, where it's at. So we'll take a little white. I'm going to mix the least little touch of phthalo blue with it, but least little touch. Least little touch. Cut off a tiny, little bit more, little roll of paint right out on the edge of the knife. And maybe in our world, right along in here, we have a little water. It's playing right along up here on the beach. There. See there? Now take a clean fan brush and very gently grab that, and I'm just going to blend it back, but it should go straight back so your water looks flat. Otherwise your water just won't look flat. Okay. There. A little bit in there. Now we have to begin thinking about the shape of the wave that's coming out through there. And I'm going to go back to my little brush, my little liner brush, put a little paint thinner, a little phthalo blue, a little white. And now we can begin forming some of these little dudes. Just creating an illusion of all kinds of little ripples and little things that are happening in the water. Little foamy masses. There. Okay. Maybe we'll brighten that up a little bit right in there. Just a little. Make it really stand out. Okay, now take a little bit more of that. Flip that right over. Okay, now. And this is one of the simplest, easiest ways of doing a little seascape. A little bit more of that white with the least little touch of the phthalo blue in it. Least little touch. Touch here. Maybe there's another little water line right out through here somewhere. And once again, with a clean, dry fan brush, has no paint on it. Just grab it and pull. Just pull it back. Like that. There. And you can touch the base of that, pull it down, and go lightly across it. It'll make it look like the water's wet the sand here. Just like the sand's wet. Let's put our edge back in there. There. See, now we have a little wet area in there. Okay. Little white, little dark sienna. Let's begin putting in some lighter color sand, maybe right in here. When it's not so wet, the color is a little bit lighter. So we'll use white, little touch of the dark sienna. Let it sneak right up in there. There. Okay. Now, I'm going to take the least little bit of the lavender color and right under here, see if you have a steady hand. Under this line, I'm going to put a little line of dark color, or darker than the white. That'll make it look like there's depth to it. And we can take some of these little doers, pull them back, just make all kinds of little things in there. There. And use a little dark color back in there, here and there, just to make an indication of a space between the waves. All right, good. As I say, if you've missed any of our shows, give your station a call and let them know that you'd like to see them, because they are available to them without any problem. And we'd like for you to have the opportunity to see them all if you would like to. Okay. I want this right in here to be a little lighter, so I'll just add a little bit more white. Oh yeah, that's nice. And maybe there's a happy little sand dune that lives here. So for that, let's just take white, little dark sienna. I'm going to begin deciding where it lives. Maybe it lives, yep, you're right there. Right there. We'll just throw in a little bit of color, something like so, and blend it down very lightly. There. Okay. Now then, let's have some fun. Let's take a little depression blue, a little sap green, mix them together and make a dark green. Maybe put a little black into it. Ooh, that's nice. Okay, very dark green though. And maybe, yep. There's some little weeds and bushes and all those things that live up here on our sand dunes. And they just sort of travel right down the edge there. Something like that. Okay, and we can take our brush, grab just the base of this a little bit, just barely touching it, and let a little of it come into that. There. Now then, back to our liner brush. We'll take a little of that greenish color with paint thinner, and we can begin lifting up some little weeds and sticks, and, you know, little coyote things, whatever. There. Okay, take that. I'm going to go right into a little bit of the yellow ochre and do the same thing again. So we sort of highlight some of those. There. You know, if you're interested in, and I know we're not, but if you're ever interested in selling paintings, these kind of little paintings really sell well, especially in areas where you have a lot of tourists, like Florida or Alaska, places like that. But you could do this for any state, and every state has something that it's well known for, and you can feature that in there. So try it for your state, or just do any one that you want. Now maybe, tell you what, maybe Maybe there's another little dune. Comes right across here. That'll push everything back, and we can see the little grassy things in there. Just using the number 3 fan brush here and pushing upward. Really pushing upward. Take a little tiny bit of the cad yellow, a little bit of the yellow ochre, and just put a little highlight on it. Don't want a great deal, just a little highlight, a little more of the cad yellow. There, a little sparkler here and there. Okay, I'm going to go back to our little liner brush. Do the same thing again. Take a little bit of that green color we made, lift it up. And if I remember, that was just a little sap green, a little black, a little Prussian blue. There. And just flip them little things up. Give them a little flip. And if you want to make it look like little sea oats, you can just grab the end of it and put little doers on the end out there. Of course, you know, in Florida, sea oats are getting sort of rare. I think everybody sort of picked them till now they don't even let you get close to them hardly. Everybody seems to want to take them home. All right, a little bit of the yellow ochre. A little yellow ochre, and we'll come back and sort of highlight a little of those. Wherever. There. Just a few of them. Okay. Shoot, no Florida scene would be complete without a little M bird in it. Everybody puts little seabirds in there. So for that, take a little paint thinner. I use a little black. A little black. And take one side through a little bit of white. We can go up in here. And shoop, shoop, there. Now we got a little M bird. That's what I call them, because they're very simple to make. It's like making little M's. Give them a friend. And maybe way back here there's a third one. Like that one got a broke wing. Somebody shot him on the way over. Now then, moment of truth. Let's take this off and see what we have. See if it worked out all right. And you remove the contact paper though. Isn't that gorgeous? And as I say, you could do this with any state that you wanted to. It doesn't have to be Florida. It just so happens, that, as I say, that I'm living in Florida right now, so I thought I would do a tribute to the state that I'm living in. But when I lived in Alaska, I used to do these with the state of Alaska. In fact, sometimes I would even cut the state of Alaska out of wood and paint little scenes from Alaska on it. We would sell them to the tourist. And as I say, we're not interested in making money. But if you are, it's one of the neatest little ways of doing some fantastic little paintings. And you can get carried away with this sometime. Get carried away. We'll take a little brown, dark sienna, Van Dyke. We'll mix them together. And you can even do such crazy things. See, because you painted all this blue, it sort of looks like water to me. So maybe in our world, you're brave, maybe, right along there. Right along there, we'll put just a happy little tree. Let's give him a little friend. Maybe his little friend is right here. There. We'll just have a couple of them little rascals. All right. Looks like a big V there for victory. I'm going to take paint thinner, a lot of paint thinner, and go into the black with the same old brush. But I want this paint to be very thin, very, very thin. And let's come up here and maybe we'll make us what looks like an old palm tree. This is very thin paint. You touch, go around like that, then you can grab it and just give it a little pull, see? And it'll make all those little doers. All right, okay, let's put in several here, wherever we think they might be. Up in here, there's some. There's another one. There's one. However, and you can just grab them and give them a little pull, but the paint has to be very thin, especially on this dry canvas. If it's not really thin, it will not do this. And you have to also be a little careful, because if it's too thin, it'll run and ruin your whole day. Drip right off the canvas. There. This is one of the simplest ways of making a little palm tree. There we are. Okay, tell you what, this other one over here is bald. We'll put some hair on him too. That reminds me, I had a letter from a lady here a while back. She told me if I was going to wear a wig, I could at least get one that matched my beard. And I sent her an answer back and told her if I'd paid for this wig, I'd taken it back to the store now and asked for a refund because all the hair is falling out of it. And that's for sure. Old age is catching up with me. There we are. Okay, maybe another one over here. But you could put a whole palm forest out here if you wanted to, just whatever. Let's take a knife, a little bit of, we'll just use a little gray and white since that's handy. I just want to put the indication here of a little highlight on this. Something like that. Don't want to overdo it. Don't want to overdo it. Okay. Firm up this side a little. But isn't that neat? Now, we could come right back in here. Let's take a little bit of the dark sienna. We got to give this thing something to sit on. We'll give it a little land right there. Something like so. We'll take a little white, a little dark sienna, mix them together. So it looks sort of like a little beach sand there. And we just let that fade right on off into nothing. And we'll take our little fan brush. It has the green on it. And we'll pop in a happy little bush or two right around his little foots. Don't want him left out. Looks like he's just sort of sitting out here in the water all by himself. We can take our liner brush, a little bit of that dark green color, and let's just pop in a few little things like so. Wherever, maybe the wind's blowing sort of a little bit in that direction. But just lift those like that. There. As I say, this is the last show of the 21st series. And it's always sad for me to have to finish a show. But we'll be back. We're already under production for the next series. We've already got some ideas started, and Annette and I are getting ready to do that. So we'll be back. As long as you'll watch us, we'll keep on making shows. Now we could take a little touch more of this and just bring the bottom of it together like that. Hope you've enjoyed this one. This is so different than anything we've done before. But it will certainly give you some ideas on how you can do some fantastic scenes yourself. Give it a try. And I'd love to see some photographs of what you're doing. Because I think if you try this, you'll absolutely fall in love with it. I've got just a minute here left. I'm going to take some of that dark green color on the fan brush, and I'm just going to highlight a few of these little palm fronds up here. Just with a little green. Just enough to make them stand out a little. There. And I think with that, we're going to call this old painting finished, and we're going to bring this series to an end. From all of us here at this station, we'd like to wish you happy painting, God bless, and I look forward to seeing you on the next series.